I might have not actually seen that, but
Oh,
big brain choice, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a reason behind it. But we got a little bit of extra dam there on the orb. Just those last couple of seconds, we can get a few GCDs in on the transition orb for the massive bang. But it looks like we're just heading back into this phase. All going very low there for clicks. A couple of the players, the incoming damage is ridiculous. Losing Velo there, but now he's back as if nothing happened at all. I actually have no idea how he got back so quick. Maybe he has a Soul Stone already placed on him. So there might be a little bit of a corpse run. It's going to be coming up after this wipe. If it is a wipe, who knows? It's going to be a wipe. That'll be amazing. Imagine them coming into this point and just one-shotting it. All we needed was the Resto Shaman, guys. All we needed was the Resto Shaman.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we lose the rest of the raid. Hey-ho, it is what it is. It's one of those explodey fights. I'm getting crab vibes.
Yeah, I really am. And if I want to kind of repeat the words I'm saying, just like on Halal, just like that, the fight can kind of be over. We saw Scars go down, and then I think it was one of the Warlocks right after.
Yeah, it looked like someone didn't cleanse properly. It just cascaded from there. There's so many ways of just having these sorts of problems. It was kind of difficult to see, of course, if a Quasar also hits the boss, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. So many ways to wipe very, very quickly on this fight. But what do you expect from the penultimate boss on Mythic in what has become the longest race to world first in, well, it wouldn't surprise me, nearly a decade. It's insane how long these players have been playing to get to the Jedi. We haven't even seen it. Like, what day are we on? We've been here for so long.
It's like day 12, I think.
Not even seen the last boss.
Yeah, I'm honestly losing track of the days.
Yeah.
Also, just like a small thing to mention. I know some people talk about like KJ, I think, being one of the last longest ones we saw because of how long the last boss was up. But there's a little bit of a difference because one, I believe that boss was possibly unironically unkillable. Like I know people say, haha, unkillable.
Are you talking KJ in Hellfire Citadel? Not Hellfire Citadel, Tomb of Sargeras, sorry.
Yeah, that's the one that people are referring to, right?
Yeah, the phase one just they linked a picture. I can't remember what guild it was at the time, but they linked a picture of their phase one proc, and literally they were just doing phase one for like hundreds and hundreds of balls, and then it was fixed, and then they suddenly got really far.
Yeah, it's a combination of that. Like, let's just say it wasn't killable. I generally don't like to count that. In addition to that, Race to World First weren't streamed, so we can at least say this is the longest streamed Race to World First, which does definitely speed up things because, if we want to just reduce it down to the top 2 teams, every race, each of them will at least take one thing from each other.
Oh yeah,
which will just make it go a lot faster. So,
well, even if it's just a reassurance that the strategy that you already had planned will work, you know. There's definitely people keeping an eye out on the other team to make sure that it's all done and dusted. Had a little bit of a whoops there, but they are going to be finishing off that orb hopefully now. There we go. Yeah. Oh, are they all right? Did they okay, they did time that properly. Okay, because of course, if you kill that orb, it will eventually almost resurrect, I believe, at full health. But it only spews out these zones to go and soak when the massive bang is going off. So managed to do it nice and easy back into this phase. 1 battle res down, which is something that we would rather have, but hey ho, is what it is. We prog in. Nice to see the double mages back, especially after their abandonment on the previous boss. Seem to actually be doing very, very well as well. So it's good to see that they weren't abandoned for the rest of prog. Yeah, heading over to this last orb. Looks clean.
Yeah, it's nice because even from a utility perspective, if you have if you're rotating a mage in for soaking the orbs, it's nice because they do have ice block. But there's another thing that we were talking about where it's it's kind of scary to have them sit in ice block because that's uptime you're losing. So I'm not even. I have seen them ice block, but I feel like it's they do and then just kind of cancel it right away. You aren't really seeing them sit in it. So when it comes to the DPS breakdowns, I'm definitely not the best person to ask why they're bringing what. But at least they will bring an immunity like that just in case they need to survive.
It's a very useful tool to have. Very, very useful tool.
And they also have the cauterize too, which I've seen. It's been popped so many times.
Ooh, talking of people getting popped, people were very, very low there. But it looks like we're actually managing to almost get through this phase rather cleanly. A new set of orbs that are dropping down from the sky. The big bluey white ones. The closest person will be tethered and they need to be soaked. Oh, unfortunate. Something went wrong. I don't know what. Something exploded. We're not in a good position. That's sad. That was looking good, though. That was a decent pull, especially with them changing up a healer. It still seems to be working. The actual overall healing brought by the Shaman does seem to be relatively low. Then again, now it's just healing for an absolute ton. I wonder if it's purely they want them in for the CDs. I'm kind of interested to see if we have got the logs, whether or not their damage is actually something that they're focusing on. Maybe the Shaman's coming in to just try and DPS as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, one of the problems is like, I'm not sure what Covenant they're running, but generally you see a lot of talk with Vesper. So even if they are running Vesper Totem, it's really, really good for AoE damage. So it's like, even on single target, they'll still do pretty good damage, but it's definitely really good for healing, especially with how often people are stacked. There's also the possibility that Healing Tide has a 3-minute cooldown, and maybe they just didn't get to the point where it's assigned.
True.
Because we have seen like the differences in HPALs. Like they're both great players, but sometimes you'll see Scarus or Jeeth or vice versa really far ahead of one another because they just didn't get the chance to drop their Ashen yet. So.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not the time to say, oh my god, bad pick or anything. We have still got to try it out. As you rightfully said, there's still some healing cooldowns to be placed out. In terms of the damage, though, looks nothing out of the ordinary coming in from our rest of Shaman. So, as you expected by the looks.
What Covenant is he running?
Let me have a little look. Oh, I have a little check, see. Go to the summary.
So I assume Kyrian, but...
Let's have a look. Where's our healing friends? He's running. What? Is that Necro?
Wait, let me. Yeah. Okay. So.
No, Necro.
Sorry, you're saying they're running Necro?
Yeah, going Necrolord. Yeah.
Yeah. So, if they're running Necro, that's still pretty decent for healing, and like it depends on the healing patterns that are going out, but that generally is one of the highest output ones, especially if there's like consistent damage coming out. Because what it'll do is it allows you to get like extra Riptides out, and you can combine that with like Unleashed Life to get that boosted like healing wave proc thing. We ran it last year, and I personally think it's the most fun one to run. Kyrian's like a little boring to me, but yeah, Kyrian will definitely give you like, if I'm generalizing, the most damage. But yeah, so clearly this is like a healing focused decision. It doesn't really help you too much with damage unless you're like using the primordial wave, like just like on the boss. But yeah, so this is definitely like a healing choice here, which, and I guess it does also give you Fleshcraft. It's a little bit of something.
Yeah, no, it's certainly not nothing. You know, it's a pretty useful tool to have in the tool belt. But yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing where the Shaman's going to pop off, because I am glad that we are seeing, you know, they've been quite underrepresented in the top set. Of course, the previous meta that we did have had nothing but, you know, priests as disc, holy paladins, as well as a shaman. It was almost a trinity that was always there, and the fourth person was normally one of those classes again, just double stacking them somehow. But this time around, of course, the healing choices that have been coming out, running double holy on this fight from the priests. A Mistweaver monk. You know, if you said that to me maybe three or 4 months ago, I'll be like, yeah, all right. But no, on the penultimate boss, we've just got a bunch of output healers, and it's totally needed just because of the crazy amount of shields that players do have. You can see there. Wondering if we could pop over to Zalia's point of view to have a little bit of a look-see at the amount of healing that is required for this heal absorb that is getting placed out. Tons and tons of it. There's a lot going on.
It is pretty insane, because we were looking at the timers earlier. It looks like it comes out a few times per phase. Like here, we're not even that far into the fight, and it's already coming to the third one. And when you see it get put out on the frames, there's just like that little shaded area. And again, we were talking about how like in the intermission during heroic, that's when mostly healing would come out. But here, the up phase is like just as dangerous, if not a little bit more. I was seeing them earlier using the holy word sanctify just for the top phase, which is like a huge cooldown.
That is a big old output cooldown. Like nearly one of the strongest. It's huge. Absolutely love that spell as well, because you know, it's nice to actually be like, you normally would see like a holy priest in like in the before times. You would see a holy priest in the heroic modes, just because disc isn't very good at 30 man. Whereas holy is absolutely amazing, and you could do some crazy output if you had sanctify up at the right time and just allow the other healers just kind of take a step back and just let the priest really slam that. But this downstairs phase looking pretty nice, he says, and as Revers unfortunately does go down, literally that's the quickest I think I've ever cursed. There we go. But we have got him back up. Going to drag him next to this unstable core, and just need to have that tank soak it easily enough. Now we're going to be getting out a little bit of damage onto this unstable Matto. Actually, quite a nice chunk of damage onto that orb that will be getting them out later. We do see a cheeky little health. What's it called? The concentration potion, the mana one. What do people even call that nowadays? I always used to call it sleepy potions for the mana.
Something. I should know this. I know that by like their icon. I'm way better.
Okay.
I'm a visual.
Yeah,
person.
that's cool. That's cool. No, it's well, like, have you got like a nickname for anything, or you just I'm just poly?
I just call it like the channel.
Channel.
Like,
that's it.
That's
the
if I say
word
I'm
I was
channeling,
missing.
we're talking about the mana potion for sure. But I was saying earlier on this fight as well, to get the full value of the channeled potion, you probably wouldn't end up using it until later in the fight anyway. So it's like, if you really want to be cheeky, like I totally would, you can actually pop an instant within like the first minute of this fight and then get a second instant one later, which is going to be more than the channeled one.
Oh, okay.
But there's also a possibility maybe they want to pop an int one in the beginning or something like that. You never
for a
know.
little bit of damn.
Yeah, you never know.
That makes sense. That makes sense. And as you can hear by some muffling around and scuffling with the microphone, it wasn't muted, but we do have a friend who is joining us.
Ahoy,
Welcome,
sailors!
Mike. How's
What's
it going?
on? Why was the Quair not here? How are they supposed to kill it?
I don't know. Don't look at me.
Why are you jinxing them, man?
I'm not jinxing them.
You should all know better.
It was here when I was last on the desk.
Tettles moved it.
Of course he did.
Unbelievable.
I can't believe you anymore. Your bullying of Tettles has reached levels that are just too far.
Is it? I mean, I think we should accept the possibility that someone is just that terrible of a person. Though, like, you know?
Look, I can't help the way he is, right? That's the way it's got to be, and that's how it is. And now I'm here. I hate this boss. I hate everything about it.
You're not a fan?
This is...
We're not afraid to be all that we are. No limit here to tell us just how far. Can't hold me back.
No fees or minimums and no overdraft fees are another reason banking with Capital One is an even easier decision than this.
I'll take Barkley.
Yes! Yep, even easier than that. What's in your wallet?
I was wondering if you could help me find my way out. I don't think I'm supposed to be here.
I regret to inform you that this next test is impossible.
Righto. So first, let's try something easier. Like saving money by switching to Geico.
Oh, you want it easy? You're in the wrong place.
Okay, robotic overlord lady. It was fun and all, but I'm out of here. Well, this is awkward. A little help. Yeah?
Put your insurance on easy mode. Switch and save with Geico.
Jack Links presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jack Links jerky made with 100% beef.
Is it like in terms of like a mechanic sort of way? Obviously, in terms of tuning, it should.
Am I right in that it's killed progression for everybody below the top two? Is that true that I'm hearing? Like, Pieces has completely given up. Skyline stopped. Method aren't even going to try Lords of Dread.
Really?
They just don't. They can't field the comps.
Oh, well, Pieces I know that are working on Ryglon. Instead.
Yeah, I just Lords of Dread is just too tightly tuned. Like, they cannot field the ludicrous comps that Liquid and Echo were putting out for that fight, and they'd just be like, well, we have to wait for double legendaries. That's just the state of affairs. We cannot just produce multiple survival and multiple PKs and like a whole stream of warriors. Like, we just can't do it. It's not going to happen. So they've decided that the best course of action is to go for the more technical fight, I guess, which is Rygalon. And after listening to Scribe for the last 2 hours, I feel for him, man.
Oh, is it rough?
Oh, it's rough. He's just like, CBA, why is this happening? Why is this? That's all Scribe said for like the last 2 hours. Is like, what? What? Why is this happening now? Like, why is the boss doing this? Why is the orbs different downstairs now? And Amir's is like, I think it's because we were like 3 or 4 pixels off where we went in, and it readjusted them downstairs.
Oh
like,
my god! Is
that the case? Or like, now it's like, I don't know. I'm checking the replay. We were like 5 yards over, so maybe that changes the position of all the orbs downstairs. They're like, maybe, you know, maybe. Why is the stars coming now? But everything I've said is outplayable. not putting a downer on the fight in that regard. It's one of those frustrations where you kind of get into a rhythm, and this fight actually prevents you from getting into any form of rhythm because it's constantly changing, and it's hectic from the word go, which is brutal. But again, the healing team carrying, soaking all those orbs and punishing themselves in the face.
And you've got a shaman in now. We have a
what?
resto shaman.
Yeah. They took on one of the holy paladins.
Oh, that's why they did wipes, right?
Oh, okay. You see, you were complimenting healers, and I was like, finally, man, like, finally, and then...
Tank died. I mean, wouldn't have happened with a holy pally there. But the worst conversations I've heard them have, really, as if, because there's a lot of random power gains in the game. If, like, the druids get a random power game during one of the starfalls, it's a wipe. It's just over. Because they can't.
Oh, that's true, because you have to kill them at, like, such a specific time.
They have to die so specifically,
yeah.
and sometimes it's quick, sometimes it's slow, and they have counters for that. That's why you'll sometimes see, from what I can tell, they have 3 different strategies depending on the first cast of the boss. And then they have to enact a different play style. Like, you might see rings sometimes. You might not see ring. You might see slows. You might see roots. And it's all dependent on what the first cast of the boss is, and then that dictates what's going to happen for the next few minutes.
Tilting.
And then it rotates on the other side. But yeah, before they were checking logs, it's like, Canex, you did like twice as much damage this time. It's like, I literally didn't do anything different. It's like, so why is that happening? It's like, a trinket proc or something? I don't know. I have no idea.
Gonna have cancel auras for your procs.
Yeah, because it was disturbing when we first saw the pull. It's like, why are they wiping or jumping off sometimes? And often it's because a star died like 2 seconds too early and accidentally. You know, somebody got a crit, somebody got something, and it's like, just jump off because we can't do it. Especially with the crazy DPS requirement of this, because they're looking to just hit and rage at this point.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, like, I kind of went through this yesterday, so although I'm a bit more certain that this boss's check is pretty harsh in comparison to Lords of Dread, which was already very, very difficult, you know, we still have a lot of prog to do. You know, we still have to get to that last phase, ideally consistently, even if this boss isn't going to die this week, which, you know, is unlikely. I think
I think this dies today.
I think there's a real... Oh, you think it dies
today? Yeah, I think this dies today.
Wow.
Everything I've said there is frustrating, but you can play around it.
I'm just scared about the check, if I'm honest. In terms of the damage...
Yeah, I might change my mind once we actually get there.
Yes.
6. It's only a 6-minute long fight, but... yeah, we might change over. Maybe they could do some berserk shenanigans like we saw Lords of Dread.
I think the boss I think the boss just goes, and you're dead.
I think so too.
So we're not going to have any, you know, cheat death shenanigans and all that going on.
Painsmith carry's not coming in this time, I don't think, to make the dream come true. But yeah, I agree. And they just want to see that. What they're basically doing now is they need to experience all the jankiness over and over again. So they know from clear clues, because they were trying to build weak auras and stuff. And it was like, you kind of can't, but you can, but it's very complex because every time the spell queue changes, the weak aura needs to alter exactly when things die. And it needs to constantly be updating itself throughout the fight as things change. I love this, by the way, where they have Fabo go just a touch early so he can then put a gateway down for the melee. He leaves at like 10% for the first orb so they can gateway over here, which is nice. He didn't do it. Oh, he did do it, but they didn't take it for whatever reason. But well,
go down, yeah.
Well, hopefully we do have a battle res available. This part of the fight, not a crazy amount of incoming damage, he says. Given his voice getting higher, and we're fine. So Dragon's gonna die. But no, they managed to get through that. You can have points where people can die, and it's like okay, but not many of them.
At least while you're working towards enrage, like yeah, there's ways and means around it. But I tell you what, I was surprised at, actually. The orbs downstairs, not that huge of a deal. Yeah. I was expecting them to be like absolute nightmare. Like if you'd left one up, that was it. It was a wipe. But it is just a case of move out the group and don't get bombed. Don't bomb everybody. It's more damage and it's less damage you're getting on the orbs, but it's not the end of the world by any means.
Well, those orbs indeed were nerfed. Quite not entirely
what
sure
changes have happened.
So they, according to Wowhead thing that I read, there was a 6% health nerf on the boss.
Ooh, big numbers.
So, which is interesting.
6?
Yeah, interesting that it was 6. It's not entirely sure. I guess Blizzard think that this is the correct number for the boss to have. As well as the ads downstairs, the health of those were reduced, and the damage that they deal is reduced.
Yeah.
So you're taking, basically, that doesn't really change a whole lot apart from the incoming damage you're taking, because the ads are still going to die after X seconds of being near them.
You got time here?
But you basically just got a 25% DR. Oh.
Nope.
Oh, darn. No more battle reses either.
You went in a second too late, or the star died half a second too late, whichever you want to call it.
Bye.
That's exactly what this fight is doing to them. It's like, oh, you were half a second or a second too late. Unlucky. And there's nothing you can do about it. And he can't stand next to where he's going to go in because he's going to blow everybody up. So, oh well.
Up until then, though, a pretty good pull. This is kind of what we've been seeing, where they're kind of consistently getting back to this like 60% range. We're seeing them getting like way more often to that second intermission area. And you know, the healer stuff has been a lot more consistent too. And just kind of like what you said, I'm waiting to see more like with the shaman stuff. Here we can see like they're a bit more higher up on the numbers, so it might have kind of been what we were talking about earlier, where it's just like we just hadn't quite gotten to their healing cooldowns. Numbers wise, it looks like everything's just kind of the same. I do privately want to ask like what exactly the decision was behind that, because I'm so curious, and like again, I'm happy to see my old friend.
Yeah, it's good to see the shaman
there,
back. It's so good.
I mean, it's come down to AM versus Spirit Link essentially, and obviously some extra healing bonuses because they're low all the time.
Yeah.
So I mean, they made some other changes as well, right? We've dropped to Moonkin. Roger's now survival.
Yep.
That's
been
He
survival
switched
for a
like
while.
3 times, I think, today, or at least 2 actually. I don't want to say the wrong thing, but
they've all been swapping specs all day. Like listening to them, they're like, I'm just going to try something different here because it's not lining up nicely for me.
Yeah.
Every single time, it's just not working out for what I want to do. I think they're just trying to get themselves benched, honestly, so they can get out of it.
True.
I'm not entirely sure why we are running a hunter. They don't seem to be doing anything spectacular, and normally like an additional warrior or something would be better because you've got a rally or something. You know, it seems weird that we still have, you know, Roger's a sick player, and I think they might just want him in because it's Roger and he's a consistently good player to have in the team, but they've also got a lot of really consistent players who aren't in here.
It wouldn't surprise me, Al, if it's come down to essentially Roger is extremely good at in-fight adaptation very quickly. And he's made several of those plays today where he's also kind of like the off-raid leader. I know that sounds weird because they have Scripe outside, but during actual gameplay stuff, he's like the in-game raid leader to remind them of little things, and certainly be able to, more like what your raid leading style is like to have a plan, but when it starts changing, to spot what's going on very, very quickly.
And try and fix it.
Yeah, and try and fix it, and put the markers down and things like that, or we need to change something very fast. Roger is extremely good at that. His damage is up there with everybody else, so it's not a big concern. And he does have Turtle, and they can immunity some stuff as well, so he is bringing that to the table as well. So overall, I think he's a strong pick. Obviously, the big news of the day. Why was Gingy kicked from the guild?
Oh.
And why is it the end of days?
Where is Gingy?
Did he say something wrong? Did he upset Scribe?
He must have.
Did he not clean up after his dinner?
Only one way to find out. We'll have to hunt
check
him down.
Gingy's stream.
Really right.
Check Gingy's stream. Did Gingy dead? What happened? What happened? But you're right, yeah, Hunter's not super strong here, but they do want I think Roger brings more to the table than just being a hunter, especially with those years of experience. So it's but Gingy has that as well, so it's a choice of if we have to bring one, probably going to favor Roger on this fight. That might change if they do see the enrage and like
they just want down at that point.
We need to start optimizing very, very heavily for how this fight works, because they're desperately right now still trying to optimize. They're like, we can't have somebody touch an orb unnecessarily. You need to be plowing the boss. They are fully aware of how dangerous this is. This sucking, by the way, is no joke.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's absolutely vicious.
It's just like, it's an absolutely immense dragon, but I think once you get in one of those zones, it kind of chills out, right? So you just got to get to them relatively quickly.
It still pulls you out. I've seen a few deaths to like chilling and trying to sneak an extra cast in and getting dragged out.
If you're in one of the channel parts.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. You see Fabo pops out like 10 seconds early just so he can put down the gateway for the melee, so that there's even more uptime when they move. Some melee might choose to actually just follow the boss. So they could DPS, but you can see there the melee then come out. It was a nice little maximization they made earlier on.
That's good.
Yeah, because I mean, Fabo's fine in this line. He's still going to be draining something off the other orb. Oh,
yeah, it's definitely paying off too, because we haven't seen. I don't think we've seen a single wipe to them not soaking the orbs, not including times where we had too many dead. But it's exactly what you said, where it just min maxes the amount of time soaking the orbs, because you have a pretty short window to do
Look
that.
at the size of that healing absorb, man. It's so crazy.
It's dirty.
And it just happens, what, like 3 times per phase, were you saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty often.
Oh, man. But the healer's doing an absolutely great job. Well done at clearing it. Here's another one. Enjoy.
This is where it gets stressful for because the pacing of the next Quasars is a little wonky. You can see that using the ring this time because they've delayed them heavily. And then they'll try and blitz them down as just... There's the debuffs now. So now they can kill them. And then they have to kill 2 really, really quickly. And now they want to slow the other ones for a second. So,
oh, man.
I mean, the actual, if you see the sheet that Scribe has, I saw it before, of the timings that everything has to happen here, it's so rough. I felt so bad for him. It's like, okay, who's back 3? Who's left 4? Who's left for 6?
Oh my, look how quick this is as well. Literally, the boss is about to go into the massive bang, and they had to get rid of 4 debuffs. That's so tight. We did have to see problems here before with people not getting into their zones in time.
Yeah, because you've now got to time it with getting back out again.
Yeah.
And then getting to your ult, but you can't stand near your location. Yeah, so Velo didn't quite make it. So you literally have to be stood on top of the Quasar as it dies. So on that one, they've got to try and kill them probably a second or 2 earlier, but you can't predict that because this timing changes constantly. And that's the difficulty they're having right now is like, so do we go a second early, a second after, 2 seconds early? Do we wait even longer? I don't know. I don't know.
It's looking so rough, man. Like, especially going down here without one of your great output healers, which Velo has been certainly filling as a role. It's certainly taking its toll on the raid. Hopefully they can make it through this last little bit. A couple of people going low, but it'll be nice to see if we can get into the next phase.
Yeah.
Looking pretty... Yeah, no, we managed to get through. That's all right.
Missing a healer there's definitely really dangerous, but you gotta also remember that you're missing 2 people to help soak the orbs. So you're going to be taking more damage from the orbs, and it's going to take a little bit longer as well. But I actually honestly thought they were just going to rot out there, but they didn't because it's Echo, you know?
Yeah, and they have cleared the healing absorb as well. As soon as they come out of that phase, they get the healing absorb on top of everybody. So you need to be topping people before then. There's another healing absorb on top.
Oh, man.
I mean, these healers are just spamming. No point of HPS wasted.
Full heal?
Yeah, it's doable, right? Right. Can we swap to Zalia? How's his mana looking right now?
Yep. Not good.
Oh my god. Oh, the poor guy's just getting catted down by that orb as well. Oh no.
Healers look, mana's good, bros. I got this.
This is looking to become a new best, I believe, though, as the boss is getting low. What's that, 45%, I think?
45, boy.
Yeah,
44.
Hey!
Even though it's absolutely hopeless, keep pushing.
Yeah, get that new best percentage. And
keep going,
goes on the new
Zalia.
best. Oh, man.
It's gotta be fine. It's
New
gotta
best,
be fine.
though?
New best is good, but God, it's awful, isn't it, at the end of that? Oh, my God.
Let's actually squeeze them. It's very funny. We're literally within full balls of one another. And I'm sure Liquid's best ball wasn't the last ball of the night, but I think Echo literally just squeezed ever so slightly in front of Liquid in terms of in terms of their percent, which is quite interesting.
You know they didn't call a wipe too just to get ahead.
3 pulls earlier as well. What?
It's good.
Dude,
it's
yeah,
good to see them.
Race is over.
That's it. Call it. I'm going on the WoW subreddit right now.
But I'm gonna leave on a high note because my time is up.
Oh.
So.
Bye then.
Yeah. I didn't want to be here anyway.
It's good to have you. See you in a little bit.
Indeed.
See you guys
Go have a
later.
rest.
Oh, man.
What do you think, Al? I mean, you've had much more experience in planning these kind of fights than I have ever had. So what's your take on a fight like this?
Well, first and foremost, find the wine. And then drink the wine.
This looks like a Chardonnay fight.
Yes, no, this is a rough one. You do learn them, and there's only so much you can plan. It's about identifying the different variations, in my opinion. If you can identify the different variations and you can plan for them, and then you can, the players will eventually start to get the different versions that you're doing.
Yep.
So it's annoying.
Experience.
It is all down to experience. Yep. You can make as many plans as you want, but the players need to keep pulling to get to that point. I still don't believe that we've had that phase there go correctly. Yep. We still need to go down one more time. But it's looking good. Nice to have a little bit of prog, a little bit further. Let's hope that we can get there, because considering, they went into that phase with Velo down, that's a big old deal. That they, and they was also down one of their majors, so it's not particularly great in terms.
Wow, it really turned out great.
Yeah, and with the money we saved with Navy Federal Credit Union, it was practically free.
I can't imagine where we'd be without them.
Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
I'm stuck in this, infinite time loop thing.
I'm reliving the same day over and over again.
I get to do whatever I want. Plus, nacho fries never leave the menu.
She's violating the nacho fries limited timeline.
Does that happen every day? Let's dip.
Try her now!
What's happening?
Let's get spicy!
Look out!
someone has to fight for what's right.
Like it or not, we're walking the same path.
The only way out of here is together.
Who missed me?
You in? Let's go do something crazy.
Outside with his sunglasses on, signing autographs earlier to get things done. Is it a weird enrage? We haven't seen it yet, but very, very likely it's not going to be like Lords of Dread with a funky enrage. Likely is just everybody dies immediately. But
Really right.
we never know.
Oh, that's a wipe, unfortunately, I believe. Literally half a second.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, yeah, no, that we are doomed. Maybe we can just have...
Jump off. Yeah, this is what he's had a lot of people doing. He's tried. Scripe has been ordering people to just fling themselves off the edge, regularly, in order to get out of there because you just can't do it.
Literally, as that debuff was applied to him, though, it was like almost he had like what less than half a second to get into that puddle. It just shows how tight it can be.
You just got to stand on it. That's experience again. Okay, I have to just stand on this. There's nothing else for me to do. I have to stand and do the old wiggle. Because any seasoned WoW player know if you stand on something, it doesn't quite go off sometimes. You have to do the old wiggle to get the win.
Oh, man.
Can I explain what the wipe mechanic is? Sure, man. Probably worthwhile going through this fight because there's a lot happening and they seem to blow up a lot. So I'll give you the general rundown so you get an idea of what you're saying, and Alex can correct me if I'm wrong.
I will sit here and judge.
Yeah, for sure. So similar things to Heroic, right? We've got these portal orbs that are spawning in the back of the room. They're going to be just traveling towards the boss. Now, these are really tricky because you also get a few players debuffs. Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 4. You'll see all these different levels of debuffs going out. And when that portal orb dies, it leaves you with a little portal on the floor.
Yep.
And you have around 4 seconds to use it, otherwise it disappears.
Yeah, it doesn't last long at all.
No, so you have to be very, very careful that you kill these orbs in the right time for the people to get debuffed so they can go in. So one of the big problems you're going to see is that timer is kind of in flux throughout this fight. So what you're going to see is them sometimes they're going to kill them really quickly. Sometimes they're going to kill them at a medium pace, and sometimes they're going to actually delay them very heavily. So that's when you'll see the Ring of Peace and things going on.
And hard CC, we've seen roots and stuff.
Yeah, we've seen entangling roots, we've seen everything. And the reason is, not only is the portal timer a little bit on the janky side, but also when the debuffs get thrown out on the players is also kind of in flux. Now, it is set after the first cast, so they can kind of get a good gauge on it, but it will change their entire strategy with managing that. At the same time, similar to what you'll have seen in Icecrown Citadel during the Blood Council, is you're going to have these rather large white orbs falling from the ceiling. Those need to be soaked.
Yep, you just need someone to stand near enough them, and they'll get a really, really nasty dot because of that. You'll see the healers mainly taking care of that.
Yeah, the healing team is generally in charge of this mechanic as best as possible. The Warlocks are on the backup for this mechanic, but you'll see them every now and again. You'll just see these. It's not really shown on your screen too much because the healers have actually done a tremendous job at it, and the tanks as well. If there's one near the boss, you'll see the tank pop out. I'll try and give you an idea of what's happening here. Either way, if you get that debuff and you can't get to a portal, or your portal expires, you blow up and you do massive amounts of damage to everybody. It's just a wipe, right? That's just a wipe what's going on there. So you can also see this massive healing absorb. You can see it on the timers there and like the mid left of your screen. A huge healing absorb is going out on the raids. You see these orbs, these like bluish white orbs have now landed. And now you can see that white circle spinning around. That's because someone's soaking it. So you can see that people are studying it, and that's happening. Now, having said that, in Mythic, we have some changes, guys. And that is when you take that portal because you've been debuffed and you go into the other realm. You actually have orbs now positioned around the room. And you can kind of see them on the pedestals, but they're untargetable when you're up in the air. You can see now Fabo is soaking that white orb. These, if you don't kill these before they go into the Singularity, which is when the whole raid goes in during Big Bang, they will actually start targeting the players and throwing AoE at them. So when we go in there, which should be reasonably soon, you'll actually, here's the massive bang, but unfortunately it's going to be a wipe, so I can't tell you about it.
Someone didn't clear, unfortunately.
Exactly, that's what happens. If someone didn't clear on time. Now, when I say someone didn't clear, and I hope that made this really clear to everybody listening right now, when we say someone didn't clear, that could be one of 5 or 6 different situations that occurred.
Yep.
Either the orbs and the timers came out differently. the orbs weren't killed slightly quick enough, so the guy with the debuff got the debuff, which lasts about 4 or 5 seconds. It's relatively, it's a bit longer.
Yeah, I think you got a little while.
Yeah, you've got a little while, but they couldn't kill the orb quick enough for that guy to get in, or perhaps he wasn't in the right position. There's a ton of things that can change there. We're just going to break it down to they didn't clear an orb, because you guys understand why that happened. But understand it's not like, I'm just trying to say, it's not like Revez or someone is crap because they didn't clear their orb. There's a whole multitude of things that
it's although there is a good deal of personal play on this fight, you've got to rely on your team.
Yes.
Big time. And one of the things to kind of add on top of it, with that healing absorb, you will see when people are clearing their debuffs, going into the little circles, that you are going to see raid damage for each clear as well. Not as much as if it goes off, but quite a lot of raid damage. What's that?
They're all taking notes and saying, just tell me who to flame. Blame Roger. Reves is crap writing it down.
No, goddamn.
Either way,
then when you were so toxic. Like.
I'm still going to explain it to you. You better keep your notepads open. So when they do go downstairs, we still have a similar heroic mechanic. You'll have these 3 large orbs in a room, and you can't DPS them. In fact, we found out somebody on production was regularly saving their cooldowns and blasting those orbs.
Yeah,
and doing no damage.
Do literally no damage.
Yeah, they take like 99% reduced damage. But what they do is drain the health from the players nearby. And that is what DPSs them. So what the mythic twist on this is, because traditionally, after I explain that to you, you just go and stand on the orbs, right? Yeah, you drag the boss on top of the orb, all the players stand on top of the orb, and their health is drained into the orb, which then kills it. However, we now have these orbs downstairs that I just told you about, which are throwing bombs at the raiders. So you'll see when we go downstairs, players moving out to make sure they don't splash damage onto the raid. Because, of course, with all the players' health being drained, the healers are going to have to replace that HP so it can keep being pumped in. So you can see now, Jimmy has his debuff, but he has no Quasar dead yet. So you can see he's like standing on top of it, so he can go into that realm immediately just before that disappears. It's
so cruel.
It's cruel. It's absolutely cruel how tight this time could be. But you can see now that experience coming in, Alex, where they're like, okay, I have to be in this immediately, or it doesn't work.
It's like no panic. If it doesn't work,
stand on it. Yeah, you know it's yours. They are assigning it out when it happens. So you'll see melee left, melee right. That's because they're killing 2 in melee. One of the big changes they made, Alan, I don't know if it was talked about on the stream, is that they had an unbalanced amount of melee and ranged, which was making it exceptionally difficult if more ranged got picked or more melee got picked. And they changed the comp to Roger's survival, not because he doesn't want to be BM, but in fact it evened out the numbers so that they could manage the debuffs more correctly. That is the whole point that the Scribe just said, I CBA with this sometimes being 3 melee and sometimes being 3 ranged. I can't be bothered with it. So go and change the survival now. So you can see now, he's going to get bombed by these orbs, so he's moving out. And now he's actually going to move over here because the orb's dealt with. They could start working on these bomber orbs now.
Yeah, this will allow them to transition a little bit easier later on, because, of course, when the massive bang goes off, you need to kill the orb downstairs.
CBA, writing it down. Yep. Survival is better than BM, writing it down.
Yep.
Writing it all down.
Oh,
yeah.
Chat's learning.
Good. I'm glad this feels like the responses to my YouTube videos. This feels like live reaction. Have you seen his latest video? He said that, like, Revez was crap and... BM is awful, all that kind of stuff. Did you see it?
Yeah, no, I heard that.
It's just awful. It's just the worst.
Man.
Yeah, but that's why everything I've explained there is why you're going to see very different things happening depending on the phase. They have to adapt on the fly to very different scenarios constantly. It's going to be the biggest source of wipes, and as we saw earlier with Fabo, if you time this wrong by 1 second, certainly as we're approaching Big Bang, then what happens is you're trapped in the downstairs realm, which means you're not upstairs in order to get into your portal to get back into the downstairs, and you've caused an overlap of timers there. And you can't stand near your portal either because you'll blow up when you come back out. So they need to work on this so much, but practice is going to be everything. This is a nice transition into phase 2.
Yeah, no, this is looking really quite nice. So second phase 2.
Now. No, this is good.
No, they're going to all head over to their cores. You see that the ranged and melee are kind of split up for it because you need to do 2 cores at once. Once again, we will have Fabo going over relatively early in order to get a gateway for melee, which is sometimes used, sometimes not. But there you go, you can see him moving over there. This phase is more really a healing check and making sure people are awake with their bombs. So as long as you move out of your bombs, largely speaking, you, as a DPS, you're kind of just nuking in this phase. Not a whole lot that you need to do.
This is a healer fight carry. The DPS have a lot of technical jobs, but basically it's the Moonkins and the Shadow Priests that are going to be managing those orbs.
They got a lot of damage into that orb.
That was lovely. Nice. This is great. This is a really good transition. Now let's hope we get good timers on the orbs. There's the healing absorb. They did manage to get the raid relatively healthy before that happened. And you can see he's going to go in and do a knock. See, this is all part of the strategy. Sometimes they need a knock, sometimes they don't.
Yep.
It's purely down to how the timer started, and Scripe is guiding them so carefully through this. But this is looking very, very good now. Yep. Roger and Canuck's very low with that giant healing absorb on them. They have to clear the healing absorb before they can top them. But the healers are, I mean, you can see the HPS right there. Velo now at 27k HPS at nearly 3+ minutes into this fight. Like, it's absolutely brutal, the amount that needs to happen here.
It's good that they're keeping it chill, though. They shouldn't get overexcited because this is literally the same thing that they saw in the previous phases. Yes, it might have a slight different... we've done this many times before, and this is looking very, very good, though. Everyone is alive.
This will be a new best easily.
Yeah, 100% a new best. You can see some of the vortexes coming down to make it so that we can control these ads in slightly different ways as is needed, as you've pointed out before, Mike, making sure that we get them at the right timers. It seems like, good use of Ice Block there.
Yeah, I think he had to do an emergency soak there and back someone up.
This is going to be a little rough, though. Is that ad dead? Okay, head over towards your zones, and let's see if we can get people downstairs.
Okay, in submission 3.
Wow, this is the first time we've ever seen it.
Oh, Deep Shade's just making... Oh, my God, Fabo.
Well done.
Whew,
wow.
Fabo, you legend, dude. So, you absolute legend.
We are heading into this last... this is the last time we'll be downstairs, and the boss is at 39%. Really, really doing well. The raid is taking an absolute beating, though. You can just see how much everyone is getting annihilated
We
here.
swapped to a healer. I'd love to see the mana situation right now.
It's going to look rough.
Oh, it's not terrible.
Hopefully we got some CDs coming up
relatively damage coming into this raid.
Yeah, we need CDs to cover this.
Yeah, now they're gathered, they'll do it. They were waiting until they all gathered up to pump here. They still have to... They are clearing this phase, and now we move into the final phase. We're on our way.
And the boss is at 35%. This is it. Once this ends, this is the end of it. Yep. We still have to play this phase out, like, perfectly, but we're not going back down. Never again.
Nope, we're not going back down at all. But, I mean, can we change over to Roger? I would love to see if we can see the estimated 5:48. So he's in rage in 10 seconds, Alex?
Really? I hope not. To me, it feels like this phase should just end with the... So maybe it's a lot
there's
longer
6. That's not the enrage. Okay, I thought it was a 6 enrage.
I thought it was as well. So maybe we're going to be going a little bit longer than this. Massive Bang, I think, is the enrage cast, and that's coming in 30 seconds. Okay. So you still see that they're going to be clearing. They're not going to be going over and damaging any of the stuff around the edges anymore.
They've lost Jimmy, but they can combat res. Perfecto with the cheat death into the Cloak of Shadows to protect him from that.
Oh, my Lord.
They've got to keep their cool here because this is so much science they're gaining right now. I mean, genuinely, information here is everything. Massive Bang is coming in 9 seconds.
The boss at 25%, though. That's a lot of work that we need to be putting into this. Let's see exactly what's going to be happening if this timer is accurate or not. We're going to have a bunch of players die, though, which we really don't want.
He's casting Massive Bang.
Massive Bang. Players, unfortunately, are going to explode here with the debuffs, which are going to cause us to maybe wipe a tiny little bit earlier. 2, 1.
So when the hell's he in rage? They don't know. Look at Roger's face. They've no idea.
Oh, he just casts it over and over again. So you can immune it once.
Interesting.
But he will just cast it over and over again.
So he just spam cast the Massive Bang. Okay, so they can buy time. A little bit.
Yeah, I guess.
Don't die, Roger. Coward. Oh, yeah, he was almost going to kill it. I almost killed that, bro.
20%.
New best by a long way, but forget the percentages. So much information gathered.
Oh,
they know exactly. So it looks like 640 is kind of the enrage, but it can be extended slightly.
Yes, you can immune that first hit. That's okay. So this is the first time that we've seen the enrage, and we've seen the percentage that the boss has been at. Do we really? Like, do you think they can squeeze out another 20%?
Are you actually fucking kidding me? They're going to kill this today. Are you actually fucking kidding me? This is now turned into an echo fight. Okay, did you just say we need to smock? Because I can smock. I can smock. Absolutely. Yes.
Oh.
Because they have a lot to clean up and a lot of optimization to do. They are going to unleash the Zug Zug. Narco! Woohoo! We might see some comp changes now.
I think now might be a good time to do it, yeah. Especially if we can see that certain classes are certainly outperforming others, you know, maybe bringing in more warriors, those sort of things is going to be very, very useful.
They have never heard of a DPS timer they can't beat. They're going in. And they're going to go strong.
I don't know, man.
Why is production sad? What? We're going to get another boss kill. What are you mad for? Oh.
Credit Karma helps members get approved for a credit card 66% more often with Karma Confidence technology. But if you purchase art with Wheelbarrow Cash, you probably don't need a new card. Get the money app that shows your chances at a great credit card. Create your own karma with Credit Karma.
Should I go in here? No, we have to find the key. Wait, is that my DoorDash?
Pizza and beef jerky for Lucy.
Wait, if he's DoorDash, then who's?
Never leave the game when you order with DoorDash.
Have splits done already.
They're going to keep the Shadow, then maybe they want to... I don't think they've necessarily funneled too much into our Shadow Priest. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't. But yeah, I think just because it's a whole, as you said, the raid is like almost 50% made up of new people from, in comparison to the
kill squad.
Yeah, so...
Well, you got to remember, that was the kill squad with the AoE damage twist.
Yes.
It's not the single target kill squad.
So we have a completely new set of people that I imagine there's just small upgrades that we can go and get, but yeah. Sad times. Big sad times.
Buttery biscuit base. That's what they... I mean, 20% is a long way to go, but it's killable to them. I know in their minds, it's like, all right, okay. We know what we need to do now. Let's... God, you know the relearning is going to happen if they have to swap characters who haven't been on this fight.
Yeah.
Because if you bring in more Moonkins, I'd tell them they're not allowed to... Have you ever tried telling a Moonkin not to Starfall?
That's a very difficult proposition.
It's like me with my kids. Don't eat the sweets. Like...
Not gonna happen. Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I don't think you're bringing more Boomkins. I legitimately think you're just going to replace single target damage, which is lower, with better single target damage. That's it. And
who's the best single target, like mathematically at the moment? Have we got some? Has somebody made some sort of graph?
I think that most of the graphs are relating to double Lego. I couldn't find any.
Your Moonkids aren't going anywhere because they're managing the star deaths.
Yeah, so we'll keep 2 of those.
Yeah. So Demolox, Rogues. So we could see Swag coming in on the Rogue. Swag might need some gear. Gingy time.
This fight hasn't really got the tools that you want to run with a Hunter, in my opinion. This
is now about damage.
Yeah, there's nothing that a Hunter brings.
Yeah, this is now about DPS. Because remember, the orbs downstairs, they don't DPS them. You use your own health to DPS them. Yep. So you're just slamming boss. The orbs around the room, Shadow Priest and Moonkin. You want to keep. I think you really want to keep in the 2 Moonkin Shadow Priest combo because they're dealing with all the orbs.
Yeah,
and they're now good with that. They just managed it to the end of the fight perfectly.
Yes.
So you kind of want to keep that. And the melee are there to zug them when they get too close and, you know, Scripe calls for the death. They just zug them quickly. Feral Dream. Dude, is there any surprises left in this race? Maybe.
I think that would be, in all fairness.
Maybe.
They still haven't tried 20 Paladins.
Immunity works at the end. Immunity works. There's nothing left that could surprise me in here. I'm telling you. I mean, what could we consider to be the best single target fight in the raid right now? Skolex?
Skolex has literally no ads. I think every other boss has some form of cleave or ads from memory.
So if I go to not all percentiles, no, we want max. Who's pumping? Demo Warlock, Sub Rogue, Shadow, Enhancement, Frost and Fire, Ellie, Fury, BM, Assass. But your top 5 there are Demo, Sub, Shadow, Enhancement, Frost and Fire. That's according to Warcraft logs and doesn't represent much.
Interesting though.
Yeah.
They've already got quite a good amount of those in the raid already, so legitimately have zero idea what we're looking to bring to the
and obviously gear is now going to affect that as well, because this is like, you now have to include the fact that some of these characters are extremely well geared. So they might just be sim your character.
Yeah,
that's
see what we can go and get.
Sim
do a
your
optimizer.
character.
See what we can slam on out. I'm just surprised that, of course, this boss health has already been nerfed, and having it already at 20% on what was a very, very good pull, in my opinion. Of course, there's room for optimization, but I was expecting it to be a little bit lower than that, 20%. Right at the very end there, and that was after an enrage cast that we managed to half cheese. Ooh,
who's their 3rd and 4th demo locks?
I don't know how many
not
locks
Narco.
they have.
I think they have 2 prepared. Flex lock. They do have flex, but his mage is pretty well geared. But he will have, as we've talked about so many times in this race, the guys have been non-stop gearing their alts just in case of scenarios like this. So we might see flex locks joining if his warlock is high enough. The rage cast is 30 seconds. They didn't choose it. No, he just spams Big Bang.
Yeah.
So you can immune the first Big Bang, and then you can survive that extra Big Bang cast to do DPS. There's no cheese going on or anything like that. Wolf Disco? Yeah, I'm not too familiar with Wolf. I've never met him. He was obviously, this is his first tier with Echo, so maybe he's got a Warlock ready. Do you want to lose his Warrior, though? Probably not.
Is he even in at the moment?
Yes.
Because they're running 2 Warriors. Who are the 2 Warriors?
Revez and Wolf Disco.
Okay, so we can bring,
so
like,
Frago.
we can bring Swag in if we wanted to. You know, that would certainly be a possibility.
They might not go for it yet, but they have a lot of ground to make up, which means the damage profile probably needs to change.
You can see that Roger isn't in there, though, and I do think that's the correct decision.
Can we cut to the sadness? And production cue the sad rain music? Can we black and white his screen? If possible. Oh.
Oh, sad, man.
I bought my spear. I bought my spear. And I told Scribe I was better than Gingy. But it turns out that I'm just shit.
Oh.
And now I have to sit here. Anyone for Zereth Mortis?
Oh, man.
Anyone for Zereth Mortis? No? He's took his headphones off.
He has. He's sick of it.
He's took his headphones off. Look at that.
That's major sad.
Go give him a Milky Way.
It does make me feel better.
Do we call him the Narco? Maybe not. Maybe not.
Well,
Race to World First Quests? Yeah, dude. I can fly in Zereth Mortis, though.
That's good.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
but not surprising that the hunters are out. But yes. So who's coming in? Who's the one man that can make up 20% boss health on a fight like this?
I'm thinking, for me, I think it's Warriors. I think bringing some more Warriors, especially if you're placing a melee for a melee. If the melee range balance is important, then having that extra Warrior in there is good. Rogue as well.
I think it's Rogue. I think we're going to see Swag Rogue joining in. Just going off math with 2 Fs.
Math.
Yeah, we can see generally. Oh, but where do you put him? Oh, you drop Jimmy out of the Wind Fury group.
Yeah.
You drop Jimmy out of the Wind Fury group. You put Swag in his place.
Yeah.
Narco and Rep Pally. There's hopes and there's prayers.
And
I don't think we're at that time yet, guys. I don't think we're at that time.
Yeah, we don't have to, go full out.
5 put. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to just keep bringing out the Terminator, right?
Gotta let him recharge.
Yeah. Plus, he's only coming in when they're 5 pulls from the kill.
Yeah,
that's the only time Narco's got to join in that team. But I think Swag Rogue seems likely. They're not going breaking for splits yet. It looks like they're actually getting the Summon Stone up, so someone's coming in immediately just to see if they can make a difference. They do have to be a little careful here, Alex, with comp changes.
The thing is that generally speaking, switching new people
Oh, who else?
in,
Just, oh, nice.
yeah, switching new people in, it's ideally you want to go with your best comp, but in a fight like this, it honestly feels like you can kind of take the vibe from everyone else. Like that new 20th person is going to take the same length of time to catch up to the rest of the team because they will probably have been watching or at least know.
Oh yeah, I mean,
ahead
instead
of
they've
time.
got pages of notes that they're putting out to the whole guild. Every time they make a change, it's pushed to the whole guild, and you are expected to be paying close attention and listening in on certainly what Scribe and etc. is explaining.
And yeah, so I think that you can kind of go with the flow with everyone else here. I think that whoever they bring in is going to not cause too many issues, if any issues at all. Roger did not have any sort of influence over the Quasar ads, the ones that we use to remove our debuffs, which is the primary concern. So with perhaps switching Roger out for another person who's just going to be slamming the boss, that's going to help, but that isn't going to be 20% by itself.
I'll tell you what I want to do, because we said we have access to the logs. I might not share this with you guys, so sorry. But I just want to see who is slamming the boss the hardest by a long way, because that'll be very different to what the damage meter shows.
Stephen, did you know a TurboTax Live expert can do your simple tax return for you? For free. It's true. For limited time, TurboTax is free for simple returns, even when an expert files for you.
I'm stuck in this, like, infinite time loop thing. I'm reliving the same day over and over again. I get to do whatever I want.
Plus, nacho fries never leave the menu.
She's violating the nacho fries limited timeline.
Does that happen every day? Let's dip.
Try her now!
What's happening?
Let's get spicy!
Look out!
Philips presents One Blade. Trim, edge, shave. For every style, for your style. Philips One Blade. Your style made simple. Together, we make life better.
Philips. This is because it completely messed with the debuffs. Like it wrecked it so hard that Scribe was a CBA dealing with this nonsense. Another range. I don't know who the fourth Warlock would be, because ordinarily, I think it's Swag.
They're certainly making...
Or a Warrior. Whoever does the most damage, it'll literally come down to the Sims here. It will be a Sim case. It's like, who Sims higher? That's it.
Warrior or Rogue, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean,
Warrior
would be Swag Warrior, Swag Rogue, or Frago on his Warrior is likely to be joining this foray into Explosion Country.
Yeah, Warriors are very nice as well, in my opinion, just with the rally that they've got. But, of course, it's whether or not they need it. Well, they didn't need it. They got through it without having that. But it is a nice tool to have. So if they can catch up on the damage has to be the primary concern here, in my opinion. That's the thing they need to
It doesn't feel like a fight where you drop a healer, that's for sure.
Well, they did quite well for healing for like an entire phase once, but they did have like 3 mana at the end of it.
Yeah, as long as you blow everything. And there it is.
Rogue.
Yes.
Okay.
As predicted.
Fantastic.
Yep, that is exactly kind of what we expected there, dudes. Another Rogue coming in. Whether they'll need splits for Swag's Rogue, I mean, he's been in for quite a few fights. He was in for Halondrus on the Rogue. He's done quite well. It's not Narco Rogue. No, sorry, not Narco Rogue. But we'll take a look at the next poll as to how Swag's armory is looking on that character and exactly what he's missing. There might be something obvious, like some daggers or whatever, that you can get some upgrades from. You might see Heroic Jailer even coming in. I need to see the Heroic Jailer's loot table, actually.
Yeah, no, there's I'm sure there's lots of little bits and pieces that they can go and collect. Like very much like they did yesterday, where they went and got Narco's 4 set, and they went and got Gingia's stuff, and they tried to get the trinket as well. You know, they might have like a small shopping list of certain things that they want to go and get.
Speaking of which, production destroying the set. Trying to work over here.
Can you keep it down, Sam? Come on.
It's your attitude I don't like.
Okay. Oh man.
Oh, poor
get told off.
Ah well.
But yeah, so it looks like they are going for a ready check. I wonder if they're actually going to go for a pull with this, just go slamming straight in.
They're definitely going to reassign some DPS here. Looking at the logs for their best pull, there's definitely some switching off going on there. In fact, I'd like to check exactly what's going on over here. Because I believe... Yeah, as you can see, a lot of shifting damage profiles there, especially here. You see attacking and doing things in places that probably are going to shift now. So what they'll have to do...
Yeah, totally right, actually.
Yeah, it's a total shift of priorities now for DPS. This boss needs to be punished in the most harsh way imaginable.
They just need to slam. They really need to optimize every single last second.
Where'd you clean up DPS here, Al? Where are you finding that DPS?
The thing is that Melee have got really good uptime. There isn't anything that's really dragging them out a whole lot. Sometimes when they've got debuffs, they're kind of like mucking around and not being like super precise, but I think they could just need to get a little bit more greed on the go. The downstairs phases are very, very efficient, using the gateways from going from one orb to the other. You know, like there's very little downtime in terms of movement, which would normally screw over the casters.
I think that might go, you know, because
for the Melee group, maybe.
I think the Melee will stop doing that so they could DPS the boss for an extra couple of seconds on the way over, as long as the orb dies in time. Because obviously the purpose of that gateway was to have the Melee giving their health to that orb a little faster. If they could push that timer a little bit longer, then they could DPS the boss a bit more. Those would be where they'll be looking for those innovations.
We have a little list of the things that we are looking to go, and apparently it's not as bad as I thought it would be. Looking to go and get a heroic Anduin helm, a normal Rygalon chest, and this is for Priest, for Jeeth's Priest.
What?
I expected more.
What?
Maybe they just can't get more?
Are they planning the 4 heal?
Oh, don't.
Dude.
Oh, don't. Maybe.
Maybe.
It's 20% to make up within, what, 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes before the enrage? Yep, maybe they are. They done a phase with it. We're going to need to bring in like 12 boomkins.
Oh.
Just for the innovate for that. That's going to be rough.
Okay, so they're either going to go... Oh, man, this is going to get wild. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to get wild.
If at all, I was actually wondering,
I'm
because
interested
with the
now.
change, I want to see how the comms sound like. So if they're not in secret space, is there a chance that we could listen in on comms on this next poll?
Got a healer taking notes.
Okay, so we're going to be jumping into some comms for this poll and just listen to how the guys do with their new rogue. And Roger out. Let's have a listen.
Max the damage too much here. We need to change one thing, Lorok, after pull.
Oh, you're getting bench Lorok.
Yeah.
Fuck night for
him.
Actually, I don't even have the list. I thought you got the Vicars. We don't need a ring.
Okay. Yeah, I should have the big smashes right now.
I don't know anything. Was you guys gonna
It's
play
fine.
good? There are melee ones coming in. We need to do some damage
thank you.
inside. We have to do some damage inside. These are ranged ones. Hit the orb inside.
You did it.
Yep.
It's good timing, sir.
Remember Menace, you swapped. It was good timings, but it's
off.
Oh, okay. Your solo
Can
timings now.
Rest him?
Can't rest him.
You can't. You can't. Your solo.
Yeah, let's try it, I guess. Fuck it.
Open MZ, Vika.
Someone wait, I'll try and soak the range one as well. Fuck it, I'm alpha.
Try it. Take a GA or some shit, dude.
I can try and taunt for you, Robin, with network and one reset.
It's fine, bro.
I'm gonna shoot it.
After that, reset, yeah. Range one.
Oh, yeah, this looks good.
On Newcastle, yeah.
Okay.
You played the Angle Wiper.
Yeah, that's fine. I fix big weeks one sec. Wait.
Getting out bars off, by the way.
I live, I'm in a pod. Wait, taunting?
Nice, nice. Oh, it's true. Logo gets the POV now.
Velo it.
But who assassinated me, man? Who did a bounce under me?
Maybe me, actually. Because I went in very late.
I
And
did not
some
roll
other
up
people.
Where did you stand, Maris?
It was
Like
the
here.
place I saw it.
You bounced me to try before
Oh,
Zwilfa, where
then
I
I was
have to pay
definitely not me.
attention. Like, I don't see
I
you.
legit, I flew from here off, yeah.
No, I don't think it was me.
I was standing here with the bouncer, I thought maybe.
Like, I
No.
already dodged people, yeah? Like,
No.
So
Last
good.
try you were just chilling.
Definitely not.
Either wait for the POV fix, either way. So.
I think I got knocked twice that fight actually. And this time as well, I think it was Connex? Or who was it?
The thing is, this time for us, especially, I like even ran towards like the middle-ish side, so like everyone can stand already on their positions.
Yeah.
But I think then Meres got clipped like as last guy. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
But like I'm obviously waddling and I have to get to my position as well, and I was the exact opposite side. So I don't know. I think I did it pretty good, like dodging everyone except him.
Great, Pablo. Yeah, you did great. Everyone is assembling around Logox PC. I'm scared.
I think Roger's going to have more support.
Oh, they're coming back. They're coming back. God bless.
Guess it looks fine. Yeah, ready checking.
Bomba res me, Connex.
Yeah, you just want a normal, he wants a CR, bro.
He wants the ultimate
power. I want. Wait, is the buff going away when we pull Connex or what?
I don't know.
Pulling.
Well, hopefully not.
Remember to repair if you need. Oh no.
It just became a 20 set.
Yeah, I saw.
Proper timers, don't need ring. Release quick though. That ranged one's quick.
I think I taunted too early. I can take 2 is fine. We're back
No.
to
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As they're just formulating their plans for what's about to happen, but of course, ever present as I just ran over and asked them what's going to happen. So, we believe killable. We believe strongly killable. It's going to happen. They believe it. I believe it. It's going to happen sooner or later. So, we're looking for help for you. They're bringing in another priest. We need some help. Heroic Anduin. And what was the other one? Normal Rygalon. If you could trade the helmet from Anduin and Normal Rygalon, they need your help because Jesse is going to be joining. I imagine the Shaman's going out, honestly, Al. I think that's what's going to happen. I think we're going to drop Zatsi, unfortunately, who is currently filling in while Jesse prepares his priest for it. Copium? No way! Are you really, after Lords of Dread, going to doubt these guys can pull DPS from nowhere?
Yeah, there's a lot of room for improvement. That was the first time they saw that phase, and normally, you know, they can do a hell of a lot of improvement. So now that they know, well, you can just feel the vibe in there a little bit. It's a little bit electric going on. It's just tons and tons of incoming damage that they need to, well, outgoing damage that they need to improve on. That's the main thing. Oh no. G help? Okay. So I'll keep going. So they are at the moment on monkey ass. We are indeed. We good? Okay, we good. We're working on a pool here.
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
It's not monk ass, obviously.
No, we're focused on Rygalon. No one cares about what I was doing.
Oh, no. And a complete catastrophe did occur there, but not in the studio, fortunately.
No, everything's fine.
Everything's fine.
See, the set is integrities maintained. And that's fantastic. Yeah, they're not going to 4-heal it, I don't think. I think they're going to swap out Zatsi. Another priest coming in. But, of course, they want Velo to stay on that monk because... look at the healing meter. Yes, super worthwhile. But they also want to keep Zalia and Ryson on their priest, so it'll be Jeeth, I believe, swapping over to the priest. I'm not sure if he's more familiar with Holy or Dip.
PTI, I need the PDF, COB, aka EOD. What's the ETA?
ASAP, FYI.
LMK.
HBD Gordon. HBDY.
Oh, well, look at this GIF. It's GIF. FWIW.
ROTFL.
You see my IM?
TLDR.
What?
Too long. Didn't read.
Okay.
We don't need any more acronyms, but we could all use more ways to save.
BMX, YOLO!
Switch to Geico for more ways to save.
As a mage.
Master Chief recovered something.
Sacred ring. Halo.
When I touched the object, it felt different.
What does one do with a superhuman you're not sure you can trust?
Philips presents One Blade. Trim, edge, shave. For every style, for your style. Philips One Blade. Your style made simple. Together, we make life better.
Philips.
For March Madness, the Dave single is just a buck in the Wendy's app. Reg!
Lunchtime, baby.
Lunchtime indeed, Rich.
Get a hot and juicy Dave single for just a buck in the app. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Down. Yeah, I guess we need to start a notepad to see the boss percentage checks, because it is going to be getting better and better as we push on through here. You can see the orbs being soaked. The new, well, it is there on Heroic, but the debuff is just a lot crueler on Mythic. Lordgok taking a ton of damage there, but it is all under control. Really looking forward to seeing them get this priest in for the improvement, but they can still do a lot in terms of just getting used to it. It's not going to change the fight for the majority of the players. Just one player is going to be getting a PI. Everyone else should be feeling pretty much the same. So, yeah, they're just going to keep on slamming, keep going as hard as they possibly can as we're entering the first downstairs singularity phase.
Yeah, there's 4 down phases, right?
There are 3.
3, okay. So I'm going to record the HP, fellas, at the end of every down phase, like when they pop out.
Okay.
And that way we can gauge how the damage profile will shift over the course of this fight and see where the improvements are. But I do think they're going to start skipping doing damage on certain things and just keep squeezing Rygelon every step of the way. Keep squeezing, keep squeezing. A little bit of damage going into the matter there for later on. That's fine. But as you can see, just got to pump. So where are we at there? 73?
Yep.
All right, so we'll call it 73 on the first one.
And
hopefully we'll progress enough to actually see the second one.
Yeah, well, we've got to go through the same very, very complicated phase 1, but they are starting to kind of get the vibe for it. You know, things will still go wrong, obviously, but it's starting to feel more and more controlled. You know, it doesn't feel like it's a fluke when
this is the experience.
Yeah,
this is the experience coming, because although all the same problems are occurring with these mismatched timers, all that nonsense that we talked about this morning, these players are now used to it and recognizing those alternate patterns that can occur with this fight. As long as, even though it's not super consistent, just putting a bit of damage into the matter over here while they can, because they do explode. So it's not like they really can stick around at the boss anyway. So you might as well get that damage in order to prepare for the next phase. That is more than fine as they keep working Rygelon down. And we now know it is like a 630, 640 in rage.
Something around that when it casts his large big bang that you, massive slam, whatever it is, that you need to either immune, well, normally this is the mechanic here that is actually killing them on the enrage, but we can circumvent it in this phase by going into one of these little zones. You can see that we're right until the last second, until when they go into there. They could even cut it a little bit finer if they really wanted to.
That's what they'll be picking up, just like they did with Lords of Dread.
Yep.
They'll be looking for ways to buy extra globals, extra squeezes of DPS, just to keep pumping and pumping Rygelon as much as possible. So it'd be interesting to see if the melee even take the gateway this time.
Or if they'll just follow the boss?
Yeah, if they just stay on the boss this time. So some taking the gateway, some not, which is what I expected. I imagine like the rogues and stuff probably won't. We'll check it with Perfecto next time he's in the downstairs phase and see exactly how he's doing. So what are we on there?
Ooh, that's the boss at the end of the cast being at 53% at the very end.
53.
Yep.
All right, so 73 to 53 after the first one. They have one more downstairs phase, guys. And then they'll be going for it.
The thing is, they don't have Bloodlust or anything available either. That's used right at the very beginning. So, you know, in terms of overall time left on this fight, not a whole lot, and the boss is still just getting to the 50%.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see how much lower they can get it. Right now, this does feel like very smooth. I don't know, maybe it's because it was the first time seeing it last time that it felt a bit more chaotic, but this one seems to be almost a controlled
fight.
chaos.
That's the thing. So if you learn all those patterns in that phase 1 practice, you still enact the same process throughout the rest of the phases. That's the thing. So
it's a very precise location to stand in.
Got to stay on the boss.
Yeah.
Cannot let this boss get away from me at any point in time.
So low there, but fortunately getting the output needed. Just everyone clearing those debuffs within a short period of time of each other, plus a healing absorb. Really, really nasty stuff, especially with all this soaking to be done. Oh, I was going to say, Soul was going low there, but managed to get himself topped up. Very, very nasty dot on him. He does need to have some attention placed onto him. Looks like we've only got 2 more debuffs to clear. Debuffs have been cleared, and you'll see players get
Let's follow Perfecto,
locations.
please, production. I want to see how they're doing with this gateway when they pop in. So really going in, well, again, a bit late there. You can do more damage.
That was quite early, wasn't it?
Yep. Oh!
We're fine.
Extra spicy mayonnaise for Perfecto there. This is nice. A little bit of consistency from Echo. I've never thought I'd see the day. But this is a tough phase for them to go through. They've got to make sure they manage it. Yeah, not taking the gateway. Not surprising. The Rogues choosing to stay on the boss for every single global that they have available. Having to move out.
I think it's very much because they need a certain amount of people to be on that sphere for it to die in time, and but they also want some of the melee DPS to stay on the boss. But going into the very last phase,
33.
we're no longer going down. Boss at 33. But probably looking at a new best here. Of course, doing 33% of the boss's health within a minute and a bit is not going to be all too easy to do. But we will certainly find out exactly how successful they are.
Does Cloak work on Big Bang?
I would imagine that it would, but then again, they did like kind of nuke a lot of stuff that Rogues could cheese back in what was it, Legion.
Yep.
So it wouldn't surprise me if this one might even pierce through Cloak. That would be a shame though. But we will definitely see boss's health kind of middling, honestly. Seems like it's about on pace of last time. It would be interesting to see exactly how low it goes. Players are certainly going lower than the bosses right now, though. Look at that incoming damage, is absolutely insane.
And the heal absorbs on top
of
it.
Oh, man, that's crazy. That knock back into a blink, very, very cool. Going to get 2 battle reses up at this point just to get the last few percent that we can. We're getting the last set of debuffs in. Just need to survive through this. This is going to be
boss snacked
real
that. Yeah,
rough,
the
though.
boss snacked it. They were just a little delayed there. The boss snacked. That's the loss of Shadow Priest.
Yeah, loss of Lorca and Arjada at the same time.
You lost the
control.
The controllers there. But yeah, they had about 20 seconds to kill that.
Interesting.
They had about 20 seconds to kill that. So yeah, no problem. Easy game.
I do like how
easy life.
Legitimately the same reaction of, yeah, okay, interesting.
Plus it raids shenanigans. I mean, the only shenanigan is the immunity of one.
I don't think anyone has two immunities
no one
back
can,
to
yeah,
back.
I don't think you can back to push. It's a 30-second gap between casts.
Like in theory, what you could do is you could immune one and then like have a paladin, prop paladin. They could immune one and then they could put spell warding on the person for the second time around, in theory, but which would extend it ever so slightly. But that's like pretty much getting only one person through. And assuming spell warding works, I don't actually know. But
I mean, Touch of Death does about 20% of the boss HP. Am I right?
Yeah, just bring Charms of Monks then. Okay.
Yeah.
We fix. Easy.
And if you use Fortifying Brew, you can do it a bit earlier and get the win. I'm just going to check the damage profile and see how it shifted side by side, because we obviously saw the Rogues, both of them, right near the top.
Oh yeah.
There, and see if they completely shifted it around.
Well, I do.
Oh yeah, for sure. In fact, interesting here, Al. If you take a look at the logs.
Oh.
That's
the right one?
No, it's not.
I was
going to
say.
Yeah, because Swag's not on that list, so they mustn't have updated us yet.
Unbelievable.
Oh, Roger's not in the raid. Log denied.
What are we gonna do, Mike?
Roger,
I need my logs.
Can't check.
Someone go tell him off. Tell him off that we need our logs back. How could he?
Oh, there's the group forming. You see Jeeth's in there now. I wonder if he's also... Are they taking him to Mythic Plus for something?
Oh, they might be jumping in M+, yeah. I'm not sure. That's like an
Narco
M+.
Rogue's ready.
There we go. We are setting up the raid stuff here.
Yeah, there we go. If you guys can help, it would be so appreciative. You can see the groups there. If you just type Echo into the custom group finder, you will find them. Heroic Anduin Helm and the normal mode Rygalon chest, I believe.
Yep, both for Priest, that is. So if you can do some tradies within that Priest bracket. I can't actually remember who shares with Priest. I'm sure chat will let us know. But if you can share within that bracket, then please do. Oh, there it is. Priest, Paladin, and Shaman.
Yep.
So you would just have to just go and find them in the pre-made group finder under custom. Just type in Echo and you will be found. So yeah, if you can go do that, guys, very much appreciated. It's going to bring us ever so much closer to getting this boss down. As the Priest is certainly going to help with a little bit more additional output just with that extra PI and just generally speaking, they can kind of slam a little bit.
From the, especially if he's going to be playing Dis, you reckon? They're doing 2 whole...
It's impossible to take hold of the world spotlight overnight. Create your own uniform. Be a cover model, a powerful athlete, or compete as a trans woman. Impossible? No. I'm possible.
because at the moment the Holy Priests are only getting to be able to put out like 500 DPS.
Yeah, which is obviously pretty low in comparison to what you can get from Holy Paladins or a Disc Priest, where you're more looking around 3 to 2k DPS.
Yeah, comparatively, on their best pulls, Scaris is putting out 2.5.
Yeah.
So he's doing 2.5k DPS, while the Holy Priests are putting out 500. So getting a disc in, if they can, might be helpful, but they'll know better than I whether it's just we just need more output on top of more output on top of more output to just keep putting more and more output in.
Man.
Where they're going to find this damage, I don't think it's going to be in phase 1 particularly. I think we can expect Rygelon to be floating around that 73% mark because it is the Bloodlust phase. They've optimized this phase quite a lot anyway. It's going to be in other phases that are going to deal with it, but we'll see because they're at 80 now. So
you can always squeeze out more damage by hitting your keys harder as well.
True. That's
So
why we get good keyboards.
Yeah, no, you can. It's so funny if you when you go.
Sol didn't get in. That's just a
They
wipe
should
at this point.
they
but,
should still practice,
Yeah, they
I
can
think.
still practice and get used to more patterns, especially for Swag. He needs to see all the different patterns that occur. And no doubt he has been watching, but it helps nonetheless. And to just optimize your play. Find optimizations, guys. That'll be Scribe's messages. Find ways to do more. Nothing more, nothing less. It's kind of rough because I don't believe if you die upstairs, you cannot be res while you're down here. So
You're
just
in a
locked
different
out of the
phase, yeah.
Yeah, you're just completely. It's like Zakul was like that. He used to
I think if
screw you up.
I think if you die downstairs though, you can be restored back upstairs, which is
Yeah,
nice,
when they
so-
come out, they can get him back up. But you are lost for that entire damage phase. 72.5. So that even without Sol, they did shave off about 0.5%. They need to find about 40 times that.
Oh, Perfecto's gone down, unfortunately.
Interesting. Wonder what
I
killed
don't
him
even
there.
know what to, actually. Maybe it was the tank cleave
Oh,
or
he-
something?
he
I don't even know if the tank has a cleave, actually, thinking about it. If the boss has a tank
No,
cleave.
he looks like he jumped off. He's
Oh.
down at the bottom of the platform.
Maybe a, what's it called, exploded. A debuff exploded near him and knocked him away.
Yep.
He didn't have Shadow Step available or something like that.
That could happen.
Yeah.
That can happen. He's laughing about it.
Yeah, I imagine
you killed
that
me,
is-
bro.
I imagine that is a being thrown off the platform face.
You killed me, bro. Why you do this? Why you kill me, bro? But yes, we want to see this. We want to see this percentage drop lower and lower. So if you can help them out, we are pushing it heavily because they want to get it done really, really fast. Heroic Anduin helmet, normal Rygelon chest. The groups are up. Jinji is organizing those groups. If you can help out, get there. Another priest in here. I think we've actually utilized after this 4 of the 5 healers of 4 of the 6 healers that Echo has have all played priest. Velo played priest on Lords of Dread.
Yeah.
I mean, in healing priest terms, Sol has been Shadow, but Ryson priest, Zalia priest, and now Jesse dropping the Paladin for the priest.
Yeah, no, fair enough. That's a lot. That's a lot of priests.
That's you know, if you ever doubted the power of the healing specs on the priest, well, not this expansion.
I just like to see Holy, man. I like to see these output specs that are just underrepresented.
They're the most straight up healer in the game.
Yeah.
That's the great thing I've always loved about Holy Priest is they do what you expect. If you're in like an MMORPG noob or even an RPG noob, the Holy Priest does exactly what you'd expect it to do. People take damage and you straight up heal it.
Yep.
There's nothing funky. You know, Resto Druids work with heals over time. That's very tricky for some people who are like, so it will heal them, but not now, but they're not full health. It could be a little awkward. Mistweavers have all sorts of funky jazz going on with how
they
their
do.
heals work, with Renewing Mist jumping around and trying to control it and you know, trying to get double effects with that focus T. All different ways. Paladins are like melee and then generating combo points in order to heal. Whereas the Holy Priest and Disc, of course, is just bananas for a lot of players.
yeah, no,
Like,
Disc is good. Yeah, no,
it's
Disc
so
is,
fun though. I love playing Disc. Like, it's my favorite healing spec.
I
for
played
sure.
Disc a couple of times. I remember doing it back in Legion with the artifact weapon, where if you landed it after a full ramp, you basically lay on hands the entire group.
Oh,
That
it's
was really
so
fun.
disgusting.
But yeah, it's very difficult to play Disc in comparison to the other healers. At least for me, I find that to be a completely different way of thinking. Very much, you're having to sort out ramps and make sure you're getting to places in advance. But hey ho.
Ooh, Orc Priest. Yikes.
I think that might be
it's a toy, but it's
toy.
just disgusting. That is as bad as like a male Tauren Holy Priest. Absolutely. Yeah, thank you, production. Please protect my eyes.
Production apologizing for using such a disgusting point of view.
It's just rancid. It's so bad. It really is so bad. Here are those cores I was telling you about earlier. They've been a kind of not talked about quantity of the fight because they're not exactly particularly difficult to deal with, and they're being taken care of safely for the most part. But you will periodically see these large white bluish orbs falling from the sky. They just need to be soaked up by a player and dealt with as we go into this big bang. They are lower than they were before. They're finding damage, Al.
Yeah, this is
They're
what we want to
finding
see.
it.
This is what we want to see. I think literally they only got to the Enrage once, and they were playing safe. They're there to do prog. You know, they're there to see as much as we can see. So they weren't expecting a god pool, and they didn't get a god pool. But now they can really work on optimizing every single last movement. You can see the range here, all taking the gateway so they don't have to run together. You know, just making that movement that much quicker. Sending only the required amount of melee in the gateway, because really you don't want to send the melee over either, but you could potentially send over the Holy Paladins as an example, just to make it so that they're helping soak that orb so we're all done in time. Getting a little bit of pre-damage out on this, and we're looking at, what, a 72.5?
72.7.
Yeah, so it's a small increase. I think, what was he last
Yeah,
time?
they got 0.5% ahead.
Yeah, so it's not too
And
bad.
I wasn't expecting anything out of that phase, actually, because that's the bloodlusted phase and the easier one for them to generally handle, because it's the first one. So I wasn't expecting them to find damage there particularly, but they have. That's good. They're finding damage. That's what matters.
Every single last hit on the boss is going to be of paramount importance. You literally cannot have... there's no such thing as, you know, you padding in this fight. Literally everyone needs to be hitting the boss full time. I guess you could pad on the orbs, but that would lead to a wipe very, very quickly. So good luck with that. So we're going to be clearing our debuffs here. You can see a crazy amount of incoming raid damage as we're getting some more debuffs that are going to be cleared in the next couple of seconds.
Question
there we go. Cool, that hurts.
I got a question to throw your way.
Go on.
Let's say they get to the point where they're like sub 10% and they're like squeezing more out is rough. Do you Vantus Rygalon and risk not being able to Vantus the Jailer?
Oh, man.
Oh, Fabo just going down. They can get him back up. Hopefully, they need to get him up fast, though, before the massive bang.
They haven't got any zones to soak,
they
they
haven't killed
screwed up downstairs.
Yeah, they haven't killed it.
See ya.
Bye.
Vantusing this, like, Vantus isn't as broken as it has been in the past, where, you know, beforehand it was like a huge increase. This time around, it's not as crazy. Look at maybe like 1 to 2% in terms of damage. That's still a lot when it comes down to this boss.
Yes, it
But
is.
of course, it's also a lot when it comes down to the next. I think that Vantusing, you'd be
That's
kind of
got to be the decision they're thinking about.
You would coin flip, right? Because if you Vantus this boss, then you're assuming that the next boss, the Jailer, is going to be easier than this boss in terms of a DPS check. Or you'll have better
And
classes
so far,
to choose
all we've
it.
seen is the DPS checks increase.
Yeah.
Every single boss from Halondrus onwards has increased the DPS requirement on the group. Oh, that group is forming now. Again, we are trying to get this done really fast and out of the way so we can get this kill in the bag, guys. Heroic Anduin, helmet, normal Rygalon chest. If you can help get Jesse Priest his tier sets, that's what he's after. He's after the 4 set. That would be super helpful. So you can check the group finder there. So that's if you could trade the tier tokens on normal Rygalon or Heroic Anduin.
Yep.
If you can help the guys out, that would be great.
You can find them in the Echo,
in the
custom group finder under Echo. So you need to be Horde as well, just so you know, Horde and EU. In order to assist with that, but hopefully not for very long.
Oh, Vantusing Rygalon and not Vantusing the Jailer. Vantusing Rygalon so you can get to the Jailer.
Well, the thing is, if you have a really set comp in mind of what you think you're going to be bringing to the Jailer, which I imagine they've got some ideas, but it's going to be pretty free-flowing.
Yeah. They might have an idea, but every boss in face style has just gone, nope.
Yeah, but it's like, in theory, if you're like, no way, like, Warlocks are trash on that fight and you'll never bring one, then you can maybe have the Warlocks Vantus this. That's what I'm more thinking.
Yeah,
obviously, you wouldn't do that.
You wouldn't do that. You want a Warlock every group.
Yeah.
But, well, we said that about mages, but Lords of Dread says otherwise.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Lords of Dread says otherwise.
Oh, that guy's getting really close.
Yeah, he's got a couple of seconds to get in. He's in. Oh, God. This is what we need to see, though. 0 downtime. I know Jimmy looks like he's got 0 downtime every time regardless. But that's the matter orb that the guys downstairs need to DPS so they can actually initiate the Big Bang correctly.
See him cleaving with that I-beam there, trying to cleave onto the orb and the boss at the same time. Yeah. Very cool little optimization there. Every single bit of point.
Well, I don't know if you ever watched, because it was kind of ultra nerdy, and Lord knows none of us are nerds. But if you watch Jimmy's review of N'Zoth, the min-maxing he was doing there, like, you didn't even recognize, and we wouldn't have cast as, was extreme. And he was just talking about it so casually. It's like, I need to position 3 yards from here to make sure that when my corruption detonation goes off, it's just on the boss, it's not touching this ad. And this ad can be slightly out of position, so I need to adjust another 5 yards this way. I need to angle my I-beam this way so it does this. It was really interesting from a complete geek standpoint. If you're a full turbo nerd like me, I was like, oh, an hour and a half of talking about N'Zoth DPS optimization. That's my Saturday night.
For a class that I'm not even playing, do go on.
And information that I will never utilize myself.
I kind of like that stuff, though.
I do,
I've looked through that kind of stuff before. It's It's all good. It's all good. Just like
God.
that intermission was pretty good. What are we looking at, boss, percent-wise? Oh, actually about average, about 73.
Yeah, they're about 1% behind. They got 72.5 last time. So 0.5% behind where they usually are. But that's not where they're going to get all the big damage from. That's the Bloodlust phase. It's pretty consistent. It's from now onwards. And especially that last phase where they were kind of panicked and trying to manage the orbs for the first time. They were probably, I imagine Scripe gave the call, just make sure you do the orbs right. I don't care about anything else. Just make sure you do the orbs right so we can see what the enrage is like, so we can see what's going on. So it's going to be in the latter back end of this fight that we'll actually see some real DPS gains compared to what we've seen before. So.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see it because the boss should get completely annihilated. I honestly think that they, even like any pool now that gets to the end phase, I think quite easily we could have like a 10-15%er. I think they can shave that off just by playing it and focusing more on their damage. But of course, it's still very difficult to get to that phase, and that's what we indeed are working on now. We still have yet to go through 2 downstairs phases, but it seems like this upstairs phase.
Where's my orb?
Relatively.
Hello.
Chill. Oh, Canix has unfortunately gone down, but Res has been put out.
Oh, poor Logok. I've got a soak, right? Where is it? He was looking. All right.
We are all going to die.
Something to fix next time.
Yes.
Something to fix next time. Oh, somebody's not in. Oh.
That was the debuff. We just didn't have a way of clearing. It looks like Fabo's debuff there.
Yep.
Sad times.
Unfortunate, a little mistimed communication on the orbs. I think that was Logok got confused there because his weak aura was like, go and soak. He's like,
I think it's just goes to show how fragile this fight is, man, and how fiddly
here.
it is.
Like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
And he's looking. You can see he's spinning his camera. Like, well, where is it? But this is kind of now we are in the hype mode of pushing towards a kill. We did mention a lot this morning is that the timers and stuff for this fight are
spicy,
super jank, but workable. That's the point. It's jank. It's not nice, but it's workable. The timers change pretty constantly on this fight. So they just need to deal with it.
The only thing that I hope for is that there isn't different variations that will be better or worse for damage. You know, actual uptime on the boss. If there's like a variation of like less than 0.5%,
that would have been.
Logok
stopped DPS there to look around. As you can see, he missed a few globals there.
Yeah, but that was, by the looks of it, through confusion. You should still be able to hit the boss and keep slamming, right?
I would hope so. He just doesn't want to cause a wipe.
Yeah, no, 100%. But the only thing I'm scared about is that if it's like an SLG style situation where you have to completely change how you do the damage on a really tight fight like this, then you might be in a little bit of problems. But we will see.
Hold. Go. Stop. Stop. Go.
Oh, sorry, guys. Forgot to say stop damage. Let's wipe and do that again, but probably in a completely different variation.
Yep. God. Oh, yeah. Man. Yeah, we don't want that. We don't want that. I don't think it's that bad on here.
No, I don't think.
Yeah, there's about 5 or 6 different patterns that can occur, and once they recognise it at the start of the fight, they're not too bad. So they should be fine. It shouldn't be Stone Leaper Generals, hopefully.
Oh, no.
What's happened there? We might see some... oh, he switched over to Venthyr. Logok was playing Night Fae this morning, but I think some of his shots were flying into orbs every now and again.
Oh, right,
so
yeah.
Switched over. You just see them Star Surges just go sailing across the room at the wrong target, which is never nice. As he pops inside, puts his dots up on the small orb, and with all these cooldowns up, he's going straight back to Rygalon. Somebody else can deal with that. I'm going to be DPSing this boss and making him feel my power of the Druid.
Oh yeah, doing some big slamming damage, especially on the pool here. You can see him actually topping the DPS meter. Of course, he has got a little bit of pad. Like, not all of that is boss damage, as we have got the Starfall coming down and hitting some of the orbs. They slowly do tick down, but it still just goes to show how much damage Druids have.
It's necessary damage.
It's a little bit.
They have to die.
Yeah, it's just a little bit.
There we go. Now he can soak the middle.
Oh man, so we're getting down these last couple of Quasars. Hopefully none of them hit the
Fabo!
boss. We do actually have clicks going into a pod there, or a pod has procced earlier on, something that they really do want to avoid. But it looks like otherwise we should be able to go into the downstairs phase, get a little bit more damage out on the boss, and just keep slamming as hard as possible. So, let's see. Yep, everyone managed to get down. Double thumbs up. Good job, gang. And
boss is nice and low, actually. It's about 1% ahead of when they usually get in here. So if they can get out here with 72, it will be the best phase 1 we've seen. So far. 72.5 is the best they've ever managed to push Rygalon to in this phase. They have optimized this heavily, so we're not expecting much. Canex and Swagger just getting absolutely battered here.
Yeah.
They're really going to be excited to get that extra healer in because these health bars are very spooky, and another priest coming in will alleviate that somewhat. Not that shamans are bad, but they're just not as great as for this style of healing.
Unfortunately, we've lost Zalia there.
Yeah,
but
we did
Battle
lose
Res
Zalia.
is available. We will be getting them up. And continuing on, boss health looking pretty decent.
Yeah, 72.5 when they came out, which is on par for their kind of best phase 1, even with Zalia going down there. They do have to put a little bit of damage into the other orbs, but not too bad nonetheless, as they keep pushing here, and we are looking to change this comp. In the next couple of pulls, they have got groups going ahead and trying to get Jesse his pieces. If they can manage it, they might not even take anybody out of here. They might just do the splits with the backup crew outside of the raid, and then Jesse will just appear. We will probably, my guess, see Zatsi stepping out, and Ryson probably swapping over to Dis to provide even more DPS. And then if they get enraged then it might be time for the Lords of Dread crew to start stepping up and polishing their axes. But we'll see, as this team is pretty much accounted for everything they need.
See that knockback there?
Yep.
Oh, that was so... I'm surprised they lived. Zoa, actually, I think...
God, that healing absorb is cruel, by the way. If you
so
are like
high.
half health, Al,
yeah,
you're just completely screwed for such a long period of
Got
time.
literally nothing available. It looks like we are actually starting to rot away at some players here, and yeah, we didn't actually get the zones. Oh,
they did, but too
right
late.
at the end. Yeah, unfortunately, that's not good enough. I think we even had a debuff up, so that second phase there of phase 1, it's went much worse than they were hoping for.
To be fair, risky is what's going to come into the plays here.
Yeah, no, you are right.
You know what I mean? Like when you need extra damage, risk level goes up massively. It does. You're going to see some scrappy wipes as they try and push and squeeze every last DPS. You're going to see the range taking that extra second to finish that cast, and Soul.
We love our new apartment,
Great kitchen, open floor plan.
but there's not much privacy.
What happened to your wall?
At least Geico makes bundling our renters and car insurance easy.
Does save us a ton. What's on this chicken?
Paprika.
I made it at home.
It's my catchphrase.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com. Someone has to fight for what's right.
Like it or not, we're walking the same path.
The only way out of here is together.
Who missed me?
You in? Let's go do something crazy.
Philips presents One Blade. Trim, edge, shave. For every style, for your style. Philips One Blade. Your style made simple. Together, we make life better.
Phillips.
Coke with coffee. We blended Coke with rich coffee for one very good reason. Your afternoon pick-me-up routine needed it. Simple as that. Coke with coffee.
But then they're going to get that another alignment at the 6-minute mark, where they can burn just before that big bang.
Yeah.
So that part is going to be absolutely crucial. Is pushing that when they're 3 minutes and 2 minutes line up again at that 6-minute mark, and they have about 40 seconds there to finish the boss off, essentially. That's going to be the most crucial part of this fight, because everything's kind of clean then. They've just got the orbs to deal with as normal, and every cooldown is going to be back for the raid. So it's going to be very important that is utilized to its absolute max. And, oh, raid's looking ready. They might break in a minute now that the guys are stood in front of Rygalon, so they can go in and kill it really quick and get Jesse that 4-piece. That is their one goal.
Yep, if they're going to make a comp switch, better do it sooner rather than later. I believe that they might have all of the players needed. But once again, if you are a priest or a paladin or a shaman, I think they all share the same token, and you're able to trade the helm, the tier helm from Anduin, or the on heroic, or the normal Rygalon chest tier piece, then do go and check out the pre-made group finder. Yeah, and go into the custom bit.
And Jesse's already, thankfully, progged this fight. So he shouldn't be too bad. He was on his paladin. Zatsi only came in for the last 20 or so pulls, maybe 10.
True.
Something like that. And Jesse has fully progged this fight, so he should be able to slip into this group really nicely. If it's going to be enough to make up this absurd DPS difference, I don't know, but I believe they can do it. Because this is when I say strap in, this could get really silly really quickly. If they need to start finding more and more damage, it's going to be classes that are going out, and they're going to have to do some really wonky stuff. Oh, cool! So they're doing normal Rygalon while the group continues to pull. Again, that efficiency coming in constantly.
Still coming down though. Should be helping them out. See, this is how you actually do the boss. You take out 2 players. You know, just to show dominance. Yeah, you've got to show the boss dominance. You've got to show that you don't care.
I would be surprised if the guys wipe here, because they're definitely going to be relying on the viewers who are helping them out.
You bring in
far more
Narco.
than normal. Oh, Narco's actually gaming though.
Yeah.
Any guesses? Narco #1? I don't know. He's got to fight. He's got to beat Gingy.
Gingy's doing a lot of damn.
Yeah, he's got to beat Gingy on a single target. So we'll see. We'll see. We won't miss out on any of the mythic pulls. Don't worry, guys. But obviously, if Narco's playing, we're watching.
Oh yeah. Big slam.
Miss.
Yeah, that is a lot of miss.
Oh, he's rising. He's rising. Here he comes.
Stop missing.
I don't think he could beat Gingy. Gingy out of the side of the raid group has managed to get himself socketed everything, I think.
Is he just big slam now?
He's big now.
Oh, wow.
Gingy is thick. He has all the protein and all the all the fluids he needs.
It's good to hear.
Yeah, he's got ELX pouring out of his veins at this point.
Oh, man.
I mean, normal Rygalon looks like such a joke comparatively.
Yeah, it's kind of relaxing, isn't
it's supposed to be. I get it. It's supposed to be. It's
we are jumping into a new mythic pool, though. Yeah, this is probably going to be one of the last ones that we have this particular healing comp. But there's still things to learn. People need to get used to it. We still haven't got back to that Enrage after we hit it for the first time. We have had another last phase pull, but unfortunately we did die maybe about 20 seconds before the Enrage kicked off. So something we obviously want to avoid. So continuing to pull, getting used to this, seeing multiple different variations of the encounter as Mike's been going over. Yeah, they just need that experience, and with experience will come consistency and extra deeps, which is all they need in order to be working on the Jailer, the next boss, man. The last boss. After how many days? We normally see him in the first week, but he's been hiding away, and we'll finally get to see him.
Now? It's all blurred together for me.
Oh, man. It's, what, Sunday today? And it started on... So what, is this like day 12?
Crazy.
Yeah.
That is mad. This has been a race for history books by a long way, and we still haven't seen the last boss. God, I hope the Jailer's not crap.
God. Honestly, the heroic version, a lot of the players have been saying is a bit meh. But that's not really indicative of how hard it will be. They need to get those zones out.
Yeah, so I
see ya.
This is what's going to happen with maximizing DPS.
Yeah.
Every hit less on that orb. If they can get it down to being picture perfect on that orb, it just buys them more DPS on Rygalon. So expect a little bit of that, although they have hit the Enrage. They have seen this. They're squeezing every global out, so it's not surprising that we will see the odd pull where the last tick of the dot doesn't go at the right time, because they're trying to maximize every single possible thing into Rygalon. And in fact, Rygalon was about 1% lower going into the downstairs phase there.
Oh, really?
So, yeah. So they're finding damage from everywhere. And that's what we always say, is never doubt them, because they'll find damage in the weirdest of places, these guys. They're so good at it. So while they're getting themselves back on their feet, let's see. I mean, he should, right? He
should be guaranteed.
Is there only one piece guaranteed if there's only 18 people?
Well, I imagine a lot of these people are saved. So you'd be bringing 10 people that... Literally only 10 people in this group will be able to loot an item. Okay. And that means you'll get a guaranteed piece of tier. That's normally how they set them up.
Super.
So you probably have all of the hunters as an example that are there saved. I imagine the two... Basically, anyone in groups 1 and 2 were probably saved, apart from G himself. Who obviously I hope isn't saved.
Oh, go back, go back.
Split, it's not going to be worth.
We'll see the pull in a second. Blah, 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 kill orbs. We know what happens in Mythic.
This is the real content here.
I want to watch Narco. Oh, almost Narco.
Unluck.
Lost his Chad power.
And there we go. We can see it dropped. And hopefully the trade comes through. Easy peasy.
Perfect. Let's flop back to Mythic.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Yeah, now you thought that was Mythic? Sorry, dudes. No, they're not 18-manning Rygalon. But I can see why you could be confused on that. They have one more to do. The mains might have to come out for Heroic Anduin. It is Heroic Anduin. Yeah, it is Heroic Anduin. So we might see the raid group go and help with Heroic Anduin. It depends. That fight is a little bit meaty, but we'll see what they choose to do. It might be after this pull that they pop into Heroic Anduin. But one of the two splits is done for Jesse. They need one more. They're going to do Heroic Anduin, and then the comp in here will change. I think it's just going to be a simple Shaman for a Priest. But that seems simple, but the amount of output the Priests are putting out these days, That's dramatic, and it'll free up more DPS for the other priest. It brings another PI. If Ryzen does swap over to Dis, he'll be pumping a lot more damage. So it could be, even though it's a one-player switch, it could be quite a dramatic change in terms of what we actually see here. So 80% going in. This is about on par with where we usually expect them. They're trying to squeeze every little piece of damage in as they go in. You'll see the melee pop out at the very last second. I mean, Swag pushed that to the limit.
That's what you got to do. That's what you've got to do.
Yeah, Swag, that's got in at the last possible second there, relying exactly on that. Tick rate will be fine. Blizzard would never screw me up. There goes the gateway for the melee to get over. I still think that might disappear at some point, but we'll see.
I think it's purely for the
It's for
Holy
the core.
Paladin and to get over towards
Oh,
the
true,
core.
true.
You know, because there's some
No,
people
he's
that are
riding
gonna
over, see?
Oh.
He's using Horsey Boy.
Okay, I don't know what melee are taking it then or why, but regardless, hopefully useful for somebody. Maybe it's not a pure melee group. Maybe there's a bit of ranged in that team that also wants to take the
this is low.
out. What is it?
71.4. They have
Ooh.
shaved off an entire percentage.
I think that's an update. That is our new
update the
best.
sheet. 71.4. They are an entire percent ahead now with their new damage style of phase 1. Now that might not seem a lot, but considering that was the most optimized phase, that's really good. Now we should see some really good changes over going down number 2 and going down number 3. I know get excited about 1% is actually really good because that's the Bloodlust phase. That's where they're really banging out. And of course, it'll be interesting to see, Al, exactly when they make that one-player swap, how much that changes.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be mega dramatic, and it might take a little while for the healing to get back to exactly how it's going to be. But having another PI for a DPS when they're using their CDs can be a huge damage increase.
Who's getting it out of this
Absolutely
group?
fantastic damage increase. I'm not actually
BM?
too sure.
No, Moonkit probably?
Maybe.
I'm sure it plays with the Fire Mages, not overly well, I don't think, during combustion.
Yeah, I wouldn't
I think
really
a
be able
Moonkit
to
would
say.
be preferable.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they have actually another Warlock able to come in, because typically that would be Flex. Flex is the next Warlock. Click's going in a touch early there as we head into this phase. Raglan now at 58. This is the second of the 3 downstairs phases they have to do. To give some context, the last time they got out of this phase, guys, Raglan was at 53%. So this is where
55.
Yeah, this is where we'll see the more dramatic upgrades in their DPS. Is over these couple of phases here, especially the last phase where they were definitely full focused on just managing the orbs so they could actually see the enrage happen. So there goes the bomb there.
Oh, Soul going a little bit low, but it looks like we're A-okay. Just got to get a little bit of damage on this unstable matter orb at the side, just as a little bit of pre-damage.
51, so 2% ahead now.
The boss was dragged towards it to allow them to cleave onto it. These are the small optimizations that they need to make, and they will continue to make in order to get every single last percentage out. You can see that they're going to have a new wave of debuffs coming in here. They'll be cleaving down the ad. It tells you with the weak aura you're in the melee one on the left, so he goes and does that. As soon as that's happened, though, he rushes over and starts working on this. He doesn't want to be in melee because when his debuff expires, it will knock everyone back, which is obviously not good for uptime. But it looks like that orb is already low enough, and now they just need to slam as much as they can into this boss whilst keeping everything nice and under control.
While trusting in your friends. They have one more downstairs phase to do, and they have to... That healing absorb is uncannily evil, by the way. It's actually disgusting how much that healing absorb. I mean, it's what, 90k every upstairs phase?
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. So they have one more downstairs to do. That's coming in about 10 seconds. And what we're looking for coming out of that is 33%. As long as this orb gets in, because this is going to be really awkward. He has to kill this portal orb, and he needs to get in really fast. Help him. Oh, my God. No. It's a GG.
Might be able to if he can get to his location and not knock anyone back.
Oh, no, because he's still going to be downstairs when it hits, right? Yeah, he's going to get knocked out.
Oh, no.
No? Oh, he gets to stay in.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Okay, we
news to
saw
me as well.
Fabo avoiding that earlier. Velo up. He died in here, so they can get him up. God, the health bars are scaring me to death, Al.
This is something that they're
Cadex,
really quickly
please.
losing control here, as we do have 2-3 players down, rushing over towards this last area. A Spirit Link is certainly going to help try and get things back under control, but we do have Scarus down as well. So this is almost just going to be towards the beginning of the end, unfortunately.
That was a shame. Just kind of collapsed towards that. Those last orbs just did not die quick enough.
And you saw how scuffed that was. Boss percentage right now, 31.5.
They were still 2% ahead with all the deaths.
Still 2% ahead.
So we could estimate they'll probably be 4% ahead, roughly, if that was going cleanly, because obviously there was a lot of panic play going on. So we've probably pulled about 4% there. So 16 to go.
Oh man. Don't. Only 15
Easy.
to go.
Just need to get 16 more.
Oh.
Easy.
Yep.
So free.
Why don't they
so
just bring
free.
more players? That would do it, right? 25
They're still
man?
continuing on, so they're gonna
Still practice, I
Yeah, the
suppose.
enrage is hitting in. Never
we
mind. There we go. GG. Can we swap over to Gigi and see how they're doing over there while these guys wipe out? Oh, they're putting the group together now, it looks like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so this will be the heroic Anduin group to get Jesse sorted, I'm sure. They're trying to organize it in the back end. So we'll bring you the action wherever it may be. One character change so far is what's going on. Roger, Gingy, Minnie, Noggy, all on the bench. Yep. Narco on the bench.
Just doesn't suit their DPS style.
Just
That's
doesn't
all
play
I
to
like
their
in terms, yeah. In terms of the class damage, the damage that they're actually putting out is just not strong enough, unfortunately.
It's like they're calling break. I wonder if some of the raiders are going to go and do the heroic while the rest of them take 5, or they're just going to have a standardized break.
Yeah, that's a good point. Huh.
Might be a case not everybody needs to join for the heroic Anduin. Although Mires typically would be somebody who goes in there, but if Narco and Noggy are able to tank it, then maybe they don't need to be there and buy their tanks friends a little bit of free time.
The only thing, if you have
I was wondering if you could help me find my way out. I don't think I'm supposed to be here.
I regret to inform you that this next test is impossible.
Righto. So first, let's try something easier, like saving money by switching to Geico.
Oh, you want it easy? You're in the wrong place.
Okay, robotic overlord lady. It was fun and all, but I'm out of here.
Well, this is awkward. A little help. Yeah?
Put your insurance on easy mode. Switch and save with Geico.
I'm a millionaire. I'm not a millionaire? I'm a millionaire? I'm not a millionaire.
Crypto is complicated, but as a tax expert with crypto experience, you can hand your taxes off to me. You do your thing. We've got your taxes. Intuit. TurboTax Live.
Breathe in and wonder, is this helping? Breathe out. Now you should feel much worse. Vaping nicotine can actually increase feelings of stress and anxiety. Let's call a vape what it is. It's a breath of stress air. See for yourself. breathofstressair.com.
No fees or minimums and no overdraft fees are another reason banking with Capital One is an even easier decision than this.
I'll take Barkley.
Yes!
Yep, even easier than that. What's in your wallet?
They get to the point where they're going to Vantus, because they haven't Vantus this boss. There are a couple of players who used their Vantus on Lords of Dread, I believe, and I think a couple... Did we kill Hollandrus this week or last week?
He had Alondras last week.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
So we were working on... like we saw Narco, he used it on Lords of Dread, but we are being joined by the one, the only, the Year of the Spear, the master of the current bench. How's it going, Mr. Roger?
King of the bench, Prince of Heroes.
There we go.
Mr. Roger Brown, how's it going, brother?
Very comfortable.
Are you very comfy?
Yeah.
I've got to say, before we get anywhere, I did get to talk to you briefly last night, but what a moment that was when Lords of Dread went down. You finally took the lead for the first time in this race. Was it a wave of pleasure or happiness, or were you just like relief?
Yeah, so normally we try to catch up, let's say, and be on the same level with Liquid. By the 3rd day, let's say, or 4th day, this time, it took, what, like 10 days? Because of the splits and all of that. So it really started bringing me back some vibes from Nyalotha, where we're constantly behind. It's so bad.
Yeah.
Never wanted to experience that again. So that's why everyone's mood just completely shifted.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, it's the first time that you officially know you're ahead. And, yeah, I think we're...
Is this boss dying today?
I think it's dying before dinner.
Oh, that's my boy right
That's
there.
it.
That's my boy right there.
Finding 16% or 20% that you need. I have faith now that I've heard it from the horse's mouth, so to speak, you know, but it's that's a lot of optimization, dude. Obviously, you can't say how you're going to do it, but that's a lot to improve on.
Our initial calculations, because we were looking at the timers, was that the boss would enrage around 6:30 to 6:40, but it turns out that
you can immune it, yeah.
They have so the last Big Bang cast is way longer than the previous ones.
Right.
So the boss just sitting there AFK, and you just pump the DPS. So I think the enrage is 7:10. So this is why we think it's very killable.
Right.
Yeah, it almost feels like with a little bit of a throwback to. It feels a lot like a Final Fantasy boss, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
at the very end, it's just cast.
Yeah, no, the boss just kind of sitting there.
Yeah, it's just sitting there and you're just DPSing, and it's either you kill it or it wipes you. That's it. There's no.
Man.
So we, I think we can do it. Like I really think next time we go there with everyone alive, it will be 10% or less, and rage wipe, and then a little bit optimization. That's it.
You mean you've not got Vancist yet?
No.
There is some upgrades to be found for people, and you still have some comp shifts if you want to do it. You do have some bigger blasters on the raid.
Yes.
Is there any extra warlocks in the comp? Because we know typically that would have been Flex, but obviously he's rocking the mage right now, and obviously the demo warlocks are absolutely blasting single target.
Yeah, right now the idea is that mages and warlocks are about equal with this fight length, so I don't think we're going to swap that. The one swap that we are looking to make, and that's why I also came here to ask for chat's help.
Are you here to plead with the chat?
I'm here to plead with the chat. Is that, as you saw, we put a Resto Shaman in the group.
I did see that.
Now, this was out of necessity. We would never bring a bad class like that in the raid.
Wow.
No, I'm sorry.
That's so mean.
So the reason was that we needed Jith to go out because the Paladin is also not too hot, and we want to get his priest in.
Right.
Normally Velo would be the third priest, but he's pumping the Mistweaver monk, which is great. So we need to gear up Jith's priest. So I come here to plead to chat. We need Anduin traders, but specifically priests, because that ring is huge.
Yeah, we have been asking for a lot of Anduin traders.
So there's the group. You can queue up. We need tier token and the ring. The ring should be very easy. It's normal mode. So if you have a ring from the Mythic SOD, you can trade it. And yeah, get the boy the tier token. Let's get Jith in. Shaman hater. Yeah, bad Shaman hater.
No, you beat the quest.
I'm sure that chat will be more than willing to help out, especially with this being the last ever split guaranteed, right?
100%.
Yep. Okay, good.
Never stepping in a split again.
Good,
I
good.
heard that last 2 days.
Yeah, you've heard it here first, folks.
It's not really a split if you're just doing one boss. It's an acquisition.
It feels way way less bad because you go from doing the split to instantly seeing the reward of putting that character in the main raid.
Yeah.
Whereas when we were doing like 10 hours of splits, you were like,
yeah, you don't see the reward at all.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Not until like the next day or whatever.
How's the guys doing? This has been a long
The
race.
guys are doing great. On what you said as well, I think we had a conversation last night of should we Vandus run or not, because it is Sunday, right? Now, the idea right now is that we try not to, because we feel if it goes to the third week, which is a very likely scenario, we will probably be at a very big disadvantage. So we're hoping that we can kill this boss very quickly without Vandus runes and push to get a kill before the reset.
I mean, because what we don't,
Or
the
Jailer.
worst ending to this race, it's been so close between you and Liquid. The worst ending to this race is double legendaries come in and the Jailer falls over on before you guys even wake up.
Yeah,
or
we
like
talked about
shortly
this
after.
before the race even began.
Yeah. I mean, it has to be a bittersweet ending for everybody. I imagine the drama would be fun on the forums and whatnot. That would be interesting. But ultimately, for the players, it'd just be bittersweet for both sides. It's like, well, there it is, because we've just got this giant power gap waiting for us. And certainly, I can't wait for the conversation of extending to come up. That should be fun.
There's no way. It's never the play.
I mean, there is a slight chance, but I mean, 99% of the time, it's not the play.
Especially this time, because you get the second legendary. You're thinking about Anduin, yeah?
Yep.
Oh no, they're going to fix the stars in the last phase, so now it's going to be really hard. Yeah, but we're going to transition into the last phase with the boss instead of 20% being 10%.
Yes.
So the boss will just be dying instantly.
Yeah, I mean, in a few resets, you might ever see that transition is just nearly dead.
Well, actually, they have a fail-safe mechanism there.
Oh, did they put one in?
Yeah, at 10%, he forcefully gets out of the intermission and goes to the last phase. But
I'm just scared of the crab. Okay, I'm just scared of the crab.
The crab.
You did really well on the reclear, but it feels like it's like rolling the dice a little bit as to how well you guys slam it. I'm scared that it will be there for like decades for some reason.
I think probably the play on that boss after the extra legendary, like you'll see probably a lot of guilds go with an extra healer.
Oh,
maybe.
okay.
Just to make sure the last phase is really not that hard. It's just you're dying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you could go the other approach of just bring more deeps and just kill it earlier. I don't know, actually. Could go both ways. It's up to guilds to decide, but just throughput will make this boss quite a lot easier, I would say. I mean, at this point, with the babies are pretty easy. Like the bombs, we call them babies, right? Like we can hold the babies quite nicely. I don't think we have that many fails on that. It's just people are getting scared. They're a little bit dying, and
no, that makes sense.
No, I think the reclear will take probably half a day. I don't think it's going to take long at all. Like, the damage is going to be insane.
Yeah, I guess it comes down to whether or not the jailer, how close the jailer is, because if we're still, working on phase 1, then of course a reclear would be thing. But if everyone is, we need 5% in the last phase, pick up your legendary, extend and jump in and kill it,
Yeah.
That could be the one scenario, because generally speaking, as you said, extending can be a little bit of a baiting. It kind of baits you,
Nah. Like, if it was ever done before successfully, I would be like, okay, yeah, maybe we can consider it. But I've just never seen it being worth over like 15 years.
Yep.
So I don't see it being worth suddenly now. I guess it is a bit different now, though, because
there's a chance this time. It's a conversation that will happen.
I'm doing my drop optimizers, and there's not that many upgrades remaining. Like, we've done so many splits. It's like, I don't really, like, I'm good.
Yeah.
I think Perfecto was the same. He'd have his like 4 items in the entire raid, though. Even minor upgrades for him at this point.
I mean, Perfecto did have the advantage of entering the raid with 2 best-in-slot weapons straight off the bat.
That's all right, I suppose.
Well, he's not doing any damage. What's the point?
No. So
Look at
the
13.
The rogues always ramp up. So you'll see them at the bottom at the start, but then they will.
We've got your
slowly
logs,
creep up.
although we've lost your logs now because you're not in the raid.
Oh, no.
So we've lost access to the logs to check the damage profile and how it's changed. But it was curious to see how you were shifting people around to scrape those extra percentages, because it worked. Like, even before Jesse comes in, which it's going to be to see how that changes. You managed to pull another 2% out of phase 1, which you didn't really expect with the Bloodless phase and the one you'd optimized quite a lot already. But you did find an extra 2% there. And I think we were looking, by the end, you were kind of about 4 to 5% ahead of your 20% pull.
Yeah. And
then that phase 3, correct us wrong, because we're obviously a little bit of guesswork based on what we watch. That last phase, when you did get there, was kind of like just work on the orbs. Screw the boss.
Yeah.
Just make sure the orbs are right so we can see how this enrage works.
Okay, I think I'm getting a message from production that I might need to get back to my computer. So
that's all right.
Thank you, Chad. I guess we got a lot of priests, helpers. Thank you.
Yes.
Now let's go get Jeeth his 4-piece.
And then we straight back in, just a straight player swap and going.
Yeah. Well, not for me. I'm gonna be doing M+, but
are you sad?
Honestly, no. I've been trying to get those boots forever, and everyone's telling me, stop doing M+, Roger. I'm like, man, those Valor points.
Oh!
Wait.
That's not Roger.
No, don't touch my... No, I gotta go.
In a bit, man. See you later, Roger. Thank you.
Oh, no. Quickly run.
We love our new apartment,
Great kitchen, open floor plan.
but there's not much privacy.
What happened to your wall?
At least Geico makes bundling our renters and car insurance easy.
Does save us a ton. What's on this chicken?
Paprika.
Paprika! I made it at home.
It's my catchphrase.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
My sourdough patty melt has 100% beef, 2 melty cheeses, and grilled onions, all between 2 slices of my famous toasted sourdough bread. It's pretty much the greatest thing since itself. My sourdough patty melt combo, starting at $5.49. Order on the Jack app today.
Welcome aboard the Disney Bundle, where Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus come to life. To your left is Heroes Lane, home to all your superheroes and classic characters from Disney Plus. Next, we stop in Hulu at The Funny District and Dramaville. Oh, hi, Twisty! Next up, The Winner's Circle and must-see sports from ESPN Plus. All aboard the Disney Bundle. Upgrade your entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, all for just $13.99 a month.
And free, and free, and free,
and free. Free and free and free. Free and free and free and free and free.
That's right. TurboTax Free Edition is free. See details at turbotax.com.
But the Jailer is just as hard, and we don't have the courtesy of a Vantus Rune for that one either, Alex.
Yeah, it would depend on where his checks are, in a way. Because normally Vantus is really good just to help you squeeze out that little bit more damage and a little bit more survivability, which can really help with min-maxing. But at least quite a lot of the fights in this instance are explorable regardless of boss damage, if that makes sense. Especially some of these later ones, the boss damage isn't all too important. So they might still be able to do quite a good amount of learning on that fight, even if they didn't have Vantus, especially because they only have a couple days on it, if they, like, as an example, killed the boss now. So the Vantus choice is going to be a difficult one to make. I think that there's pros and cons to either side.
Yeah, there's such a risk. I mean, it's a risk either way. But if the boss needs that little kick to get them over the finish line, and they feel that they without it, they're not going to make it. But I think these are the kind of guys, though, in that situation when especially the final boss is next. Different to last week where they popped the Vantus on Halondrus because they knew it's definitely not going to the last boss this reset, right? By the time we were dealing with Halondrus, it was like, it's not happening. So we can use some Vantus runes here. But this time around, there's only one boss remaining after this. It is the one big fella. And if they do get past Raglan and they can't do anything else,
they're going to be in trouble.
Maybe. It depends because they don't know if the Jailer has a huge damage check. It might not. It might be a much more mechanically structured fight, similar to something like Anduin, where there is damage checks, but they were meeting them relatively well, and therefore they can get away with not using the Vantus.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know. I'm just spooked about the Jailer. Just because normally I have a vibe, and I trust in my vibe. You know, I trust in my gut instincts about how the raid's going to go and the race. And normally, you know, I feel like I've got it pretty well. It's like kind of figured out in my head. Not now. No, not at all. But we are jumping into the next phase, getting the boss down.
Yeah, 51.
Yeah, okay.
So they're on track here. But these, remember, I've updated these with their best so far. So what we can say is they haven't improved on their best so far. But the next one's going to be quite telling. The next downstairs phase and going into the Berserk is going to be a very telling situation to see how close they are. As long as they can hold it together, there's a long road to walk there. As you can see, this ginormous healing absorb going out onto the raid, still on Canex, who is low anyway. Guardian Spirit going out onto Scaris to make sure he's safe. Got to be quite liberal with these, as you're talking about. You can see they're not assigning these to tanks or anything. Oh God. Help!
So
Sack going onto Sol to try and help him out there, just to save him during that period of time. It's brutal.
So brutal.
Yeah, if you don't manage to get people above 80% when that healing absorb comes out, you can see there's another one coming now. You can see that on the raid frame. You see that sort of opaque style. That is the healing absorb, and it is relentless. It's just constantly being put out on the raid. So they have such a small window of actually giving the raid HP. Clicks is on like 0 health here, so is Swag, and they don't seem to be able to get the health up as they go into the massive bang. They're going to go downstairs, and hopefully top Clicks there. There we go. Immediately as they go in. What we're looking for out of here is about 33 guys, and they're already at 37, Alex.
Yeah, it's not going too bad whatsoever. Just got to make sure we keep them up. This is the last downstairs
chasing their tail
phase.
here.
It really, really hurts.
Yeah.
You can just see the link going down. They just need to do everything they can do to survive. This is the last real bit where it's going to really start slamming them. But as they are getting grouped up, it does get a bit safer. You can heal the entire raid with your AoE spells rather than just half of the raid. And here we go. Boss going to be reaching around 32.5, 32 flat as we're going to be leaving this phase. Yeah, just squeaking into 31s there as we leave that phase.
So we're about 1.5% ahead.
Keep slamming. Keep slamming.
We're about 1.5% ahead coming out of that, as they now just need to manage the orbs. And what you're watching for, guys, is that massive bang timer. That is going to start casting, and that is essentially the enrage when it tries to do the massive bang, but there'll be no way for the guys to escape it this time around. But they can get around it with some classes and get another go at doing some damage. So right now they want to be changing what they did last time. They need to manage the orbs, but similarly still be pumping the boss instead of just focusing the orbs. This is going to be very, very close. He's got 5 seconds to kill this orb and get inside. Melee's going to help him a little bit. Just perfect.
Nice.
That'll do. That'll absolutely do. They need to cut it that close, and they need to be switching back to managing on top of this. Now, we did see our best pull was at 20%. That Big Bang is 13 seconds away, but they do have some time because he has to cast that Big Bang as well. So they have time there. Swag's gone down.
But
they have 2 combat res. Yeah, they have 2 combat res.
That's it.
Available.
The boss doesn't do anything else now.
This
We're
is
just
a
sitting
new
here
low.
and we're going to be nuking the living
Right, so they get
hell out
30
of it.
seconds now. We have lost Ken and Mirez, but that doesn't matter. I don't think he even melees anymore. He's just a target dummy.
Yeah.
That is all he is. So some classes can survive this bang and actually buy more time. So if you wanted proof that this thing is killable, we're about to see it. It's such a long
What
cast,
is this
Alex.
cast? This is
Oh
like
my
Final
God.
Fantasy bosses times 10. Right? Like this is the massivest of bangs, the biggest of bangs.
The biggest of the bangers. We're probably going to see 10% here as they pop the immunities. You can see the ice blocks and stuff coming out, but it did not count.
That's odd. Maybe they hotfix that to make it so you can double it.
Blizzard.
Cool. 10% though.
Blizzard.
Pretty nice. That was a little bit messy still. They can squeeze out another 10%, I'm sure.
Interesting. The immunity did work last time.
It did.
What are they doing?
That was on Roger, who was using Turtle.
Yeah.
I think Turtle, it's like a deflect or something.
Interesting.
Maybe that's like the only way it'll work.
Interesting. We'll get some updates on that for you guys. We did see that Turtle worked earlier on, but obviously nothing worked then, and there's no hunters in the raid. So we'll see.
That was odd.
We'll see. But a brand new best, 10.6%. So they found 10%.
They did, and I'm sure they will find more.
Yeah, they found just halfway there. This is free.
Literally one more pull at this
Giga
rate.
free. What the hell are they doing here? They're doing 10-man. Turbo Druid coming in.
I'm not sure what they're doing in here.
They're doing Jesse's Paladin? No, he's already saved to this, I think.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is some
Any idea what
shenanigans.
they're doing production? I'm kind of curious, because it's not... If you would for us, that'd be so kind. That'd be so
It's
kind.
very odd that they're going in here and doing this, but yeah.
Yeah,
new
Turbo
best,
Druid maybe.
10%. I don't know. Each day I wake up thinking that the bosses have got too much health. Each day I wake up and I'm like, nah, dude.
It's called perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Oh, well.
Trust Blizzard and a calculator and you'll be fine.
Well, having to bring 16 melee DPS in order to take down a boss doesn't seem particularly well balanced, but that might just be me.
Sure, dude. It's balanced for the 1%, not you.
True. I'm not there.
No, you're not there. Roger, this is Roger's alts. Yeah, they're getting some tier for Gingy. Gingy's on second hunter. I'm not sure which hunter he's been playing actually.
I think
So
he's
just
been
call it
playing Gingy
all the
too,
time.
I
Yeah, he's been
thought.
playing Gingy too.
Oh.
There's some heroic tier for him then. It's actually seemingly balanced. I mean, if the rumors are true, I'm not sure if they are, but I believe that pieces, etc., have actually just stopped progging Lords of Dread because they don't think they can field the crew to actually defeat that boss at this reset. So at the moment, the boss tuning is literally for like 50 people in the world.
Yeah.
But they are the best 50 people in the world who are doing
man.
the absolute best to get that done. And Ryglon is progressible, although this looks like to be maybe an even harsher DPS check than the Lords of Dread itself. At least we've got a relatively consistent endgame. I would also, I'm kind of curious if they have hotfixed the boss so that immunities will not protect from Big Band this time.
It could have, because it
I mean,
felt
Flex
like
was definitely in the ice block.
Yeah, the cast was immensely long, and I don't think they want it to, like, once that cast is over, he goes, oh, all right, I'll go again. And he starts another 30-second cast.
Which is what he did the first time. He went,
yeah.
You didn't die? I guess I'll just do it again then.
I think it's probably for the best that that mechanic is completely uncheesable. I think that's better, because then it also doesn't encourage people to bring a bunch of immunity classes in order to get through and have like an additional 30 seconds of damage. So, you know, as Blizzards do not like, Blizzard does not like having people use their immunities to completely like circumvent things and make them mandatory. It's been a while since it really has stood out as being like a mandatory thing to bring to a raid, and they definitely want to keep that track record going.
The cast time of the final, Big Bang is different for the very last one, so it's like 7:10, as Roger pointed out on the couch. We did find that out on the 20% pull, is that the actual end of the Big Bang cast is about 7 minutes and 10.
Yeah.
We was expecting about...
Cat Coalition, it's so good to see you all. All right, let's brainstorm. Any ideas for new members?
I'd like to nominate Alaska Airlines. This neck pillow I'm dating says great things.
Ooh, a caring airline? Wait, those exist?
It says here they were the first airline to switch from plastic bottles to boxed water.
They also hire a lot of people from caring professions. I'm seeing former teachers and nurses. It's settled. Alaska Airlines is officially in the running. Round of applause.
Coke with coffee. We blended Coke with rich coffee for one very good reason. Your afternoon pick-me-up routine needed it. Simple as that. Coke with coffee.
Sonic the Hedgehog. You're no match for me.
This is your moment to be the big hero.
Oh, great, the Winter Soldier. It is my destiny to destroy you.
Work smarter, not harder.
That wasn't too bad.
Sonic the Hedgehog 2, rated PG.
With her City Custom Cash Card, Rashida earns cash back that automatically adjusts to where her spending is trending. Just ask overly confident DIY Rashida.
Wait, is this the right wall?
Or last-minute gift shopping, Rashida?
I'm putting a bow on it.
Even sneaking away for a vacay, Rashida?
I've earned this, okay?
Earn 5% cash back in your top eligible spend category up to $500 spent each billing cycle with the City Custom Cash Card.
Health.
Oh, man. It's going to be a real tight
yeah, man.
check, man. It's going to be insanely tight.
I'd be curious to see whether those Vantages pop out sooner rather than later now they've seen that. But it's because 10% is a lot to find, but it's doable. They believe it. I believe it. I mean, you just seen them go from 20 to 10, and it looks relatively clean on the 20%.
The only thing they had to do is change. Well, they just changed a rogue out for Roger, and Roger wasn't doing negative damage. You know, he was still doing damage. So the rogue switch was not 10% all by itself. They've definitely improved, and I'm like, you know, they've saw Enrage what 20 pulls ago. They've seen it again now. That was their second Enrage pull. There's so many more Enrage pulls to go before they actually make it to the point where they could probably safely say this just isn't happening, which doesn't seem to be the things they're saying. They think they can kill it today. They think it might even die before dinner, which is insane. But well,
they either have the damage or they don't. They've learned to fight. I can see where Roger's coming from. It's like it's not like we have anything else to learn mechanically. Everybody in the group can find a bit of an extra damage and optimize themselves a bit more, but there's nothing left for us to learn. So we either have the damage or we don't. And they think they do, in which case it'll die before dinner. This is the next big change that they're going to be making, is bringing in Jeeth's Priest. They're hoping for the ring and the helm. The helm should be a yes, but they'll be also hoping for the ring. So if you were curious what they were doing before, they were actually getting their characters saved to not be eligible for loot.
Oh, okay. So that makes sense.
So I'm going to have to listen to this. One second, guys.
Oh.
Okay, so in summary, you will only get the one bang, and I'm revealing no more than that.
Yep, I mean, that's safe to say. Yeah,
Liquid can find out for themselves, and I'm sure they will. But the fact is, you're getting one bang. That's it.
Yep. So no point even bringing immunities or nothing then, even if you
I
can.
prefer not to be told things like that because I can't screw it up.
Yep.
It's all, if you get anything like that, just don't tell me.
The thing is, he's like, oh, production, can you go ask them this question? And he's like, okay, comes back.
And now I have a fully detailed answer for you.
Gives you the answer, and you're like, how dare you? How dare you answer
Honestly,
me
far too much. Just say no. Okay, so it will be one bang. So it all goes. It's all good. I'm not sussy. I'm being anti-sussy. I swear to you, I'm being anti-sussy. No, I'm blaming anyone. Nothing happened. It's fine. It'll be one massive bang at the end.
What's fine? It's all good.
It's all good.
No problem.
So they just have to find 10% before that bang. Good.
Easy.
Everything's fine. So we'll swap between them here. But yeah, I'm wondering what. I mean,
they're just gonna slam Mike. That's the only thing. Like, how do you increase your damage that much? You just hit your keys harder. Just try and cut. They just be greedy. Like, they're no memes though. Actually, the whole idea of greed is something that they actually talk about in terms of how they do damage.
Yeah.
You over here, Roger's sometimes saying, I overheard him yesterday on the Lords of Dread. It was like, I know that we need to be greedy, but we can't be greedy at this location, and we can't be greedy here. Like, just certain bits where you can't be. Otherwise, be as greedy as you possibly can.
100%.
And that's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to pump as hard as they possibly can, and that will be risky. And we're going to have weird wipes because of it.
You'll know as well as I do. You get players who enjoy playing safe. That doesn't always apply.
You can't.
Sometimes you need to ride the knife edge. You really do need to live on that edge of what is about to cause a wipe, but also increases damage, and you need everybody to do that. Which we will see those pulls where they'll just be like, they'll just wipe because it'll be super close. We saw it with the orbs before where they're like literally letting the dots tick it down to the exact right second because the casts need to go into the boss. So when they're looking for this much damage, we are going to see that. They've been to Enrage twice now. They did manage to knock 10% more off the boss in the short space of an hour. They have another 10 to find, so just do the same again, guys. Easy. But finding that 10% is going to be tough. And in doing so, they're really, really, really going to have to stand on the knife edge of what is safe and what is acceptable. And we'll see that from every player. We have seen some stupid stuff, Al. People going out just a touch too early when going downstairs. You're losing maybe 2 or 3 globals there. Can't happen.
It's all damage that all adds up. If everyone's doing it, that's big, chunky damage to the boss. But of course, we don't really. The optimization incoming is we are going to be getting this priest in soon, hopefully, assuming everything goes.
This will make a decent difference,
it will
especially if one of us wants to dis.
Yeah, I think it will make a decent difference. Whether I don't know how huge, mind you. What maybe
it's not 10% boss health. I mean, it's got to be a cascading effect, and we've talked about this so many times with these bosses because these bosses are wound so tightly that minor changes they make actually ripple throughout the raid. So if they bring in another Holy Priest, that means their overall output on the raid is going to be superior to the Resto Shaman. It's just the way it is. That's not me crapping on them. Which then frees up the other healers to throw in more damage as well and be a bit more sparing with mana, which means they could be more efficient with their healing and throwing in more DPS. If one of them swaps over to Dis, that'll be some more damage prevention, which then needs less output overall, which then allows the raid to be safer, not using things like Hellstones or panicking and using defensives at different times. Those are all spells that they can then put into more damage.
Yeah.
So there is quite a large ripple effect that happens across all of the players once you feel safer. Literally feeling safe. The best thing to being a good DPS is you feel safe. And right now, you've seen some of these phases, guys, and they do not feel safe. I don't feel safe.
No, I don't. I don't.
I'm not even playing, and I think I'm dead.
The healing absorb is going to be—it's just nasty. But the thing is that during that phase, they can kind of look after melee. Like shamans are quite good at looking after melee. The chain heal, bounce around, and all the rest of it with the healing tide. But the range do feel like they're getting maybe a bit abandoned by the Resto Shaman, who's got more limited options to help them. Maybe the Holy Priest is going to definitely make that a little bit smoother, make them feel a little bit more comfortable. Maybe be able to just slam out that little bit of extra damage and just keep things fine. Because the thing is, even on our 10% pull there, we had 2 deaths for both on DPS.
It was Miraz and Zalia, wasn't it? I think it was. I think it was a healer and a tank.
I thought we lost a rogue.
I don't think so. I think it was Miraz, which doesn't matter because the boss is literally AFK at that point. But the tanks are doing significant damage. For example, like Miraz is doing nearly 7k DPS himself.
Yep.
So losing that for that nearly 1 minute of a cast, it's a lot, right? It's just a lot of damage that's missing. And I think it was Zalia or Velo. Not Velo. It was
I think Zalia was dead at the end.
Yeah.
And we didn't have a res for him.
Wish we had the logs, don't you?
Yeah. Roger.
Wow, Roger, you are bad. This is why you're bench, bro.
Oh, BM, dude.
Well, if he played better, he wouldn't get BM.
He should be playing BM.
Oh, ducking and diving. Oh, does this one not detonate if you walk through other people in Heroic?
Yeah, you're allowed to walk through other people.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it's only on Mythic where you have to...
I was like petrified there when he just ran through all them people. I'm like, why are you wiping the raid, dude?
Out of the way.
Please don't wipe the raid.
That's something that people used to do. You'd make your pairs, and then the last set of people would literally just meet up back underneath the bus.
Yeah.
So it's kind of chill.
Yeah, they according to Tettles, I didn't read the patch fix, but they absolutely destroyed Heroic Anduin. They like really heavily nerfed it.
Yeah.
That priest behind me.
How many PIs you gonna get?
That's toxic. And using the raid warning to ask for PI, that's sad.
That's the way you gotta go.
Is that Gingy?
I don't actually know. No,
Roger got one.
Roger is...
Gingy has one too.
Yeah,
He got one from Jesse, so it was definitely... Gingy was already sorted on his. Best raid warning, PI me. Do it now. But of course, another PI joining the raid as well. When Jesse comes in his priest, that's another PI that's joining the raid. I imagine that is going to the boom. He's probably to Canex. I think he's slightly more geared than Lorgok. And that will obviously push that damage. They're looking for every sliver.
Oh, yeah, they really
They don't want to put the Vances here.
They're going to need every sliver. It'll be interesting if they need Vantus or not. Like, we haven't had enough long pulls on it, you know. There's 100% people not doing the very best damage that they can do. Rightfully so, you know. They've only seen it a couple of times. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how quickly it goes down. We did have a 10% jump. I think it's unlikely we'll have another 10% jump, or that would be really, really good. I think it's going to be a bit of an attrition. They might need to get into that phase like maybe 5 more times or so, maybe 6 more times before the boss is really looking like it's about to start dying. Talking of dying, though, look at Anduin's health. This is going into phase 2, 37%.
Yeah.
How did... Oh, well, it's still worth a free new Samsung Galaxy S22.
Get! No, I can't afford all these video games.
You can. State Farm has rates to fit your budget.
Do you hear that? You're coming home with me!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Oh. Nice.
Get free large fries when you download the McDonald's app. No purchase necessary.
Master the drive in the all-new Toyota GR86.
Oops. Oops.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it was. That was kind of a big bummer, that. It was one of the biggest things I was looking forward to on this fight, because Anduin, up until that point, had served his duty and earned his rightful place, given his lore, of course, and his stature in the game, and putting him in as a rain boss. Up until that point, he was definitely worthy of the title, and then the ending just abysmally petered out, unfortunately.
Yeah. That will go down as one of the most scuffed pulls in a long time.
Yeah.
The boss is just, yeah, when it's fundamentally broken, I understand why they didn't fix it, because it's unfair, because Liquid managed to get the kill with it, you know, but if Liquid didn't get that kill on that one, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't be having this conversation, because they would have very quickly fixed it back.
Yeah.
But hey-ho, it is what it is. These sort of things can happen in raids. It's a shame when they do. And I think it's a shame for both guilds in a way. They both have their own pros and cons, because of course it would have meant that Liquid had to spend more time in there, but they were already doing really well in that phase.
It would have been definitely played into Liquid's advantage.
Yeah,
unquestionably, it was a definite bummer for them. They had a lot more practice with the proper Wicked Stars, and Deco was so inconsistent on Anduin. Like, it was their poorest performance of the whole raid was on Anduin. So yeah, very different tale, but we can't deal in what ifs, we deal in what is. And ultimately, right now, it is, can we find 10% boss damage from somewhere?
Oh,
because,
man.
The Holy Priest will provide it, I think, because I would expect the next pull, as long as it's pretty clear, will be down to, I think they might see like 6 or 7%.
Details at turbotax.com.
We love our new apartment,
Great kitchen, open floor plan.
but there's not much privacy.
What happened to your wall?
At least Geico makes bundling our renters and car insurance easy.
Does save us a ton. What's on this chicken?
Paprika.
I made it at home.
It's my catchphrase.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Someone has to fight for what's right.
Like it or not, we're walking the same path.
The only way out of here is together.
Who missed me?
You in? Let's go do something crazy.
Did you know that DoorDash lets you deliver everything now on demand?
I'm literally scrolling through it right now.
Kind of wild, and I'm actually upset that I had to miss Junior's practice. He just is getting into basketball now, so I want to be at every single thing. I'm seeing that I can gift him a meal, leave a little note. I'm gonna have to do some J. Cole because he's a huge fan. Motivate, 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 motivate. Okay.
DoorDash can do it all.
Doodle Bob. Me hoy me noy. Me hoy me noy. Doodle Bob.
This is it's been a while since I've had this particular flavor that I'm having. Yeah, honeydew, and oh yeah, it's very good.
You are already wired.
I've been wired, dude.
Just tap. Okay. We have one.
Just AMZ.
Just stack them. Thank you.
Kill it. We're killing it. We're killing it.
Go in the thing.
What?
Find it.
You fucker!
It's close enough. Maybe Fine's dead. Fine.
Oh,
it's not
bad.
fine.
You stupid moonkin.
It's fine.
Fuck you.
But
I died with it down there. Do I knock people?
Yep.
What?
Well, we have a lot of extra melee factors.
What the fuck was that?
That's what
What the fuck is this thing?
Nice, man.
Dude, what the fuck is that?
Give him the Ashran.
That's anti-double. You're being double baked.
We did it. Nice. We did that with people dead. That works hard.
That's the Bonesmith.
It's okay. It's fine. We can res them after. We can res them after.
Free soul stone. That can do it.
Free soul stone twisted.
I am not doing it.
I can't.
Don't get cleaved.
Just don't get cleaved.
I have it.
I'm resing twisted.
I'm resing Atlas.
Let's go, boys. Kill them evenly.
5. Don't get cleaved. 3, 2.
Let's go. Come on.
Let's fucking go. Nice. Oh, Smoulders, it's so easy.
Dude, Ben is so looted, dude. Ben is so looted.
Hello. Welcome back to the Race to World First Day 12. We are working on Rygalon. Just got done with Lords of Dread. Yes, welcome back. My name is Preheat, up here on the front desk, starting your morning early. And we also have Crazy Puck and Zyronic. Good morning to everyone. Yes. So, yeah, I was watching last night. I didn't stick through to the very end, but from what I understand, we got a Lords of Dread kill, and we're working on a certain boss called Rygalon. It's ironic. Why don't you tell me a little bit more about that?
Well, Rygalon is a pretty difficult boss. They got some lower pulls last night, so if I remember correctly, they were around 30% when I left the venue last night. Could have gotten some lower pulls after I left, but the boss is looking pretty difficult. But from what I understand, Echo's getting some very low pulls. They've gotten some 10% pulls this morning.
Yes.
While we were kind of setting up. So the boss looks like it's killable with perfect optimization, which is scary because that boss looked very, very difficult, near impossible.
Yeah.
Don't mute me, chat. When we first saw it.
Yeah, Crazy Puck, what are you thinking so far about this boss in terms of the DPS requirement?
Yeah, it's going to be real close. I mean, watching Echo's best pull was like 10.6%, and Rygalon has kind of like an Enrage, but it's not like Lords of Dread's Enrage where you can still go for like almost a full minute after it. The Enrage on Rygalon is the 4th massive bang cast. It's unavoidable, it's unmitigatable, there's nothing you can do about it, you can't immune through it, it just kills you. And that happens at 7 minutes and 6 seconds into the fight.
Okay.
Echo wiped to that with everybody alive.
Yeah, I watched that.
They didn't have
watched
any
a couple
DPS
pulls.
dead. So I'm sure there's some optimization that can be done on just as far as shifting damage priorities throughout different parts of the fight, maybe changing a couple classes in and out to prioritize single target damage, minimize as much as possible who's hitting the quasars, so as much as going to the boss as possible, but that's a lot to make up.
Yeah, so far, if we want to kind of recap where we're at in the race here, what we have up on the screen is a graphic showing kind of where all the guilds are. And we have, so basically Liquid Guild, Echo are both working on a boss, basically, that no one else is. It's ironic. It looks like you have something to tell us.
I have something important to say. As of about 30 seconds ago, that graphic we just had up was wrong. Skyline has secured the world 4th on Anduin.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, congrats to them.
Congratulations,
they're
Skyline.
crushing at this race.
Let's go. And I see them updating there
Just
on
updated
our
their
handy
graphic.
graphic. You can't see that, but we can, and it is fantastic. I was about to say, it's a good thing that you stopped me. I was about to say that we have like one guild basically in between that gap, right? But now we have another guild that's entered the fray. So, yeah, the race is heating up. We have, mostly just 2 guilds at the top kind of working on the second to last boss, but they could be here for a while, it seems like. We were watching Rygalon and just the amount of damage required there. I'm not sure if we're going to see anything change, but it definitely seems like, Echo is going to have to really work on getting more damage. Liquid Guild also with the amount of required damage on that fight.
Yeah, the feeling here this morning, though, is pretty good. They are, cautiously optimistic. There was a lot of talk saying that everyone does feel that it's possible with a completely perfect pull, perfect optimization, and a little bit of luck.
Yeah, you don't want to be a Dobby Downer whenever it comes to killing the bosses. You gotta visualize the boss kill. You have to manifest it. You have to punch through the board whenever you punch. Yeah, so don't be a Dobby Downer. Yeah. But I'm excited to watch the progress on this boss. This is a much more fun boss, in my opinion, to watch than Lords of Dread. There's just like a lot more going on. It's more action packed. Yeah, it's a high bar. I know it's such a high bar to cross there. Yeah, Lords of Dread. Whew, glad we're done with that boss. Gotta say. But yeah, I mean the tuning on this tier has been absolutely crazy. And it's definitely made for an interesting race. We haven't had a race that went this far since the Race to World First was kind of a thing as an event. So seeing the race go this long in, I think we're kind of reaching a point where maybe we're in uncharted territory as an event here. So pretty interesting to see.
I'm just trying to remember all the dates in my head of since we had the Race to World First. Old Year was 7 days. Jaina was 7 days. Zoth was like 10 or 11 days.
Yeah.
Sire was 8 days. Yeah, this is going to be the longest Race to World
And how many days?
Ever.
12 days?
We're on 13 right now.
13, day 13, yeah.
We're on 13.
Day
Give it up for day 13.
It's unlucky.
Yay.
Yeah. I even asked before. Yeah, man, that's
Jailer
unlucky.
dies tonight,
Day
right?
13, yeah.
Right, Jailer definitely dies tonight. Right?
Maybe his mythic mechanic is he just gives up when you get to him.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Ooh.
Maybe you just show up in the Jailer fight and it's just like a chest you loot, and then it like the achievement pops up and then it says you can go home now.
I don't know that anyone would mind that at this point.
Yeah, no, but memes aside, though, Jailer is looking to be a very interesting and fun fight to watch, and it's going to be a really close race. I think it's going to really be down to the wire. We've seen, the first boss in this race so far where, we had kind of a mix-up there, Echo pulling ahead on Lords of Dread. So now we're basically trying to come back from that and see where we can end up. But yeah, definitely stay tuned on this race. You don't want to miss any of it because it's going to be close. It's going to absolutely be close. So, Zyronic, where are we at so far this morning? It looks like the guys are kind of staying in front of the boss, but have we noticed any murmurs from, internally within the guild?
As far as I'm aware, no. I heard Max give him a little pep talk a little bit earlier on. They must be watching some replays of the polls last night just to kind of get a little bit more familiarity with some of the things that were going wrong. They were getting some consistently long polls at the end of last night. They were seeing more of the fight. They were seeing how possible it was. And it looked like the healing check was totally fine. Like they could live through everything in the fight. It's a matter of finding the consistency and the damage to bring it down. And it is a tough DPS check, this boss. Yeah. Even with a slight HP nerf yesterday, it's still going to be very, very difficult to get down.
Yeah, and one of the other things that has been talked about a little bit, both on our end and on Echo's end on this fight, is the way you interact with those collapsing quasars, right? They all come out, there's like 6 of them at a time, and pretty much all of them need to be used for those Dark Eclipse bombs. And if you don't get one of those bombs in one of the puddles from a quasar, the raid just wipes. But the bombs can be spread out timing-wise. It's not necessarily a perfect timer on when those bombs come out. It can be plus or minus about 5 seconds, and there's no real way to predict that beforehand. So you almost can't kill the last set of quasars or the last 2 quasars until those bombs come out. And that inconsistency also creates just a whole nother level of difficulty on a fight like this where everything is a controlled DPS check.
Yeah, so something else to clarify there on the basically the pools that drop whenever you kill the quasars, those expire on their own. So even if a player doesn't run over one of those, they can expire if they sit on the ground too long. So that's where that's important, like you're saying, right? Like if the timings are a little bit randomized there with give or take 5 seconds, you need to make sure that you have the pools down, and you can't kill them too early, or else the pools are just going to despawn before you can get to them. Yeah. What else when it comes to other mechanics in this fight? I know that the downstairs phase has an additional orb on Mythic. That's another part of this that we've been seeing. I like the strategy where it's kind of like the raid splits up for the first 2, and then everyone kind of gateways into the last one. Any other optimizations that we've seen last night, maybe late into the night when it comes to damage downstairs, Zyro?
Well, they have 2 warlocks, right? So you can have 1 gateway in each group. So once you're done soaking your first quasar that you split up into, you all gateway to the exact same one. Other than that, it's not too different from Mythic, right? They have the added puddle mechanic when you soak in going from phase 1 to the downstairs phase, but I feel like that doesn't really matter too much. Like that doesn't really change the fight as much. You're still going to get 3 downstairs phases regardless of whether or not the puddles are there. The only thing it does is it cuts off places for you to run away with your knockback debuff whenever you're in the normal phase of the fight, which was a contribution to some of our funny clips at the start of the show today. So
I also like how it kind of makes the fight feel more urgent at the end, because I was watching some of the low pushes for Echo this morning, and basically the whole room had these pools around it, and they were kind of stuck in the middle with that big bang going off. So really there's no escape.
Well, here's the other important thing as well that's different on Mythic is the unstable matter orbs that you have to kill in order to prevent the boss from killing everybody during a massive bang. I believe it's only targetable when you're downstairs.
Yes.
So the people who go downstairs with their collapsing star debuffs have to be the ones DPSing the unstable matters down. They still have low HP, similar to what they have in Heroic, but it's just kind of a shift of focus. It just makes it that much more difficult, because if everyone has gone downstairs and already come back up and you haven't killed the unstable matter, you're just gonna die.
You're just kind of in trouble.
Yeah, so I was, whenever we were first watching this fight, because Lords of Dread, they were still having some bugs in the fight, we were still kind of waiting to actually give it a go on progress on that one. We swapped over to Rygalon, and I was watching some of the early pulls, and that was something that definitely seemed to be a little challenging to get down, because basically everyone who goes downstairs has to do at least 5 seconds of damage to the thing. It doesn't have that much health, but the fact that the only people who can hit it are the people downstairs really makes it a little bit complicated. Watching the pulls progress, I've seen people get way better at optimizing the damage on that thing as they go downstairs. And also, it seemed like they were kind of maybe sending some extra melee down there too, right? There's additional pools. You don't have to use a pool for every single mark that you have. You do have some extras there as well. Is that correct?
I think you have 2 extra pools for every 2 sets of quasars. So, yeah, there's 5 sets of debuffs, and there's 6 sets of 2 quasars. So there's a little bit of leeway, but not much.
Yeah. Cool. Well, excited to see us get into the fight once we finally start pulling it there. Just looking over my shoulder and actually looking at Domi's POV. He's looking over his talents and going through his morning ritual to get revved up. So excited to see him pull all the stops here. And so obviously we're looking forward, right? We have Rygolon right in front of us. We're working on getting this boss down. Do we know anything about the Mythic version of the Jailer yet? Is there anything?
We know his HP value.
Okay, we know his HP.
It's in the 140 million range. And we also know that he has a spell that he casts to heal himself for 33% of that.
Oh. That's a lot of healing.
Okay. So Anduin was...
Anduin was 165 when they first got there.
Originally, and it finished at like 145?
148-ish, 146.
148, and that had a triple damage phase twice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does the Jailer have a triple damage phase?
Not that I'm aware of. Well, you have a buff when you get to the last phase, a big buff when you get to the last phase.
Like a 30% damage increase
Roughly.
Or something?
Yeah.
30 versus 3x. Okay. I'm sure the math works. I'm sure it's fine. Boss dies tonight.
Yeah, the tuning seems to be right there. Well, hey, you know what? Tuesday, we're actually getting a pretty big increase. So I think regardless of what happens now, obviously we want to be downing these bosses as soon as possible, right? But regardless of what happens now, we will be getting a huge damage increase on Tuesday with that reset because everyone's getting their second legendary, isn't that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Big damage increase for a lot of classes.
So that's kind of weird for a race to world first, right? Getting such a damage increase kind of like in the middle of progression kind of feels... I don't know. How do you feel about that, Zyronic, with just like having that little boost there?
I mean, it's very reminiscent of the Unholy Shard bonuses from last year. I mean, there's a very real possibility that any real progression time spent on the Jailer could be completely nixed by everyone being completely geared up with 4-set double legendaries and a bunch of mythic gear. These guys are already like average item level 269.
Right.
The second legendary is going to give them probably 2 item levels across the raid, especially if they're replacing a heroic piece, right?
By itself.
Not to mention what they're getting out of their cash. Not to mention they're getting a full extra mythic clear of 10 bosses or 9 bosses, because they might not kill Rygolon this week. But this is one of the problems we have with Sardanathrius. If you remember correctly, Sardanathrius was a boss which was pretty underwhelming as far as an in-boss progression goes. It was only like 130 pulls or something like that. If Stone Legion Generals died before Sunday, I think is when it died, and they got 2 or 3, like an extra day, maybe on Sardanathrius in week 1, that could have been a 300 pull boss.
Right,
yeah,
but
easily.
Because they had the extra reset of gear to progress with, the boss was way too easy for them to
made
deal
it
with.
a completely different counter.
Yeah, so this is an important thing that Zyros kind of, digging into here is that basically the amount of pulls that you have on the boss can be greatly impacted by the power level that you have, obviously, whenever you approach the boss. So if you're there a week early and you aren't supposed to be there, right? Like based on the tuning, they're like, oh, you gotta have your second legendary before you can proceed here. Then you're gonna inflate the pull counter, and also any progress that you make, you're getting different push times, right? So it can maybe not, even though you're learning to fight in some ways, it can be less useful than you would expect, right? Because once you get back there and you have more gear, it's going to be a little bit of a different story. So hopefully that's not the case whenever you get to this boss. But it definitely seems like so far with the tuning on Lords of Dread, Rygolon, it definitely seems like these are double legendary bosses. I have to say, I mean, you have to play absolutely perfectly, and you also have to do a lot of damage, and you have to, I mean, look at the comps, right? We have 5 survival hunters in our comp whenever we did that boss. Echo had they had more Frost Death Knights.
I think they had 3 Frost Death Knights and 3 survival hunters.
Okay, so does SK Pieces even have like a comp to run on this boss? Like, do they have these?
Well, I saw them tweeting about wanting to find tier tokens, tier traders for specifically the DK tier piece. So maybe they're trying to gear up a couple DK outs.
Okay. Yeah, some last second gear ups. I mean, we did that too, right? Like with the Evade coming in at the last second there, he had a survival hunter that had a really big spear, like a huge spear.
It was a stick.
Yeah. Big old stick, and we were like, hey, let's get that guy 4-piece. And let's get him in the raid like now. He sounds like a real good slot in there.
Who cares if he's retired? Bring that man in.
Yeah, sometimes I was telling Jed about this too, and it's funny that I was telling Jed about it since we had the Gingu experience back in old year. But yeah, sometimes we have these like super soldiers in stasis, right? They're like frozen in stasis, and then whenever their time comes, we unfreeze them and put them back into the raid. Our sleeper agents. Yes.
Dude, that was one of the weirdest things ever. We were just progressing in Old Deer, and Jet was hanging out in Discord with us the entire time. And we're like, wait, how geared is your Demon Hunter? It's like, oh, I'm more geared than most of your raiders. Hey, you want to come in for Mithrax, bud?
Yeah, I remember that.
Because I mean, hey, if it works.
The Gangu legend was started because he just was doing so many Mythic pluses, right? He was literally running everyone through the guild, through Mythic pluses. Basically every second he was online since he wasn't raiding. And so as people, came in and out of the raid, they were joining the Gingu group. They were getting that Gingu boost. And then, of course, his character ended up being so geared that ended up being a pretty good slot in for progression there. It's ironic. Do you know if there's any other times we've had like a situation like this where we bring someone out of that stasis to put them into the raid? I'm trying to think if there's any others. I know Gingu is a legend, but
I'm trying to think if we've had any other specific things that we've had happen.
We've definitely had, like, in the past, other players who maybe were still kind of raiding, but not really. Probably Tags would be another good example, too, right?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like Tags has probably been there.
Dragged in a couple times.
I think in a couple of races, we've had situations where Tags was, like, just around.
Yeah.
And Max was like, I need somebody to call healing cooldowns, and Tags is like, I can do that.
Right.
And now we have Tags with us. Yeah. That's kind of the best other scenario. I don't think we've ever had other, like, super soldier replacements for raiders, though. I think Jet on his Demon Hunter and now Evade are like the only two instances of that happening.
Demon Hunter legends, dude.
Yeah.
Well, I guess Evade was on the Survival Hunter, but still
a Demon Hunter.
He's still a Demon Hunter legend.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean that's kind of the nature of it, right? A lot of the times, some of these skill sets, even if people have other things come up in their life and they can't do a race, like in Tags' case, right, where he was working, he would. I remember, I'll never forget. He was like popped into like the comms and basically was like, "Hey, you should move Lust. It would be good if y'all move Lust here."
Yeah.
And everyone's like, "Oh." Okay, yeah, that sounds good. Because, I mean, he was watching basically all of, I think it was, Castle Natria, whenever he did that?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. Always love to see that. But, yeah, anyways, getting back to it, obviously we have a little bit of a different comp here going into Rygalon. I don't know. So they're kind of getting geared up production, but if you could maybe show the composition of the raid up on the screen here so we could maybe discuss the classes that we're bringing here. But it's a little bit different than what we saw in Lords of Dread, obviously. It seems like different classes are better
Slight
for that.
Difference.
Yeah, we can get into the details of that. But
I believe we went from 5 hunters to 0 hunters.
Yes.
Number one, first of all.
Feels bad.
Not getting the hunters in. But let's take a look at this, break it down a little bit. Of course, we're going to have the triple priest healers. That's important. Still have the Resto Druid, still have the Holy Paladin to round out our healer comp. But taking a look at the DPS comp, we dropped all the hunters, right? We're not running the 3 or 4. Well, we're still running 3 boomkins. We're not running the 4th boomkin like we were doing on initial pulls of the boss. But back to 2 warlocks, and it's kind of the comp we were thinking of coming into the race, right? Kind of that meat-heavy comp with a little bit of added spread AoE.
Yeah, and I mean they were talking about potentially making a couple of minor swaps, like one player here or there, or even just kind of what?
I'm pointing out the Shadow Priest. That's the big thing.
Yeah,
that's the only other time they tried running the Shadow Priest was in initial polls on Halandris, and it just wasn't really.
Are they just
shaping up to
big
be good.
Single target?
They're a big single target, but they gain a little bit from multi-dotting.
It's from killing, especially like low health adds too.
Yeah.
That's a big thing for them.
Pretty much get full Twist of Fate uptime on this fight.
Yeah, so like looking at the comp, first time we've seen Shadow Priest aside from like a little experimentation before, which always happens in the race. But one thing to really note here is that ranged is back. On Lords of Dread, ranged was not looking too good because basically the only range that you could run on Lords of Dread were range that could live through holding a mark during the swarms, right? Mm-hmm. So essentially the only range that really worked in that fight was
a singular Warlock.
Yeah. I mean, you could probably run more than one, but in the end, it ended up being more efficient to just run the one.
Now, I want to point out this is the comp they were running on their last poll.
Right. This may not necessarily be what we see today.
Well, this isn't going to be what we see today because I'm looking at Fired Up's monitor right now, and I see that they have 2 rogues in.
Oh.
So
Okay.
I was operating while the reason I was so hesitant while I was reading this is because I was also operating off of information that I was looking at the monitor for. So they do only actually have the one boom cannon right now instead of the 3 that we have here. They might be running double enhance just for pure single target damage.
Right.
So that does mean Trill is in for people in chat who are wondering where he is. He's back. AWC was done yesterday. I don't know if he has any matches today though. We'll find. I don't know about that. We'll find out. I'm sure someone in chat knows, but I'm sure we'll get a good look at what they're running in a second here. Just they're gearing up. They're still preparing. We don't want to intrude on their preparation.
Yep.
There's still
there's 2 Warlocks in the raid as well, and I want to quickly highlight this. So our Honda MVP of the day was Kingfly. Yeah, and that's because on Lords of Dread, Warlocks are basically the 3rd tank. They take so much damage in that fight that, from what I understand, they don't even have like a beacon on them. So they're just out there trying to live, taking so much damage that their demons were like dying just from soul link damage, the amount of damage that they were absorbing from them. So for those of you who don't know how Warlock works, basically they have well, actually it's ironic. Why don't you explain that, how the Warlock HP stuff works?
Warlock HP stuff works. Well, for some reason, they just have 10% more HP than everybody by default.
Cool.
Also, as Demonology specifically, you have a percentage of your damage taken that gets transferred to your pet, so you're just naturally tankier than every other spec in the game. Passively.
Cool. Right.
You also have a talent called Dark Pact, which sacrifices your demon's HP to give you a massive shield for 4 times the amount it sacrifices. So that's like a 40 or 50k shield every minute. It's kind of nice.
Okay, cool.
And you also have your wall on top of that. So it's pretty they're a pretty good spec. They're pretty tanky.
Yeah, very tanky ranged, and the fact that you can use that Dark Pact on your pet every single time one of those swarms goes off seems pretty good. So definitely useful to have a tank range, basically.
Could I have like any one of those for my hunter?
As a hunter, you're doomed to have no defensives ever.
I would like to just have one of those like 4 options.
No. Okay.
Yeah, and like we also notably didn't even have a mage in the raid whenever the boss died. I have to mention it. Obviously, I'm obligated as a mage to mention the fact that even with Arcane Intellect as a buff, a raid buff that people always complain about, mage was still not even slotted on Lords of Dread.
I think that's such a weird fight, right? Yeah. Like, so there's a question in chat. Why weren't you playing a Destro Lock since it was a perfect situation for Destro Lock? It's 2 target, right? Perfect Havoc Cleave. Well, the reason they weren't playing Destro was because the swarms phase, the bosses take double damage from specifically AoE tagged spells. So Demonology, Tyrant, 2-minute cooldown. You have a huge Tyrant every 2 minutes. You summon a ton of imps. You implode. And it's a ton of burst damage.
It's essentially a 4-target fight disguised as a 2-target fight.
Pretty much.
Basically.
And that's a really good point. It's ironic. So basically we have a boss where it's like the perfect situation, right, for those 2-target cleavers or like dot classes. But there's the asterisk of, well, it's only AoE damage though, right? Like, so I feel like a lot of Shadow Priests and Boomkin were probably looking at this fight, pretty excited early on before they realized the full scope of it. But it's definitely interesting to kind of mix up what the best class is on those encounters by adding that. I think we've also seen this before too with Stone Legion generals where they like allegedly only got hit by AoE or something like that. But
it's funny.
We all know that wasn't
the little ads,
Yeah. I remember because whenever we saw that happen, and then the race was going on, it was like, wait, but they're doing other damage too. So what's going on here?
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that because Lords of Dread, Stone Legion Generals, same boss designer.
Ooh,
same encounter designer.
Must like AoE. Yeah.
Also, they like spell queuing abilities because one of the biggest problems with Lords of Dread as a progression fight was that the fear bombs that removed
sometimes
your
you got
green
one
circles.
less. Yeah.
Sometimes you only got 3, which was terrible. Sometimes you got a 4th one, which meant that you got lineups of the fear bomb right before either of the boss's signature abilities. If you don't get that extra one, you're probably just going to wipe it.
So just to put that into perspective, you know how if you take a wave, whenever the spells go off, you get that mark. It's essentially like 3 people have made that mistake every single time that you don't have the fear clear them.
Yeah.
And that's something that we don't have any control over, as far as we know.
There probably is some way to control it by kiting the boss, similar to what there was in Stone Legion Generals, but I don't know if they ever figured it out.
Wow.
Yeah. Awesome.
Well, glad we're done with that boss, and moving on to another one. Yeah, Raglan. So getting back to that, I don't think that there's going to be any weird queuing with this. Obviously, there's the one hitch with people having to clear their marks. But aside from that, it seems like mostly this fight is kind of the same patterns there. Would you What were you gonna say, Crazy Puck?
Yeah, well, the one big thing is just when those debuffs go out, right?
Right,
When those bombs
exactly.
go out. But other than that, yeah, it is pretty straightforward. It is mostly all set timings. It's just a really fast-paced fight, though. I mean, we know the actual hard enrage, the actual end of the fight is 7 minutes and 6 seconds, period. You cannot go past that point.
Right.
Right? And you're just nonstop the entire time up to that. There's always something coming at you. There's always a mechanic going on. There's always something you have to handle. And in the midst of all of that, you have to do literally the best damage of anyone in the world. So, much kind of different than Lords of Dread, which was definitely a slower paced fight overall. Nice change of pace.
Also, another thing to note is that on Lords of Dread, we did extend, I think, every kill of Lords of Dread so far has been past the Berserk.
Yes.
So we have a fight now where the Berserk is kind of a dead set time. You can't really artificially extend it. With Lords of Dread, it seemed like, there were some ways to do that, possibly by having the Enrage, since it was mostly the melees from the boss, right? You could have tanks basically use cheat deaths. You could use immunities. You could use intervene, right? You could use parry, basically. Every man for, or what's the name of the warrior? Where you start parrying, die by the sword. There, thank you, yes, So lots of different ways that you can kind of mitigate that. With certain bosses in rages, you never really know what you're going to get. Right? There's some bosses where it'll get really big and red, and then every single damage event in the fight, including ticking dot damage, will instantly kill you. And then on other bosses, it's a little bit different, where maybe it's just their melee. Right, and in some cases, bosses may kind of hobble around as well, so you can kind of run around the room and kite them around. Yep. Remember when we saw Nori doing that as well, just kind of running around, elongating the Anduin fight there.
Yep.
One of the classic Enrage extend fights of all time.
One.
Remember that fight?
Yes.
Hard 6-minute Enrage, but some of the world first kills went maybe a minute past Enrage because they just kept going through rogue evasions, cloaking to soak the crystals, using all sorts of immunities to soak the crystals. But
we're in a pull.
Yes,
we finally get to see a pull
away
here.
From the past, we are in the present. That was over 10 years ago. Let's see how Ragolon goes. And look at the burst damage coming out of that Fire Mage with PI and Lust.
You love to see it.
That was a 45k burst.
Yeah, I had to keep reminding chat, even though we don't have Lords of Dread, we don't have a mage on Lords of Dread. Mages are still good in this raid. It's just, they're just not good at this fight. And as you can see here on Ragolon, they have a lot of burst damage, going to be fantastic, especially for those unstable matters, hitting them whenever they're low with the Scorch execute there. Range is probably not as good as melee in a lot of cases, but it seems like all the range we have in are pretty good with that, right? Because Warlocks can also use Shadow Burn. They can Havoc those. There's a lot that they can do as well. I know every single time I've seen THC go down there, he slams one of those pretty hard with a Chaos Bolt or something else. So, but yeah, so this mechanic here, basically, this is to avoid the massive bang. You have to go downstairs. The way that you head downstairs is by killing those orbs there on the side. And now that we're downstairs, we are in kind of like the pseudo phase 2. Not really a phase 2, but kind of a pseudo phase 2. Crazy Puck, why don't you explain what these unstable cores do?
Yeah, so they do pulsing AoE damage around them, but all of that damage is actually reflected back onto the core, so it kills itself over time. So that's why you see everyone clumping up underneath all of them, because they end up just killing themselves off. Once they do kill themselves off, they do a final cast, though, that you see now, that circle underneath it, which does just an absurd amount of physical damage. If nobody gets hit by that, then the raid actually wipes. The only people that can survive it are tanks with cooldowns up. So what ends up happening is you have the 2 orbs in the back. The tanks have to be split, so they each get to soak one. And then whoever's got whatever cooldowns left available and probably an external has to end up soaking the third. And if any of that gets messed up, if someone forgets to soak or misses it, the raid just wipes.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if you mentioned this just now, but you have a debuff when you soak it, right? So you can't soak multiple in one phase?
That I don't know.
So I think there is one, and since there's 3 of them, you need to have somebody else other than the tank soak one every single phase. I could just be making it up.
Yeah, that I don't know. I haven't seen that. But I also am obviously not in there for Mythic, so...
Yeah, I know. So another note too. It looks like we're going straight into a wipe here, with Fired Up running off the cliff as quickly as he can. But yeah. So those, it's the same orbs, right? That you deal with upstairs. Mm-hmm. You have to soak those after 6 stacks, so that you can't have one person just soaking all of them. Those get sent down below, and then down below they actually have the HP value there. You can still use those, though, to generate, like, if there's a good reason for you to, like, dot them or, like, generate some sort of resource. It's still useful to do things on those. All right, looks like we have the raid comp from this last poll. Since we now have seen one poll, we're going to go ahead and show it up here on the screen. So, yes, we just like we were talking about before, we do have some new changes here. We've got some rogues in the raid.
Elemental Shaman.
Yeah, it's the exact same comp, except they've dropped 2 warriors for 2 rogues, and they also have an LA Shaman in over, I believe, a Boomkin.
Yeah, I think we have less Boomkin now, and
that's it.
Rogue, and that's it.
No, that's it.
Also, both locks playing Demonology, no Destro anymore.
Is Ellie that good single target?
Ellie's great single target.
Okay.
Yeah, Shaman's actually kind of insane this tier. Enhancement and Ellie both doing pretty well. I mean, obviously in the Race to World First comps, you're not going to see, you're going to see basically the best comp that they can possibly bring, and they will do everything they can to bring in that comp, including gearing out people last second to put in the raid. But yeah, whenever the fights are tuned this tight, that's kind of the name of the game. Kind of have to play it that way because otherwise you're just not going to get to a kill here. But yeah. Also, what do you think about this healing comp here? We've got Holy Paladin, Restoration Druid, and then 3 Holy Priests.
Well, 2 of the 3 classes and specs we see are things that just haven't really been present before this raid for a couple of years now. So really, really interesting to see. Obviously, Holy and Resto are just huge pumpers when it comes to overall healing output. And this fight requires something like 20,000 HPS for the duration of the fight out of every healer. So having that specific comp is almost required.
Is there much difference there between Night Fae and Vintir Priest? Because I noticed we have 2 different Holy Covenants there. Do we know?
No idea.
Want me to make something up?
5. Yeah.
3, 2.
I can't even make
let's just go with Token of Appreciation.
Token of Appreciation is sick.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that because Token of Appreciation is fantastic. For those of you who don't know, basically this is the soul bind for Theotar. Basically, if you give that person a buff, they give you back an Absorb Shield. It's like a trader quest. 1 buff equals 1 shield. It does have a 20-second cooldown there, so you can't just constantly spam it. But if you have like 5 people in the raid with Token of Appreciation and you pop your raid buff, like Arcane Intellect, if you have one, obviously, not every class has the ability to do that, but if you are able to do that, it's pretty nice. You get a nice little absorb there. I've definitely had it save my life. Like, whenever I was doing Painsmith progression, Arcane Intellect, with the chains right before the explosion goes off with the weapons, that was big money.
It's my top healing on Halondra's Progression Pulse.
That is amazing.
we have.
It's like crazy overpowered, actually.
Yeah, it's
like,
really, really good.
Yeah.
It's pretty much an extra barrier for Mage.
Yeah, I mean,
nice.
it's funny too because you have just so much absorb shields as mage that you can just put on, and in having that also added to your absorb pool, you can basically have a situation where like 75% of your HP is just an absorb, just a natural absorb you can put up every 20 or 30 seconds.
Also, something that we didn't cover when we had the full 10-man leaderboard up there, but it's okay, we don't need to show it right now. 4 of the 5 guilds that we have cut off by our raid frames are Chinese guilds.
Yep. That's amazing.
5 of our top 10 guilds right now are Chinese guilds. Is this just like the rise of China and world first racing, or is this maybe just a mechanism of the race being longer than usual?
I think it's probably a little bit of both, to be honest. But one thing I know is that I've been following like Aster on social media and like looking at all their posts, and they're talking about all the stuff that they're doing for this next race. And honestly, I'm a little jealous. It seems like they're doing some really cool stuff here. Obviously, we are too, as well, right? In our Race to World First, but I mean, I could definitely see it being a thing where people are seeing how much Aster is putting into this, right? And maybe other guilds are kind of looking at it and thinking, hey, we should do the same thing. I mean, we kind of had the same thing happen over here, right? Yep. With North America. So, once some sponsors get involved, it's pretty easy to assume that maybe others will follow. And, best of luck to them. Really hope they find financial backing and get good infrastructure built up for them.
Are you guys familiar with guilds number 8 and 9 on there? Because, I mean, Skyline, Aster, and JTH have been around for a couple of years now. We're all pretty familiar with them, but
Kihoro's been around for a long time too.
Have they? Okay.
Shaoxi, I don't know personally, but I think I've seen their name before.
Okay.
So I don't think they're necessarily new.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, either
Really
way,
neat,
though, it's definitely interesting to see, and even more reason for a global release. Please.
Yes, please.
Just send
it.
If it's at all possible, it'd be fantastic if we could finally have a race with a global release. But either way, getting back into the boss here. So we were talking about class balance before. We were showing the raid composition. Obviously, we've got a lot of ranged in the raid who are pretty good at either dealing damage to those quasars or doing high burst damage to the boss. In the end, I think it's going to come down to if we're able to manage squeak by with the amount of gear that we have now without double legendaries. But I think it's definitely going to be close. I haven't done the math, but I'm sure the analysts have. I don't want to be a Dobby downer, but I feel like we're maybe missing just a little bit. But what do you think of that's ironic?
Let's try to think about what the DPS check is on this fight. So 79 million HP. 7 minutes 6 seconds, you said, right? So 426 seconds.
Yep.
So pull out my phone. My math teachers told me I'd never have a calculator in my pocket, but now I do. 79 000 000. Wait, that's 1 extra 0.
Just leave the
Divided
zeros in
by
there.
426.
Yep.
Well, that's 185,000 raid DPS. That's required.
185,000. And how much are most people doing single target for a fight?
Well, on this fight, I think it's a little different, right? Because we're talking boss damage versus AoE, right? Because people are doing Quasar AoE as well.
I think most good single target sims right now are like 14k. So
yeah,
but that's not
right.
realistic because you're going to be swapping the ads the entire time. And that's
right.
If the entire raid is doing 14k, that's 280,000 DPS. But
yeah, but you have 5 healers and 2 tanks. So they're obviously not doing anywhere near that. I think the tanks are doing maybe 7k each.
Let's say your healers are doing, what do you think, 4k each? Maybe. I think that's generous. That's generous.
I think that's very generous.
So
he's crunching the numbers.
Minus 16,000 DPS. Let's say the tanks are doing 7k, so another minus 14,000 DPS. That leaves 155k DPS that your 14 DPS have to do, single target. Which means it's about 11.1k single target DPS check, which is reasonable.
It's reasonable.
But
and then you have the 4 sets of Quasars.
Right, so you have to kill Quasars. Obviously, you're going to lose a little bit of damage to that. You're also going to have to kill that orb to go downstairs, right, as well.
Each orb has
So basically what you end up with...
900K.
Yep, 900k there. So what you end up with is a situation where basically you have to really make sure that you pump as much boss damage as possible.
I just calculated for 4 healing, not 5 healing. 1 sec.
Oh, yeah, it's 13 DPS, right?
Ooh, all right. Divided by 13. Wait, I multiplied by a number. It's 11.6k.
Okay.
So that's
11.6k on the single target side, not including everything else.
And just to be clear, chat, like we're nothing that we're saying here is about like this being impossible. We're not saying that. We're just saying it's a very tough fight.
Those are very, very large numbers for a 7-minute fight with
that's a
this
hard
much going on.
enrage 11.6k, by the way.
Yes.
So
yeah, this isn't the fight that you can just kind of limp after the boss and rages for a bit.
Unfortunately, like. That's going to be an enrage that's very difficult to beat this week, but very realistically easy to beat next week once double legendaries come in. Because double legendaries, even for the bad classes, are still pretty high up there in terms of increases, right? Like for specifically Fire Mage, what's the double legendary increase?
So for Night Fae, it's basically like less than 2%. I think it's like 1 point something percent.
For Venthyr, it's pretty
For
solid.
Venthyr, it's okay. Yeah, I think it's around like 5% for Venthyr. Still not great though.
That's one of the
most
bad
classes. Yeah, that's definitely one of the bad ones. Other classes definitely get a lot more from their second legendary. In a way, it's like if you're talking about like comparatively, it is kind of a nerf, right? Like you're having your damage go down where other folks are having their damage go up. But Frost Mage does gain a lot though. Like Necrolord especially gets a lot there. Curing Arcane gains quite a bit as well. Especially in AoE. Oh my gosh, Anduin as Curing Arcane next week is going to be fantastic. And so it's a little bit of a mixed bag for Mage since Mage plays so many different specs and different covenants.
What are the classes that are going to shoot to the moon?
Probably Boomkin.
Boomkin.
Yeah,
Fury
I mean, of course, Boomkin is going to shoot to the moon because that's where they came from.
right? They're literally just
Fury
going back
Warrior
home.
shoots up there. I think Enhanced Shaman shoots up even higher. Shadow Priest becomes a very real option. At least Shaman gets even better on single target than it already is, and it's still pretty good, as you've seen Children playing it and doing well on it.
Oh, another one's Survival, right? Like they
Survival
get
Hunter.
antlers.
Yeah, they get antlers.
They just get antlers.
Yeah.
Imagine
So-
just the legendary that you use, like you just straight up use as marks. You're just getting that as an additional legendary as Survival.
Yeah,
for the,
I mean, it's fine. If you look at Lords of Dread, the antlers by themselves would be about a 15% damage increase for survival.
Yeah.
And it's not like they were already on top by 10% or anything.
Yeah, of course not.
Yeah, so seems fair.
Well,
and
I can
balanced
tell
to
you
me.
this: next week our comp for Lords of Dread is going to be real spicy. Once we hit that Tuesday reset for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Looking
we're
forward
going to
to
see
that.
some changes.
And does antlers does Wild Spirits count as AoE?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, so it gets double damage, and antlers is just it deals another double damage. So, yeah, pretty cool.
That is great.
Pretty cool.
That's neat.
So
that works for marks too.
Do you have any idea? I was curious because I didn't realize what the Necrolord legendary was for Mage.
Yeah.
Does it just extend the duration if it procs while you have it up already?
It does, yeah. So if you have Necrolord already up, or sorry, Deathborn is the name of the ability, yes, it does extend it. And then it also gives you a stacking buff that basically increases your spell damage, and it ramps up the entire time.
That's good. I mean, it's already 51-second duration baseline right now.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And then also the so like whenever you're casting Frost Bolts, right? Like those all are contributing towards
Every
stacking
single
that up.
extra frost. So if you're hitting 3
Yes.
targets with your frost bolts, that's 3% spell damage for every cast.
Yeah, it's a pretty good legendary. Pretty good. Pretty good. Definitely looking forward to that.
So
as,
if you're slick icing it
Necrolord.
up and you're casting a frost bolt every 0.7 seconds and it's hitting 3 targets, you're probably doing double damage by the end of that Deathborn.
Yeah.
Neat.
Just make sure that you do not Deathborn before the pull if you're new to
it goes away.
Necrolord Frostmage. Yeah, just to give you a quick warning, definitely had to find this out the hard way during heroic testing. If you Necrolord right on the pull, even if the pull's already begun, like if your first global is like Necrolord Deathborn and then you just like immediately eat a Frozen Orb out, for some reason some of the bosses will just take it away from you, even though the fight's already begun.
It's similar to how Warlock Soul Shards work. If you precast a Demon Bolt, but you aren't in combat when the Demon Bolt lands, your 2 shards get taken away.
Yeah, that's why you always want to open with Frostbolt, even if it like wouldn't make sense otherwise to. The reason why is because you want to enter raid combat first before you begin your cast, or else you're going to be in trouble. Because Frozen Orb does have a travel time. It's also a GCD, right? So it's going to take a little bit to put you into combat there. So yeah, don't let that happen to you. It's not good. But definitely looking forward to that. The Curian one for Arcane is going to be basically like AoE damage with Radiant Spark. And Radiant Spark, as you know, we've been talking about, the reason why Arcane Mage on Anduin is just so good, right, is because downstairs you do so much damage to those adds. You also do a lot of burst damage during the King's or the Remnant of the Fallen King phases as well. And that's just going to be extra damage kind of cleaving over to those adds. Fantastic to see.
Interesting.
What about Warlocks? Do Warlocks get some juice next week?
No.
No?
None of the specs get anything. It's all bad. Because they all play Night Fae, and the Night Fae Legendary is, like, terrible on single target.
Dude, I feel like that's such a trend. I mean, I guess not with Antlers, but yeah, with Mage too, it's like the Night Fae one just, like, does nothing. It's like, oh, you can cast while moving with Shifting Power. Quality of Life Legendary, I love that.
4,
Yeah.
3,
Yeah, it's not great.
1.
Yeah, what about Death Knight?
Don't worry. After this raid, we have the mages and the warlocks complaining.
Yeah. Well, you know, Boomkin are going to the moon, so I think everyone should be complaining if we're being honest with ourselves. Just saying.
God, I hate Moonkins.
Yeah.
That's why
Everybody
I
does.
loved our morning clip so much. But maybe got knocked away from his thing by Moonkin, and you just said what we were all thinking. Stupid effing Moonkin.
Yep.
Man, that's what I'm thinking right now. I'm looking at those meters, that's what I'm thinking. Stupid Moonkin.
But they're just so good, you know, for what they do. Like, they're not always good, but when they're good, they're amazing. It's definitely one of those classes where, like, it hits different once their kind of niche is, you know, once we've checked that box for what Boomkin are good at in the fight. Especially like the spread cleave, got a bunch of stuff that you need to hit all at the same time. Chains on Sylvanas, like probably one of the best Boomkin things ever. Just dealing with those chains. There's a lot of fights where it almost seems like the encounter designers say, in their head, maybe not out loud, but maybe they say it in their head. I'm designing this fight so that I can have at least 4 Boomkin in the raid.
Do you think they're all Boomkin players?
It's a conspiracy. It goes all the way to the top.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, wait. The top, he
goes
plays
all the way
Resto
to the
Shaman.
moon. Yep.
He plays Resto Shaman.
That's not a Boomkin.
Close enough. He probably plays it in his off time.
Okay.
But yeah, no, definitely interesting that whenever you have those fight designs where it's just seems like one thing really excels. We saw that in Lords of Dread as well with Survival Hunter, with Frost DK. Not always intentional, obviously. Just having some fun with it, saying that it's a conspiracy, but it's definitely a conspiracy. I'm just going to throw it out there.
Do you think we'll ever get a conspiracy that lets Feral be playable?
No.
No. Sorry.
Sad. No. Sorry, Feral friends.
No Feral today. Absolutely not.
Feral druids are just unfortunately banished to sitting in town in cat form, RPing for pets in love. Because that's
sad.
That's just what they need.
That's unfortunate.
After not being brought to raid for the 17th tier in a row.
2, 1.
Yeah, I love to see a fight though where Fire Mage gets to do well again, and especially like just such a high intensity fight. There's a lot that you can do as a mage as well to like save the day on this one. If you need to run across this stage here, if you need to blink into a different mark, if you need to take that soak, just doing crazy damage to the boss as well in your opener. It definitely feels like a really fun one. I did this one on Heroic with my guild. Definitely enjoyed this fight a lot. Like, I had no expectations going in. Basically did no preparation before I killed this boss with my guild, and I was very pleasantly surprised. It's not a super complicated fight. Pretty simplistic, right? Mostly just one phase on repeat, kind of like Lords of Dread, right? But definitely quite enjoyable. I also like that you can focus scorch those quasars as they come in whenever they reach like 30% or lower, and you can get basically free pyroblast procs there. Looks like we had a explosion go off there.
Debuff didn't get down the stairs in time there.
Yep. So that's gonna be a go next, but we're kind of just waking up, getting revved up. I feel like we felt this way on Lords of Dread as well, where it kind of looked like they were having a little bit of a rough morning, kind of waking up here.
Yeah, they're also changing some things. I know they were talking about changing who's killing those quasars. So yesterday they had certain range classes. I think THD in particular was doing a lot of work on those. And today they wanted to kind of change that up a little bit and let it be a little bit more passive. Instead of having THD waste casts on that, just let him funnel as much damage into the boss as possible. So some of it's also just a little bit of relearning for timing and stuff.
You swapped a lot of cleave out of your raid.
Yeah.
So we're really hard focusing on single target damage and killing quasars only exactly when they need to.
Yes.
And it's going to require a little bit of getting used
Precision
to that.
gaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a good thing to note. If we have less incidental damage on the quasars, we are focusing more damage on the boss. We are essentially setting up a situation where we have exactly enough damage to pass the pass-fail mechanic, and no more, right? So there's less margin for error, essentially. Everyone has to play just a little bit better, but that's required whenever these fights have this tuning that's so tight, right? Like that's part of the race to world first. Having to min-max your comp to the T.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what Echo did, right? We saw them get a 10% pull at the hard enrage with everybody alive without any DPS dead, and that just kind of makes you have to reevaluate things and say, where else can we start pulling damage from? Because that's obviously the way we're going to need to do this fight.
And obviously, if there's a little relearning required, which it seems like we're kind of going through right now, you definitely want to get that out of the way as soon as you can.
Yeah, why would you
don't want to be wasting like 20
just
pulls
to change it later?
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's interesting. Whenever it comes to progression, there's always kind of like at first, right, you want to just focus on the fight, you want to focus on living, you want to get all your mechanics down, go above and beyond to make sure that you do everything exactly right. But once you reach a wall, or you see someone else reach a wall, and you look at your damage and you say, okay, well, it looks like we maybe don't have it right. That's when you have to kind of reevaluate the situation and change course a little bit with your strategy. And it can definitely cause, in some cases, there to be a learning curve, or relearning curve as well. But it's just, it's part of the process.
Yeah, the damage on this fight is insane. Everyone's
like
health
incoming
bar's
or outgoing.
bouncing.
All of it.
All of it. Yep. There's like a message
Yes.
that someone asked Ben, like, so what's the problem here? Is it like the amount of damage that you're doing? Is it the amount of healing that you need? Is it dealing with the ads? And the answer was just yep.
Yes. All of it.
Although I will say, I think the healers pretty much have this fight down at this point. I think mostly what we're wiping to is, and as the DPS, I say this unfortunately, it looks like mostly DPS mechanics. But hey, it's a hard fight.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Very, very difficult.
We've returned to the classic bit of naming your character Lip X. We've got Lip Warlock in the raid. We've got Lip Hunt in the raid. On the meters, that is.
There he is, doing the dungeon.
Lip. Speaking of Lip.
I love the panda lip. That was great.
That's kind of a bit the guild does whenever Lip isn't in. Everyone starts changing their details name to Lip X.
They're doing it in solidarity with Lip.
Yes, sir.
Love to see it.
Yep. Miss the friend.
I like that Twisted's meters here are showing damage taken by spell, healing done. This is something I want to highlight. The damage taken by spell is OP, especially when you're first starting off, like trying to get a feel for like how the fight's going. Especially as a raid leader, it looks like that's where we are into a wipe right now. So everyone's going to head off the cliff, die as quickly as they can, get in there again. But yeah. Lots of damage. I like this one here as well because we can see where the damage is coming from. Dark Collapse.
So the Dark Collapse is when you run the orb over the soak puddle, right?
Yes.
Wow.
It's a lot of damage.
Yep, and Stellar Decay. And
Which is the soaks, I think.
Lots of melee damage too. I don't know. Does this seem like this seems a little bit less complicated as a tank than... Well, I guess they haven't really had, since Laundress, they haven't really had super complicated tank fights, but how's this from the tank perspective? Do we know if this is difficult at all for them, or if they're kind of just leaning back in their chairs at this point?
I mean, you saw the end of Anduin, right? This is probably easy for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I assume after Anduin and Laundress, everything else is probably going to feel like beach vacation.
Yeah, I mean, at what point do they just, get to AFK halfway through these pools?
Yeah.
I think they've earned their job, right? They just kind of hang out, go on vacation.
Love that Scott got to take a day off as well for Lords of Dread.
Part of the day.
Yeah, part of the day. And so I see chat obviously trolling a little bit, but I want to know where are we at right now when it comes to our boss percentages?
So Echo's best pull of the day happened about 2 hours ago. They had 10.6% pull.
Yep.
They saw that percentage, and it was a fairly clean pull. A couple deaths. Not completely clean, but they saw that and they started to optimize more. They swapped a couple classes out. They're kind of in the same situation that the Liquid Boys are right now, where they're kind of relearning a bit of progression with a slightly different comp. But when they do get a clean pull, it should be a little bit more optimized. They should see lower on the boss. Potentially could even kill it. So they're a little bit further along on their optimization right now.
Yeah, they've been kind of on fire because whenever I first got here in the morning, it was like 8:30. I think I was one of the first people here because there was like no one in here. I was in the back and I was watching, and I watched them rip a like 20% pull.
Yep.
Everyone was alive. One person died at like 29%, but otherwise everyone was alive the entire time. And then they hit that massive bang at 20%. So I guess they've really been closing the gap since then. But there's definitely diminishing returns whenever it comes to trying to close a gap on that much percentage when you're reaching the end of a fight. There's only so much that you can optimize. We're also 91 pulls in on this boss, so pulls go pretty quick on this one.
Can we see what our predictions were for this boss? I'm kind of curious.
Yeah,
where we all were. I think if I remember correctly, I was in the. I think I said like 180.
I think I was 125.
I think for all these, I said like
80?
40s.
No shot.
Yeah.
I only said 80 on this boss. No shot. Okay, that was 2 weeks ago that I said that, though.
Yeah,
so.
that was...
These
so
predictions,
these predictions
yeah,
were
go ahead.
before we had done any Mythic bosses. This was when we were doing heroic splits on day 1 of Mythic. So none of us really knew what to expect, and we all kind of undershot most of the harder bosses.
You know what? I think that they left off my 1 at the beginning of my pull count. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
I definitely
production
didn't
trolling
say 80.
you.
God, production is so troll. Can't believe they're so silly.
Yeah, I mean, we all kind of went into this tier knowing that there were essentially going to be 2 end bosses. I think that was kind of what everyone's tinfoil was with Anduin. So I was kind of hoping that maybe the other bosses would be a little easier, so that this race would be a normal race, like 7 to 10 day race, one of those normal ones.
3-week races aren't normal?
No, they're not. But they are they're definitely interesting. I will say that.
Do you
Wait,
guys remember
so
what your predictions were for Jailer, out of curiosity?
on Jailer?
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly, but
I was probably
I'm
like
sure...
250-ish.
I remember my exact number.
What's your number?
I put 269.
Yeah.
Nice.
I remember yours being weird.
I remember seeing Valoris at like 400 and something.
Yeah, he's at like 491.
I was like, please don't. Please don't.
No. Yeah. No.
My heart can't take it. You notice there, that was kind of weird. So it was a wipe, right? So they were just kind of playing around, and JPC was still meleeing the orb. Even though he couldn't attack it, he still somehow had it like targeted, and he was meleeing it even though he was upstairs. I thought that was interesting. So I guess if you're like super close, there's no way you would actually do that though on a real pole, but yeah, it is interesting.
Yeah,
I guess the orb is still damageable. It's just you can't target it, or like you shouldn't be able to use abilities on it.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Just drop the blizzard on it?
They say it's like they're shrouded in mystery or
Like
something.
some sort of line of sight thing. Because, if things are line of sight, you can still melee them. You just can't cast spells on them.
Yeah.
So if you put a blizzard directly on top of it, would it hit it?
Probably not.
Okay.
I don't think so. But it is possible that if you Arcane Orbed it, it might still count as an entity and give you an Arcane charge. Not sure, though. I don't think you'd play Arcane on this fight, though. I don't see any world where you would. Unless you're just an Arcane Dreamer. Fire's just way too good on this fight.
Yeah, when people like 6 are playing Fire, that it's not an Arcane boss.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
We do enjoy the Arcane bosses when we get them, though.
Yeah, you were talking about Arcane a lot when we were doing Anduin.
Yeah.
You were a big fan of that.
I had to. Had to give it props. Arcane is expected as, it doesn't get enough love.
It doesn't deserve love.
Oof.
Yeah, I know Zyronic's an Arcane hater. I, however, am an Arcane enjoyer. Do enjoy a good Arcane tier whenever I can get one. And especially with Jinx, I love that version of Arcane.
Wait.
The best version.
Jinx from Arcane?
Yes.
Bat Chest.
Chat, good morning.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bat Chest.
Wake up, chat. Come on. You can do it. Yep. Just man, I feel like I'm in Groundhog's Day. Groundhog's Day with the morning wake up, the Lords of Dread, the Rygalon. We're right back there, back into it.
I heckin' love Arcane.
Yep, sure you do.
Misery? Yeah, the Misery. Misery isn't here anymore, though.
Yeah,
he left. He went home.
Pange.
I saw someone ask a little bit ago in chat, how are they already at more pulls for this than Lords of Dread took? Well, you see, Lords of Dread was a 9 to 10 minute fight. 9 minute in rage that you can extend out to 10. This is a 7 minute hard in rage, and everyone keeps dying within the first minute and a half.
Okay, can I rant a bit? Am I allowed to do that?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
okay.
Go for it.
Rant it up.
Yeah, so pull counts are not a very good indication of how difficult a fight is.
No, they're not.
We use them as a metric because there simply isn't a better one to look at. For the most part, there's no perfect way of kind of summarizing how difficult a boss was. It is all subjective, but pull counts are greatly impacted by how quickly you can wipe in the boss. It can also be, like we were saying this before, right? Like what gear you have whenever you're on the boss. If you're on a boss and you're missing like a big part of gear, you're missing your 4 pieces, you're missing like your second legendary, you just don't have another reset of gear, you're going to have an inflated pull count, right? If a boss is a 6 minute fight and the boss basically wipes you within the first minute over and over and over again, you're going to have an inflated pull count. That happened with Landris as well, right? Mm-hmm. Really inflated pull count due to phase 1 just being such a pass fail, instantly exploding on the raid. So pull counts are never a good way to try and summarize. I see this all the time where people say, oh, well, this was the hardest boss of all time because it had this pull timer or this amount of pulls. But, that's not always the best way to look at it, right? There's a little bit more nuance to it. End of rant.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to think about it.
Woke.
I'm awake now. Good morning.
Woke.
Woke.
How do we not have woke? That's an emote we need. That's my fault. I should have told young Pagliacci that we needed it. Is Gamer in chat? We need to add woke to our...
Yes, if you can hear us, slam us with the emote.
Very important.
But yeah, any other things you'd like to add to that? Crazy Puck's ironic interview?
No, I just heckin' love rants.
Okay.
Yeah, I think rants are good.
Yep, you're here for the rants. I know that's why you're watching, so
why else would
we will
be
provide
watching?
them. Yes. Definitely because we can kill this boss, I think. That might be one of the reasons. But I'm just guessing.
I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
Mavepi does go down there in the back. Is he one of the soakers there? Because he seems to die at that specific moment a number of pulls. So I wonder if he's one of the soakers for those orbs and the damage there just kind of overcomes him.
I don't know, but soaking those is definitely a lot to deal with right there. And Priest doesn't really have, isn't really as sturdy as a lot of other classes. I mean, obviously they bring a lot to the fight, and we need them desperately. That's why they're in, right? It's a very good spec for this. But yeah, definitely one of those specs that doesn't really have much in the way of personals. I think you can pray desperately.
You know, the other thing about this fight, which is always incredibly important, is we've gotten kind of a new take on an old meme out of this fight. Screenshots of dead holy priests.
Yes, love those.
We're going for the trifectas. If you can get all 3 angels in one screenshot, it's perfect.
That's a bingo.
We've
We
got
have
a
ton
couple
of them. You know, production, if you want to get in on this, start taking screenshots of all 3 dead angels in one picture, and we can put a montage of those together when the boss dies. That'd be great. We've already got like 6 or 7 of them in one of our meme channels in the Liquid Guild Discord.
Yeah, I'm actually going to repost some of
angels.
those real quick into the production chat. Since I
The
have
poor angels.
some of these just real quick here, I'll drop a quick one. My favorite thing was whenever you could also use the illusion spell as a mage to take the image
and then set it on
of
fire.
one of those. Yes, and then whenever you combust, you're just like a fiery priest. It's pretty cool. Definitely recommend that. I love that I'm scrolling through here and I'm seeing these images of the guardian.
There they are, triple angel,
angels.
triple angel.
Let's go.
That's a bingo.
Hey.
But my
Love to
favorite
see
is this gif of like a strike, like a bowling strike. Whenever you get all 3. All right, posting the quick one there for you, production. It's coming in hot right now. Boom. Yeah. So priest. Why do we have priest in this fight?
Use defensives a lot on this fight. A lot. Defensives are a call that is used often, and holy priests reduce your defensives by a lot. It's kind of nuts, actually.
Yeah, they also have the ability to keep someone from dying as well, right?
Yep.
I hear they're pretty good at that.
Guardian Angel.
Guardian Angel's pretty good.
But they themselves don't really have many tools in their disposal to protect themselves. They're kind of like they protect others before themselves, right?
Glass cannon.
Yeah, they have the worst defensive in the game.
Yeah.
It's called Desperate Prayer.
Yeah, they can pray desperately
They
to
can
live.
increase their HP. Wow! That chest.
Yeah,
That's
they can
helpful.
also they can.
That
They,
sounds super
they
helpful.
can get token of appreciation. Have you thought about that?
They can
Yeah.
buff Fort. That's true. Buffing
Powered
Fort is pretty
fortitude.
strong.
Yes, just fort buff for that token.
All right. Well, here's the thing. They have who's using token on the raid right now? The Vinthirs aren't. I'm telling you right now, the Vinthir Moonkins are not using token. They're playing T because all Moonkins are scumbags.
Wow.
Almost guaranteed they're playing the little versatility T buff. Fired Up's probably playing token. I would say Nick's probably playing token. What other Vinthirs do they have? Is Subtlety Vinthir, or are they something else?
I'm not sure. If we had the composition thing, it does show their covenants.
No. Subtlety is Kyrian, so they're not Vinthir.
I don't think we have
Are there
we
any-
have
I
many
don't think there are
tokens in
any
this
others.
raid. Yeah, I don't think we do. No, not many tokens. I feel
That's
like
not a lot of tokens. Yeah.
I feel like tokens are really good to run though.
Yes, they are.
Big mood on those. Also, another thing that might be useful. I'm not sure if we have it, but there's a Kyrian Soulbind, where basically people within like 5 yards of you have 5% more health.
That sounds very helpful in a fight like this.
And you do stack up on those orbs. But the thing is it's like taking damage. It isn't like one big hit. That one was especially useful on Painsmith, because if you didn't have a chain, you'd always be like on top of the raid, and then you'd be giving those people that. I think it's Clea's buff. I forget the name of it, but yeah, pretty good there. You know what's interesting is Soulbinds. There's a lot of gain that you get from Soulbinds that I think a lot of players probably don't consider too much when it comes to defensiveness. That we're going to be kind of losing at the end of this expansion, seeing as this is the last raid of the expansion. We're missing out on Pod Tender. I think that's a favorite for a lot of folks.
Yes.
Obviously, we have other cheat deaths as well. We've got the one for Necrolord where they stay alive for like 10 seconds after they die. We've got the meme one for Ventir where you become like a tombstone. I've seen that one at RBGs one-shot people. But for the most part, I think most people go Ventir. Token of Appreciation, too. Another big one. But yeah, we're losing out on all that. That's all going away at the end of this expansion. The thing I'm going to miss, though, the most is going to be Soul Shape.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to play without Soul Shape. I mean, you just get so used to having it as like your get-out-of-jail-free card. Anytime you're in a bind, and like I'm a hunter, anytime disengage is down and I'm in a bind, just Soul Shape and you're fine. Just brings you to safety. It's going to be a really big adjustment not having that.
That and like Door of Shadows is really fantastic. Fleshcraft, like really good as well. Like makes you CC immune if you have the Soulbind for that. And also you take less damage. You have a huge absorb shield. Never forget the clip of Shakib PvPing yelling, "Boom, get flushed on." Just fleshcrafting someone's face. Yep. Love that. Also the Gromnet clip.
Boom.
I don't know if you've seen the newest one of that, but that one's really good.
Dude, Warlock's in shambles. How are they going to play the game at all after losing Soul Shape? That's not a world I want to live in as a Warlock.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
You just go back to being the slow class in the back.
Serves you right. They should have never given Blink to
Can't catch up
to
anymore.
Boomkin and Warlock.
I might just have to
Agreed.
be full-time mage forever.
Yeah, I
you
mean,
weren't already doing that at this point?
Oh.
No, he plays Warlock still. What else, Zyra? Do you play any other classes?
Ellie Shaman,
Yeah, there you go.
Hunter. But only the good specs. I'm not a dumb marksman one trick like some people.
Hey, I picked up a spear.
Did you?
It's 236. I picked up a spear.
Oh, no.
It's actually quite amusing in keys running with it because you just go like super high haste build and you just get all these procs, just throw these bombs. And yeah, weapon would be nice. It'd be like a 10% damage increase, but you're still pumping just because you're survival with 4-piece.
Yeah. That's fine.
Those bombs do a lot of damage. So I'm no longer a one trick.
What do you guys think? This is going to be a controversial question.
Oh boy. This will be good.
What do you think the chances are the Covenant abilities continue next X-Pack? I think it's almost zero.
None.
Yeah, I think they're going to go the
like
way
that
of the
over.
dodo. I think we're going to put those in the bin. I could see it for some classes. Maybe there's some crossover, right? Like think back to Legion, Phoenix Flames. It came back later on.
I just don't want to lose Soul Shape, man.
Yeah, I want to keep Soul Shape too.
Yeah.
I will not miss a lot of the abilities, but I will definitely miss Soul Shape, and I will miss Shifting Power. I like Shifting Power a lot.
It's
I'm
just
gonna
like
miss Wild Spirits.
It's such a weird concept to infuse our characters with this ridiculous power that we get from helping the Covenants, and then it's just gone.
Yeah.
I guess the argument you can use from a lore perspective is we're no longer in the Shadowlands, so we don't have the blessing of the Covenants, but like, come on, just let us keep that power from expansion to expansion just once. One singular ounce of power keep, please. Don't even do the soul binds, just let me keep the abilities.
I will not miss Mirrors of Torment.
It is very. It
don't
is
like
very
that ability.
annoying. I don't like. Yeah, it's very annoying for bosses like, for instance, Halandris, when you're like, oh, I want to mirrors with my combust. Wait, why have my mirrors not proccing?
Yeah, and the crab's just walking.
Well,
I feel
no,
like
you get procs during the walk because he's casting lances. It's during the reclaim that it doesn't do anything. It's miserable.
I don't know. Whenever I was doing heroic though on the crab, I was getting really frustrated with Mirrors of Torment because they were just like long periods when the crab was walking. For me, at least, I don't know. Maybe it was like just the first week, but just like, come on.
Well, so, like you said, there are several instances of the more premier and beloved artifact abilities from Legion being added as talents in some rows. I mean, Phoenix Flames was a good example of that. I believe Ret Paladins got their artifact ability added as a talent as well. I forget what the name of it was, but it's like the frontal cone ability.
Stormkeeper too.
Stormkeeper was that? Was that actually an artifact weapon ability?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's another one. Yeah. So there's several of them that were added in that were very like game changing to how. Yeah, Wake of Ashes. That's it. Thanks, chat. That were added to the talent trees. So one of the like prevailing theories on one of the concepts for next expansion is that they're bringing back old-style talent trees. So I wonder if they might be adding in a bunch of stuff into those talent trees, potentially from the Covenant system. That'd be kind of neat.
I feel like that'd be a bit more interesting than what we have now.
I think the talent system that we have now has proven to be just as cookie cutter as the one we had before, and that was the whole rationale to change it in the first place.
Yeah.
You know, but a lot of that probably comes down to the fact that some talents just don't get used for an entire expansion.
Yep.
Yeah.
So not really sure what gives with that, but I mean, obviously we don't want every talent to be exactly the same damage-wise, right? That would be boring.
No,
we don't like that, but we do like having the ability to choose talents, and I think if a talent doesn't get used for an entire expansion, that's probably a good reason to maybe look into it, or like replace it, right?
I'm actually really happy with where most marksman hunter talents are right now, because you have different setups. You have completely different setups for AoE and single target, like a lot of classes do and a lot of specs do. And I find that amusing and interesting. I like being able to swap back and forth, but that wouldn't change if we went back to the old style talent trees too. You just did that there, and you have an AoE build and you have a single target build.
So here's something to consider with this conversation we're having about keeping abilities. I think since they're all like very Covenant themed, right, not class themed, I think it's very unlikely that they carry over in their current state unless they just get like redone in some way. I was thinking of all the abilities that I feel like fits the most. We were just having these quick wipes here. Back to back. That is another triple Priest.
Trifecta. Was that a screenshot for production?
Yes, thank you for that.
I
Okay,
hope so.
That's fantastic. Oh, that was
unfortunate.
Twisted's POV there, but yeah, we had the triple Priest in the back. Love to see that. But yeah, okay. So if I were to guess one ability that's going to carry over, like if in theory if one did, right, Ashen Hollow, I feel like is one that kind of fits. Right, with Paladins dropping the Ashen Hollow, but then again, it's like it's not a Paladin move though; it's a Vintir move.
I don't think Ashen Hollow stays. Not only for a number of reasons. I think Divine Toll might.
I can see that.
Divine Toll is really cool.
That's a much more Paladin, even though it's Kyrian themed, it fits more with the Paladin.
Yeah, well, Kyrian and Paladin kind of there's a lot of that's like a crossover episode right there. Yeah, I mean, but all of the Covenant abilities, they're all very flavored in the Covenant that they come from. Right, like Shifting Power doesn't look like anything mage related whatsoever. Right, it looks out of place, but very, very visually appealing spell. All of the spells look amazing.
I think something like
expansion.
like Fey Transfusion makes a lot of sense for shamans. It fits into their hybrid class sort of situation they have going on there. And yeah, no, I agree with you. Almost all of the Covenant animations are amazing. They were all done by one person. Believe it or not, every single Covenant ability was done by one person. They posted.
I don't remember their tag, but yeah, I remember seeing a tweet about it.
Wow.
Well, I'll try to look that up and try to give them a shout out real quick. But no, all of the abilities that we've seen so far in Shadowlands, all these Covenant abilities are beautiful.
It's
absolutely
really hard
beautiful.
to like to undersell it because like in a raid environment. There are so many things going off, it's kind of hard to see the actual animations themselves, but isolated in just a very empty environment, you can tell that they've had a lot of work put into them. They look really good.
Yeah, they all look fantastic.
Yeah, they were posted on one of those portfolio websites. I forget which one it was called, or which one it was, but I'm sure we can find it.
Liced TV is the name. Looking them up real quick here, but yes. Shout out to them.
That's our video guy.
That is what I was told, but I will pull them up
Lice
again.
is our video guy.
I don't think that was.
Here, let me see if I can get.
Oh, it was on
here.
Behance. It was on Behance. That was the website that they uploaded the portfolio to. I actually tweeted about this. I think I retweeted this like a couple of years ago. I want to try to find this now.
Covenant abilities. If anyone in chat knows too, we would definitely love you to chime in. Give us a quick heads up on this. But yeah, what other abilities look really cool? So we have the Monk ability is another one too. It's a little bit subdued because it's just like on the ground for Night Fae. Just kind of shoots out. I don't know if we've really seen it that much, but that's another one that struck me as just like a really beautiful ability. Radiant Spark, it doesn't really have that much of an animation. You really just kind of apply it onto the target. That's the Kyrian Mage ability. But that one, to me, is a very iconic look. I love the way that the rune, this like magical rune, basically appears above the enemy that you're fighting. That one looks really great as well. Lots of cool abilities, though. Oh, the Hunt is a very iconic one, I feel, as well. Although that one, for me, is just like all negative emotions, because every time I see the Hunt, it's like I died like 2 seconds later, so... It's like harrowing images before a tragedy. You see the Hunt happen, yeah.
Unfortunate. A lot of really good-looking stuff this expansion.
So we were talking about this before. You were actually able to see Shakib there hitting the orb while he was downstairs. You don't have a big window to do that, so you really have to maximize the amount of damage you do to it. And also, because you don't have control over who is sent downstairs for the most part, you do have a little wiggle room, right? But you don't have full control. It's going to be variant, right? Like, you won't always have the same amount of damage on every orb. There is a little bit of variance to that, so you have to maximize your damage where you can. But it looks like we're going to another wipe here.
Yeah, it looks like they're really having trouble timing the Quasars getting killed, leaving the puddles on the ground and getting people with the Dark Eclipse in it. They've been wiping to this kind of same point here for a little while now, and a lot of that is just relearning with a different comp and whose responsibility is it to take down those Quasars and when, and those new people learning the timings of the exact moment they have to be killed, because obviously if you kill it too early, the puddle disappears, and then you just have bomb floating over someone's head. There's nothing you can do about it, and it explodes and kills the raid. So
it's ironic. I see you Googling frantically.
I want to find
Any
this.
hints so far?
Not yet.
Man, okay, we'll just keep at it.
I will find this.
And we'll keep filling in the meantime. But yes, love all of the Covenant abilities. All the artwork this expansion too. I mean, the art team is always on point, I think, when it comes to World of Warcraft. Where other areas of the game may not be as well done throughout the expansions that we've seen, it always seems like the art team is always on top of things.
They always have been. They've always been amazing at the art in this game.
Especially like a fight like this. I love the design of this this fight. It may not be mechanically like a... Well, actually, no. I'll go ahead and say it. I like this fight. I like this fight mechanically, and I also like it visually as well.
I hard-lied there on ArtStation. That's why I couldn't find it. All right, I found it.
Excellent.
I will drop the link in chat once this loads.
Cool.
Awesome.
If you
Appreciate you doing the research there. Helping us get to our answer. But yeah, we have very heavy Celestial theme too on this boss. Although it is also kind of a mid-2000s Hot Topic vibe as well. It's basically like if you had one of those Celestials just kind of go off the deep end.
Just make sure.
Well, that is like the whole kind of idea of this, right? Is it's like an evil Algalon. Algalon was trying to purge everything on Azeroth because it thought like the order had gotten out of hand and.
Yeah, he was kind of like calling up his boss.
Yeah.
Like, hey, so you sent me over to Azeroth to come like check out what's going on here. We got a problem. I think we need to hit the old reset button. And then, of course, we shut him down before he's able to do that. But with this boss, yeah, kind of the same concept, Celestial, but, you know, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not a lore expert, but somehow corrupted by the jailer, dominated by the jailer, if you will. Yep. And, you know, that, of course, comes with the cool outfit and the cape there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, once you're evil, you get, like, a really cool helmet. You get a cape. It's like the starter pack.
Shoulder pads.
Shoulder pads, yeah. Bracers.
Yep.
Those are like the wrist warmers, right, that you used to get at Hot Topic, yeah.
You also get sick quotes.
Yeah, really cool quotes, yep. Well, they're, like, that one's a good one.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's
Timeless
a really
classic.
good quote.
Yeah.
Really neat boss.
I just keep hearing "Come Closer" and "Burn" because someone's. I think Atrocity has the outfit of I forget his name, but he's from one of the second instance in Hellfire Peninsula. I forget the name of it. There's these orcs and they have a boss kind of shackled down there.
Oh, it's like Blood something.
What are you doing?
Blood Furnace?
That sounds right.
Yeah, Blood Furnace. That's it. I just remember they say, you fools, what are you doing? You'll ruin everything. Or something like, he'll kill us all. And then you have to fight the boss. I love that instance.
Then you kill the boss.
That was
That's
so
fine.
fun. The boss says, come closer and burn. Which is exactly what he's doing. He's burning that boss's HP. I like THC's outfit here.
Yeah, that's
really vibing. Really vibing.
He's looking like he's enjoying
Dude,
himself.
he is tucked in.
I don't know if you saw him
right
yesterday, but he was very tucked. I don't think he moved for like 3 hours. He was just like fully tucked in.
He's comfy. He's comfy and warm, killing bosses.
Yep. This is the amount of focus you need on a fight like this.
You know, even though we haven't seen a lot of really deep pulls so far, the boss is at 60% here 3 minutes into the fight, which actually isn't that terribly far off from where they need to be.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the halfway mark is 3:30. They were on track to get him to right around 50 at the halfway mark. The only problem is they'd already committed Lust, which is a small DPS boost for that 40 seconds.
Yeah, and they don't really have a ton of execute in the raid, so it's not like that's going to be a great increase when they get to lower HP levels.
So
Certainly
until we
gonna be
start seeing
close.
some progress on some of these, I think maybe now would be a good time to maybe bring up our who we're raising money for. Maybe
Yeah, I
show
was
some of those graphics
I was
as well.
gonna say,
Get those started. Yeah,
haven't
so
killed
let's.
this boss, but something else we haven't done is plug the charity yet today.
Yeah, and you know what? Even if we aren't progressing on the boss, we can definitely progress on this initiative to raise money for Girls Who Code. Right now, we are at $20,430 raised. We are looking to make it to our final official donation goal of $25,000, Egg Roulette. We have met our $20,000 match here for, the initiative here for Hot Wings Challenge. This time with hotter sauces, so we will be doing that. And I know Salil from production,
right?
Yeah, it has to be because we have someone from production.
Salil.
Yes,
Yeah, Salil.
and he will be joining us in that. We said that if we get it done before Monday, he would be there. And guess what? It's before Monday.
Before Monday. Also, at 20,000, we're also supposed to get an embarrassing video from Dagura.
I heard that was 30,000.
I thought it
but
was 20.
I like where your head's
30.
at.
She said
Production
yesterday
is
it was
telling
20.
us 30, but let's just go with 20.
You
No,
can't
I'm
just
kidding.
change that.
Yeah, let's just say it's 20.
It will happen today.
She
That's what-
specifically said on desk yesterday, also at 20,000, I'll be releasing my embarrassing video.
Well, you know what? Maybe there's more than one embarrassing video. That could also be the case. We don't know. But
Ooh,
either way, we want to reach this $25,000 so that we can get to that egg roulette. Beyond that, we actually have another one that we've kind of added a secret incentive. At $35,000, we will release the full Sandwich Love song to Spotify. That one we have to get to, chat. I'm
Are you
serious.
featuring on that?
What was that?
Are you featuring on that?
Am I featuring? I don't know if No, I was not involved in any of the Sandwich Love music, but I was involved in the Watermelon song.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I did enjoy that quite a bit too. But we also have our computer up here, our laptop, so we can actually read off any of the donations that you give us. If you want to maybe give us some fun jokes to maybe say, love fun jokes, love dad jokes.
Yeah, dad joke me up.
Give us those terrible jokes. Give us ones that will make us cringe. We love those. Also, if you have any lore. Lore is fun too. Riddles?
So
What else
something really
I like?
interesting happened to my friend the other day. My friend is a pretty popular chef nowadays. They got the opportunity to cook for some celebrities. One of the ones he was talking about was John Cena.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, so did he like just show up and he couldn't find them in his house though? I
Well,
hear
the
you
thing-
can't see
it
that
was
guy.
it was weird because he wasn't sure if he actually was able to cook for John Cena because he never saw him.
Oh, I'm sorry for burying you on that one. It's ironic. Too quick for you. I'm just burying the lead here. My bad. Oof.
You were too far ahead.
Yes, I was always one step ahead. Yeah.
Trying to be Galaxy Brain over here, killing everything.
They did that too with someone like gave us a donation. I think it was Never Nude, and it was like the human silly. And you can't be hitting us with those. We've seen those too many. We're World of Warcraft people. But yeah, if you do want to give us some donations, the best way to do that is through tl.gg/rwf-donate. That's going to be the link for Girls Who Code. That is where the money's going to. And if you do get those donations in, we'll read whatever the stuff that you put on there, whatever it is that you want us to read off.
Yep.
Lore, jokes, riddles.
I want you to make me upset with how bad your jokes are.
We can also make our own incentives too.
We could.
Right?
We could.
So
Do
if you
have
want
any ideas?
me to force Crazy Puck to do an impression of a boss, let's get $50 in. Does that sound fair? $50 and we'll make you do, I don't know. What's your favorite boss?
I don't really know.
Sorry, I'm
boss
just putting you on the spot here.
Incinerate
I'll do one too. Yeah, I'll do one.
Yeah, I don't really know boss quotes, but if you
Do you
feed
remember,
me
do you
one,
remember
I'll
that
try
one?
it.
Incinerate?
Incinerate the minions.
No. Is that like is that one of those gnomes?
I feel like it's Melkorok, right?
Something
I
like
just
that.
remember the quote. I don't remember the boss.
But yeah, we'll do it. Make us do impressions, all that fun
Is
stuff.
that
If you want,
Dude, I actually feel upset that I know
we
a
should
quote,
Google
but
that.
I don't know what boss.
We have a computer right here.
I don't want to look it up now.
Okay.
I want chat to tell me.
All right, chat.
Well, chat definitely won't.
We
get
need
it
your
wrong.
help.
Chat definitely knows.
Oh, also, if you give us like really bad jokes in chat, we will not be reading those. We're gonna save only the bad jokes from our charity initiative to read.
Yes, correct.
So the hard embargo on bad jokes from chat.
Yeah,
Isn't that the Vixiona dungeon fight? It might be.
I haven't listened to boss quotes in ages because I play with sound off. So I just don't know what any of them sound like.
Yeah, that'll get you.
I think at home I have it set to all my sounds are off except for boss quotes, because boss quotes are actually a really good indicator
They're
for
good.
mechanics.
Yes, they are fantastic cues. I too am a boss quote enjoyer. I also like just like sounds in general. I know a lot of people. It's a little mixed here, I think, with those. But for me, I like to have those on because there's like literally voice lines where you can tell what to do at a fight. Like Sylvanas is a good example. Like I remember that there's like an exact quote that they say something about how she's vulnerable and then she becomes invulnerable at that moment. And you can like hear the word and know exactly what to do. And it's always the same. So I appreciate the consistency there. Yeah, it's almost like having weak auras in a way. Obviously, you also want to have weak auras, but it can help.
Also, I like how this fight is like the most Final Fantasy fight ever. Super hard mechanics check. There's no letting up on mechanics. And then, like, at the end of the fight, as a reward for getting to the end, you just get 30 seconds of the boss casting one spell.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it kills you instantly if it goes off.
Yeah.
That
It's
is
literally a
actually
Final Fantasy
straight up.
outrage.
Yep. Yes, it is. It's a good observation. And all of the spells, too, are, like, over the top, which I feel like is another Final Fantasy kind of thing. Like, having gigantic... looks like we just got a weak aura or some sort of add-on update there. Yep, boss mods. Let's get it. But yeah, I enjoy the boss standing there for 30 seconds while you do a burn, knowing that full and well, if you don't kill the boss in time, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't have any limit breaks to use on this one, so we're going to have to just get there all on our own.
All right, I'm sure this is a topic that we've covered on stage a little bit, but what's your favorite boss of all time? Use a different one from the ones that we did last time we had this question.
I haven't answered this question before. My favorite boss of all time is not actually my favorite due to what boss it is or the mechanics of the fight. It has to do more so with the circumstances of the boss dying.
Okay.
And for me, that's going to be N'Zoth, just because it was our first ever World First.
Cool.
So
Okay.
I'm obviously biased. N'Zoth was not really that great of a fight, like on its own.
Okay.
But it's my favorite. What about you, Zyronic?
Let's let Crazy Poke go
Oh,
first.
Crazy Poke.
Unless you need time to think about it.
It's got to be, for me, it's either Algalon or Yogg.
Oh, those are good
Yogg 1
choices.
light. I didn't do 0 light when it was
Didn't do
current,
zero
but
light.
I did 1 light.
That's fair. Okay, so we had a question on stage, maybe, who knows, it was some time ago. The days are blending together, where somebody asked us what our top 3 bosses were. I think for those 3 bosses, I said Mithrax, Latian, Ashara, so I'm not going to pick any of those 3. So I'm going to go with a little bit of an obscure one.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Operator Thogar.
Operator Thogar.
Wait, Ashara? You
Ashara
like
was
Queen
one of the top
Ashara?
3. Yeah, I love that boss.
Oh.
Purely, again, because of the circumstances around it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a pretty great boss to be around, everyone in London for.
Mhm. But
Definitely really fun
Operator
there.
Thogar is what I'm going with for this question.
That is the boss from Siege of Orgrimmar, correct?
It is the train boss from Blackrock
Oh,
Foundry.
Blackrock. Oh, the one where you
okay.
could keyboard turn and you wouldn't get hit on the train
Yeah,
tracks.
but nobody knew about that during
Yeah, that would be...
progression.
Dude, could you imagine an alternate universe where someone figured out in progression and you just are watching the Race to World First? It, of course, exists in this timeline before Old Year. And someone is just keyboard turning whenever the trains come by. That would be absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
It would have probably gotten fixed, actually, I think, if that was the case. That fight was really fun, though. I loved the trains coming by. It was always a fun meme to see just... just a train out of nowhere. Yeah, just suddenly train. That boss was really fun. I enjoyed a lot of bosses in that tier. I also really liked Hans and Franz, even though that fight was garbage. I loved it because Fire Mage was just so ridiculously unstoppable in that fight with the Ignite swapping back and forth.
Yeah.
There's a bug where basically if you swap your Ignite back and forth, you could double it and have it on both bosses at the same time. Very, very strong there. Lei Shen, that's a really good one. I think if I'm being like honest about the bosses themselves, and I'm cutting out all of the feelings around the event, I think Lei Shen is probably my top boss of all time.
I think that's most current Raiders' top boss.
Yeah. It's a good boss.
If they
It's a good
progressed on that
boss.
fight. If you ever progressed on Lei Shen, that's probably your top boss of all time.
All right, it's ironic. What is your favorite Mythic Plus of all time?
5, 4, 3, 2.
I'm gonna think about it for a while.
And Crazy Poke, if you have one, feel free to chime in while he's giving it
Favorite
some
Mythic
thought there.
Plus.
I'll just start with mine while
Those
y'all
are
are
the
thinking.
recent ones.
Yeah, I greatly enjoy Maw of Souls. Maw of Souls is a very stressful instance. A lot can go wrong very quickly, but I enjoy it so much just because it was like so fast paced, and then Fire Mage was just like insane in it. It was very thematically interesting to me. Like I loved the idea of just being like in this ghost ship, basically. There's like all these undead pirates everywhere, and then you come out in the very end, and it's like the waves are crashing on both sides. The boss comes up from out of the sea. It's a very like I don't think mechanically it was a very good dungeon. There was a lot like kind of half-baked with it, but the way it looked was amazing, and I spent a lot of time there grinding artifact power. So yeah, definitely enjoyed that one a lot.
I have mine.
Okay.
So I think there are a lot of very obvious answers to this question that people are going to think instantly. Things like freehold, things like the Teledazar, open-ended dungeons where a lot of choices are available. For me specifically, I'm going to go with Cathedral of Endless Night.
Okay.
It's, obviously it had problems when it first came out. It was very overtuned, but when they fixed the tuning, it was a great dungeon. It was a fantastic dungeon. It was.
It actually was.
It was well tuned. There were specific tricks in it that let you gain/cheese a little bit of extra count, specifically the Emp pull after the second boss. If you properly CC'd that and had cooldowns going into it, you could gain 20 or 30% mob count, just like that. And it was a fantastic speedrun dungeon for MDI specifically. I really enjoyed that dungeon.
I have another one too that I know I already gave my favorite, but I have to give my second favorite. Upper Karazhan.
It's a good one.
Really enjoyed Upper Karazhan a lot, especially the part where you get really small and you're like running around the books and you're fighting gigantic rats and mana worms.
I was actually going to say Lower Kara.
Oh, you're going to say Lower Kara?
I was going to say Lower Kara because Karazhan, way back in the day, was like the first raid that I ever actually played regularly. And getting to do that again as a dungeon was just phenomenal because the fights were familiar, but they were like retuned to be really fun. It was enjoyable. It was pretty good paced. And that was at a time when Marksman just felt incredible. And I loved going in there.
Yeah, Lower Kara for me is like one that will forever scar me. I can never think about that place in a positive way ever again.
I had a lot of fun in there.
Forever
You want to do a little
scarred.
therapy session on stream? Talk to us.
Yeah. I mean, it was a long time ago, but
lay your head down
the
on the
scars
couch
are
here.
deep. So it all started in Lower Karazhan. That's when everything went sideways. We had such a good strategy, my MDI team. We did that dungeon so well. We even had death skips that like no one else was using. We were using these death skips. We were doing all sorts of crazy things in the MDI that people had never seen before in Lower Karazhan. And we got done with the dungeon. It was our best time we'd ever done. We've never actually done, even in all the qualifiers, all of our practice runs, we had never done as well as we did that time that we finished Lower Karazhan. And then
those 6 letters.
I saw one word. Those 6 letters, I'll never be the same after seeing them. The word remake. I couldn't believe it. We had completed the dungeon, but they said that they wouldn't take our time, that we had to do it again. Why? Because obviously it's a live stream event. They want to have the teams actually go head to head. But we were basically begging them, like, please, please don't do this to us. We just got done with it. And we were told we had to remake it. Yeah, the reason for the remake, of course, was that Maiden of Virtue, JB used what was it?
No, their tank got disoriented and JB got meleeed.
Yeah, well, the reason why he got broken from his disoriento was because of Grievous. Yeah. So basically how it works is whenever a boss is like fighting a tank, right? And if the tank becomes disoriented, which in that fight everyone becomes disoriented, right? What's going to happen is threat. You can't have threat if you have disorient. It's just like how World of Warcraft works, right? So if you break your disorient instantly on that fight, well, it just so happens that this is kind of an edge case that Blizzard, I guess, didn't really plan for happening much. So the boss actually would melee you if there was a melee target available in some cases, right before the cast goes off. And of course JB was meleeed by the boss, killed, asked if it was intended, and they had us do a remake.
I just want you to know that we had a situation in the MDI season this past year where a team finished their dungeon, but a bug occurred in the other team's dungeon. And instead of forcing a full-on remake, they replayed the dungeon, but they allowed the team that completed their dungeon to keep their time.
Yeah, so they actually changed a lot of rules after that MDI.
Yeah, but I remember thinking when they let them keep their time, man.
Yeah. Listen, it happened a long
Team
time
limit
ago.
4
I
years
have
ago.
no ill feelings towards JB or anyone. I mean, that is obviously not their fault.
They walked
Obviously,
so
it
we
came
could
down to
swim.
the tournament's runners. You know, they're the ones who have the ultimate say in this stuff. But you know, it was early on the MDI, and I saw that afterwards the rulebook had changed, too. So, but yeah, it's nice to get it all out. You know, get it off my chest after all these years.
I could see how that would be scarring to you.
Yeah, we basically tilted off the planet, and we didn't play well. Like, and that's our fault. Like, we did not play well in the remake. But yeah, we ended up losing that one.
All right, we're good now then.
Yeah, good.
Lower Karasan.
Lower Karasan?
He didn't even
I didn't even
flinch when I
flinch.
said that. All right,
Yep.
we're good.
All right, so he's good now.
The
Glad we can
bygones
help you through this
have
time.
gone bye-bye. Yeah. That's right. Have we? So I was so busy with my eyes closed in my therapy session there. Have we seen anything new on this fight? How are we doing here?
No.
No, haven't really seen anything new.
They're still working out kinks.
Still working on some of the timings here for the Quasars, making sure they die when they're supposed to, with as little of the raid actually paying attention to them as possible. And it's really, really close. It's really difficult.
Yeah, very difficult boss. You know, so far this morning it's been a lot of pretty short wipes here. I am interested to know kind of what they're all kind of talking about, though.
You see, they killed those two Quasars right before they reached the boss. They didn't have much time left to kill them, so they did.
They're dead.
And the bombs took a few seconds extra to come out. So by the time the bombs came out, the circles had already despawned. There was nowhere for the bombs to go, and the raid wipes.
Yeah, I'm really interested to know, like, kind of what they're talking about right now, because it seems like we're having some issues here, some hurdles that we need to cross early in the morning, and would definitely like to have some more insight there.
Yeah, consistency on Quasar timing would be very nice.
Yeah,
so I think we can maybe get some of that insight by throwing it over to a Jersey Might, maybe listen on the Raiders and hear what they're talking about here.
Okay.
Yeah, except for shoulders, no shoulders. There'd be normal chest and heroic everything else, I guess.
Yep.
I'll just try to like micromanage the CC for a while. I think that's our biggest problem. I'm just gonna call everything. Ready check? Are we good?
That's a good one, or check it out after.
I just saw it. That is good.
Okay, these are coming in. Is that the ring set? Range getting melee.
Oh, I'm blacked out.
Try to get it, range. Try to get it. Goop King fight. Goop, goop,
Yeah,
goop, goop, goop. It's dead. We're dead.
I think something got pushed or something.
Oh, we're lagging.
My frames were bad that pull. I don't know about everyone else.
My tank was standing still for 5 seconds.
We just have to get the ring for sure. Like I have to be standing out on that marker for my knock. I'll never be able to make it into melee. Like
I mean, it just died early because of it.
Who's there?
Oh, it got ringed? Let me see.
Yeah, there was a ring.
Just Giga late debus, I guess? Yeah, I missed it. Watch.
Do you want like the initial ring to knock, or do you just need it to stall it?
It's just to stall. So like, fuck. Let me find the actual thing.
Who's eating all the damn food?
So this one happens. Quasars come out, and these back two are like slowed, and then before they hit melee, they are just ringed. Like now, which we did. Okay. Oh, we just got Gigalate Quasars? Oh, the ring didn't hit them twice. That probably had something to do with it. Maybe we need a contingency if like we're getting late spawns. I don't know. Yeah, I mean there was no way Goop could have gotten there. Except why are you soaking? Oh, you're doing your CC. That's why you're over there, right?
Yeah.
Are you even supposed to be soaking that one?
No.
Whose soak is that? Okay. So what do we do if the ring doesn't work? Do we just slow them then? Can we just like get an exhaustion on these two again here?
Yeah, we can exhaustion.
Yeah,
I don't normally do it, but yeah, I can start doing it.
I mean, just do it just in case it's a bad spawn.
Yeah.
Which sets are supposed to be getting slowed by the D&D?
Can you put the message in a different spot, like on the right or something? Whoever has control of the middle right. Just look at like my stream and just put it in a good spot. There we go.
What are you asking for it? Which set are they supposed to be getting D&D slowed?
On every time they come near the boss, preferably, and if not, have a speed backup. Anytime like they're even close to the boss, you would just angle a D&D to be touching the boss and slowing them for as long as possible.
You heard that too. She just re-exhaustion the first set.
Yep. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Boom, bam, esta. Good.
Bless you, whoever that is.
Thank you.
Re-exhaustion and
It's me.
ringed.
Nope. Thought I was coming from Shaq.
And second cores are coming down. New debuffs are out. You can let these go into melee now and die naturally. That's the timing. That's good. Matter just needs a little bit more. Should be okay. Now, let's make sure the CC on these is good. The first one did not get Ursuled. Just try not to have it die yet. Just don't touch it. Don't touch it, please, please, please. No, 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 no. Okay, it died. Just try to soak it as fast as you can when it comes out. Right there. Anyone get it? Nice.
I got it. Okay.
You have two more. It's fine. There's two more.
I just went in as soon as possible, just in case.
Yeah, no, that was good.
That one didn't get Ursuled, right, Coop?
Oh yeah, I'll check the replay. I don't think I missed. I think it was just the bug, but.
Oh my god, Clay.
Boss position isn't boss position supposed to be in between the two?
You have no faith, Johnny?
I think it's based on where the boss is, not at the end of the phase. It's like they pick their spot earlier than that.
Well, isn't the boss supposed to be like basically in between the two soak piles?
Not when it casts Massive Bang, but directly after they cast Massive Bang.
He forms it throughout the phase, so.
Yeah.
It doesn't move.
The first couple of pulls today, they were consistently in that spot. Now they're consistently in a different spot. Let me see if the boss position changed at all.
Wait, did you not die,
matter.
He's seated.
Die, Faye. Oh, okay.
Yep, I died doing something weird.
Res donk.
Okay. Symbol earlier there.
Good. Okay, remember the CCs? This one's like ring into exhaustion. They're not slowed. They're not slowed. They're not slowed. They're not slowed.
It's already been ringed.
It's not the ring. It was never exhaustion. It's fine. You can easily soak those. It's fine. Range, you'll have to get one of these melee ones. Goop.
Matter's very low.
It's the one that just died. Hellstone if you need to, and personal. You can do both.
I have no personal for this.
Watch THG. Wait, guys, no, stop these ads. Slow these ads. Do not kill them yet. They don't need to die. You don't want them to die. That's fine. Those are there. The melee can get the two close to the boss. Okay. And we can grab these two. Kill these two. We'll worry about being efficient later, man.
Am I gonna make it? Massive bang. I got it.
Good, you're good.
Okay, go to your spot. Don't knock anyone. Do not knock anyone. Do not knock anyone.
Don't hit T, I'll get the ranged one.
You may use a health pot in this phase if you need to.
GS me maybe.
And go. Boss all the way to the thing.
Just dead.
Can res him in a minute.
If they die as well.
Not there.
Matter. Okay. That was better than usual. I just need to figure out what kind of CC we could have done better at the end to make those quasars more consistent.
4, 3.
Okay, so let's watch the P2 ones.
Do you think tank damage is going to be a problem? Because, I mean, if it's going to be that high, maybe double Pele is just better, double beacon the tanks. Because you guys are getting fucking destroyed.
I think Pro Pele is just better.
Maybe Earthbinds will be enough then?
I mean, the thing is, Earthbind hitbox is massive because hitbox, so if you drop it on cooldown, it's going to be terrified. The same spot.
Why don't you just... Oh wait, are you playing double beacon?
Yep. I mean, I can play the Consecrate slow. It's not as like strong, but like D&D, like if I'm using it, like I have to like hold it for ages for the Quasars if I.
I think. Are we using all the GSs?
I've been using mine a lot. Just letting people soaking.
Like, I just mean on the tanks.
Every down phase, I'm like scared for your
just more
guys' lives.
consistent. Yeah, like, I feel like Pele's just more consistent.
I use my GS every single down phase.
On a tank?
Yep.
I mean, I suck him too, but that shit doesn't really do much.
The suck is pretty. It's mainly GS that.
So the only reason Twisted died was a miss GS? I heard you call for it and then you died.
Nope, he got it.
He got it and still died.
No, it's just that applies to dot.
Jesus.
I'm just gonna go Pele. I think it's better.
Okay. CC, so these ads came in too fast. We were getting a slow wave. We made it work, right? We just like didn't kill them. We've seen it be more.
Yours, right, THC?
Yeah, I just went down. I got confused again. It's just whenever I go down, I mind blanks.
It's okay. Just takes some getting used to. I think we keep going. That was good. That was a good pull.
Summon Scott.
Yeah, on the new Paladin. If we bring in Warrior, I just don't know what Warrior...
I don't think Pro Warrior is good.
I don't... I don't know if... I don't know where that would rally would be.
Shaq, I don't want to hear you anymore.
Could be the down phase.
I can't see you.
Just for tanks, but that's kind of weird.
Yeah, you could.
Are we sure that if we bring another priest in, we wouldn't bring in another lock?
Well, these locks are getting PI. Oh, yeah, I guess. They're getting PI and Fey, right? And I guess it would be getting that because they have a new priest.
Yep.
Yeah.
Warlock goes in.
We can't really drop a rogue for a lock, though. You would drop Ellie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't send me at all, so it makes the most sense.
Could drop the mage. That went good on lords.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
the
that.
vibe.
Yeah, I like that.
Maybe Donkey Gary.
Yeah, good drop.
We'd have to get tier for cryptics then, right? If we were going to do lock.
Pretty sure he has 4
He has 4 pieces, but we would probably upgrade those pieces.
You'd probably upgrade the pieces, yeah.
I thought a few of them were already heroic. I mean, he's like pretty lucky.
I'll ask him.
It's also done a billion keys.
Yeah, he's pretty high.
He has
264 right now.
one piece of normal tier. The rest are heroic or above.
Would a 264 lock still cram?
264 is higher than Evade was, right?
Higher than Evade? I mean, that's like that's a pretty specific situation. But yeah.
I mean, his gear doesn't look bad if you get him a BOE shoulder. That go from 252 to 278, and
I do like rogue damage, I would imagine.
Yeah. And he can get a BOE cloak from 252 to 278, so he'd be pretty geared. He'd be like 267, something like that.
Do you think that's the best option? Could be. Can we just like sim his guy with that stuff?
He's logged out as Destro, so you need to do him.
Yeah, just have him log out his demo, and is there a way to like sim him with those upgrades?
Yep.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, let's do that. Also, everyone's here, right?
Yeah.
We can keep pulling while we're figuring that out.
Yeah.
Nate, would you mind become fish?
You're a fish?
Nate, you make me use with that control.
Can I please be a
You
fish?
cancel trade and I use one extra. I lose one. Wow.
Man.
I don't even make you're a dumble, I guess, but
Thank you.
I'm trying not to be Dobby, you know?
If you're a Dobby, at least be a T-pose and Dobby, please.
On God.
Of course.
Egg was actually T-posing yesterday night.
Yep.
I've seen him. I woke up middle of the night.
My weakness is soak mid-range, but I'm just gonna do the back one.
Okay.
I said melee too. But
It's probably just
fine, so.
Yeah, it's probably fine.
It's
Blast
because
these two. Perfect. Those are the two ranged ones. Teach each other.
Fucking wake cars, man.
It's because the tank swapped and the note didn't.
Okay, let's blame the tanks.
Let's blame the
Yep.
tanks.
Yep.
Fucking tanks.
Make
Tanks
sure
are
these
me,
ads
don't
are
go.
properly CC'd. There doesn't seem to be a weakness on the right
doing
side at
this
all.
stuff.
There, a couple are going to be
soon.
stacked. You guys can start killing them now. There's one already dead. Just make sure you watch that one.
Ben
Soak
got
it.
it.
Soak the other two. Soak.
So free.
Don't knock people when you guys are done with that.
Just out of range of my port.
We got a weird cores again. Domi or Blaston, I think, or it's James. One
No,
of you
it's not
two.
me. I do it Also on purpose when it's me.
This phase is going to be pretty long.
I want to hear you guys fucking beat it. Let's go.
You can personal right here, by the way. You
Everyone's
get it
gotta
back
be on
up.
this.
Yep, everyone on this or we're dead.
Got this.
Nice, we got it. Hit the matter. Can Res King fly out of this?
Kill these fast.
Good. Ashen down. Just make sure you're in the Ashen range if you're not actively soaking. Okay. New ones are coming in. Make sure the ring happens. Make sure they're exhaustioned again.
Bark no wait.
Two things in a really weird spot. Just be good with soaking them. Soak these. Kim personal again.
Matter is low.
Personal. Oh, fuck. Okay, last four. You can kill them all now. They'll all die. Got a healing absorb here. Oh, dead healer. Missed the rally before Granny died.
Push this thing up.
I'm potted in mid. Watch for my knock. Don't think I'll make it to my thing.
Is it just the wrong timer on your thing?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
My rally timing is. I'm going to that one. My
How'd
rally
you not
timer
die?
is- I
We're
don't
down
know.
2 healers. We're down 2 healers.
It should. I can carry this part a bit.
Were you saying the notes wrong or what?
Yeah, we're like
Yeah.
already exploding before it starts
Yeah, I
pulsing.
can put up 3 seconds or something.
I put a clip, by the way, in the Raglan channel. And the reason why they can move the boss so quickly is because Miraz like goes to the orb to like pre-taunt swap off now. So the boss, like, instead of doing that thing where he's just like walking weird and stuff, and then Scott takes him in there, like Twisted just gets the boss insta on top of the orb.
Yeah, also the orb position is definitely determined way before the massive bang. You can see them moving like a minute prior in the phase.
Yeah, it's like 30 seconds before. Yeah.
Also change Scott's DK for his paladin notes so the soak we go orbs right again.
Oh shit. That's probably. Oh, that's why it's doing that. I was wondering why you guys were getting weird things.
All right, so yeah, it looks like it got a little quiet there. They're kind of thinking about some stuff. As you could hear at the very end, we're over 100 pulls into this boss, and we're still kind of talking about maybe making some adjustments to strategy. You know, I think a lot of it comes down to just those minor optimizations. Definitely one of those is getting that boss to that second orb as quickly as possible, because we want the melee to be able to hit the boss. You know what I mean? They need to be able to be within melee range, and you can't be soaking that second orb. And also hitting the boss at the same time, unless the boss is moving there quick enough. But yeah, definitely one of those harder fights. And hope you enjoyed that Jersey mic'd listen in. But we're back, chat. Welcome. You know, I wanted to read off some stuff here. We do have some new donations. I'm not sure when these actually came in because I don't know if there's no like timestamp.
There's only
here.
one new one,
but I do see one here. It is trivia. The voice actor for Reinhardt from Overwatch also voiced this boss from Hellfire Citadel. And we do have a hint. You killed me once, mortals. It will not happen again. Any guesses?
I didn't start playing until Cataclysm, man.
Hellfire Citadel.
I mean...
I'm guessing it's Hellfire...
Oh, Hellfire Citadel. I thought for some reason this was Hellfire Ramparts. Hellfire Citadel.
You killed me once, mortals. It will not happen again. It was a voice actor. The voice actor for Reinhardt from Overwatch also voiced this boss.
Let me think.
I didn't play that tier.
Honestly, I don't know the answer. It's not in here.
I don't know. I don't even
but
know
it is a $20 donation from BDW. We appreciate that contribution.
The only boss I can think of that you have to kill multiple times. Is it Socrathar? Because you have to kill the Sola Socrathar twice. Right?
I'm going
to
Google
supposed to if you don't cheat.
Hellfire Citadel.
It's probably just Manaroth, though. That sounds like a demon quote.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like a Manaroth thing. You kill. He's also calling us mortals, so I'm assuming that he is immortal.
I could see either one of those being the right thing. Because that's the thing with demons, right? If you kill them and they're not in the Twisted
Nether. Could also be Archimond.
They just keep coming. They just keep coming back.
Let me just Google this real quick. Illidan, probably. Socrathar. Yeah, probably Socrathar. No, that is it. Yeah, just Google it. Okay, Socrathar. The Eternal.
Oh, it was right the first time. Cool.
There you go. Good job, Zyro.
Neat.
Fantastic.
Neat.
You know, we never publicly released our Socrathar kill video? Back
Why
in the
would
day?
you do?
Oh, we abused DKs in Dark Sim.
Yeah, we did some funny stuff there.
So the casters that spawned on that fight had an agony-style mechanic where it just infinitely stacked.
Okay.
So if you had a rotation of 3 DKs, Dark Simulacrum, this agony, and you kept it up, it would kill the boss in one phase.
Oh, nice. That sounds legit.
In a world without the race to world first.
It sounds like the kind of tech you don't use these days.
Yeah, so if you did that nowadays, the boss would get despawned almost instantly.
Yep.
Hey, wait, why is the boss getting chunked for 1% of its HP every single second?
Oh, that seems like a little much.
I remember just everyone laughing.
We just laughed. Yeah, we laughed. I have the recording on my computer still.
Oh, that's good. So it isn't gone to history forever.
It's not.
It's important to keep those beautiful moments like that locked up somewhere.
Enshrined forever.
Yes, exactly.
Do we have anything else coming in donation-wise?
Nope, that was it. But you know what? Now's a great time to bring up, again,
our charity.
That we are up here. Yes, we are raising money for Girls Who Code. We are looking to get those donations, and we just reached one of our incentives. 20,000 is the one that we just hit. Looking to raise more, obviously. We're working our way towards our $25,000 initiative, which is the egg roulette.
Yes.
Basically, egg roulette is this game that you play where you have eggs. Some of them are raw, some of them are not. And you take turns, just slapping your head with those eggs, seeing what you get.
That's someone
see if you
with a
high roll or
bomb.
low roll there. It looks like that went off. Yeah, that's
someone with a
unfortunate
bomb
right
with
there.
nowhere to go, so not great.
Yeah. But yeah, send us dad jokes.
Yeah, please send us dad jokes.
I want to
or
send.
trivia.
I want
or-
to say dad jokes
Send us lore on like anything
or riddles.
We've had
or
lore
trivia.
on Soup Wars.
Ooh.
On what was the other one?
Okay,
Cookie
so there
lore.
was the Emu Wars. Apparently in Australia, they like had a war against
Yes.
the emus. The emus won, by the way.
doesn't
There was a
surprise me.
kangaroo war. There was a Oreos versus Hydro something. I forget the name. It was
Yeah,
like the other weird
I know what you're talking
Oreo
about.
name.
Hydrox, I think.
Yeah, it's just a terrible name. Like very unappetizing. It sounds like some sort of cleaning product. So it makes sense why Oreos are the ones that were the victor. You know, for looking back. But
I wish we had
also,
I wish we had Tettles here because he could go on rants about conspiracy theories nonstop. He could tell you about how Chiquita is ruining the banana industry all
Really?
over the world.
What?
You can
Huh.
talk your ear off about that. He could tell you about how dollar stores are ruining rural America.
here we go. Soccer Thar exploit video at $25,000.
Hey, I'll do
Zyro,
that.
can you release the
Yeah,
video?
I can do that. I don't know if I can do it from here, but I can do it when I get back home.
Yeah, it may not
Actually,
be
let
a
me-
right away thing.
I might have it uploaded to my YouTube channel, but privated. Let me check really quick.
Hey, there you go.
That'd be good. That'd be a
I love
really
it.
good
That's
stretch
a
goal.
fantastic little exactly a stretch for us to add there. Yeah, so I've also done my own kind of. We've been trying to have fun with it, right? Raising some money. I've got all these weird sounds that I learned throughout my life, just listening to World of Warcraft or other things, maybe cartoons, right? Listening to certain sounds and mimicking them, and I've only used them for evil so far in my life, like the Donald Duck noise, the sounds of the bosses from Setic Halls.
I do
the
have
birds.
it on here. It's just privated right now. Okay. Yeah.
Been trying to have some fun
Okay,
with those.
cool.
Oh, you do have it. Okay,
I have
perfect. There we go. So if we let's just put like a date on it too, right? Maybe add a sense of urgency to it. What do you think, Cyro?
No, 25K. I'll public the video.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there
Very
a deadline though? Like by the end of today, by the end of Monday?
Let's say I'm into the race.
Okay, there you have it.
So June.
So if by June, if by the end of the race we can reach that 25,000 mark, we will have not only egg roulette, we will also have the previously unreleased Soccer Thar exploit video, some Liquid Guild lore coming in hot.
Yeah.
So definitely get those donations in if you'd like to see that.
I need to screen that video.
Yeah, you should probably look it over real quick.
Yeah, we'll see.
Make sure there's nothing bad on there.
Yeah,
We had
or
some-
like any
we had some
music
wild
that might
ones
get
in our
it
group back in the day.
DMCA'd or something like that.
So what are we doing here? Why are we remaking the group?
I don't know. It looks like everyone's just leaving. I wonder if they've decided to just.
Oh, the Raiders are on strike. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, they've had it. They've had it
Tired
with
of
all
the
of
boss?
the priests and the angels. They're seeing too many angels, so they're like they're all on strike. Yep,
Well,
that's
something
what I heard.
important to mention is that the meta has shifted. No longer are we posting screenshots of 3 angels. Now we are posting only GIFs of 3 angels.
Yes,
Okay.
only gifts.
And it's GIFs, not GIFs.
It is gifts.
Yes. If anyone says otherwise, they are wrong. Even if they're the inventor, it doesn't matter. It's too late. Oh, I should mention, since we started talking about it, we already have a huge donation coming in, $100 from Crow Herrick.
Man,
Wow.
you're taking my job.
Thank
I'm
you.
the donation guy. I have
Oh,
the
sorry.
laptop.
I didn't realize you had it up there. But yeah, no comment.
No comment.
He didn't leave any comment, but so we appreciate it either way. Thank you so much, Crowharic. Crowharic? I think you
Yeah.
could go either way with that. Yeah, thank you so much for that, that donation.
Herrick. Yeah, that's him. So what's going on here? Why are we going back to?
You know what?
Oh no!
What?
I have a strange feeling. Something's tingling in my fingertips. It's like something in the air is different, and I don't know what it is, but I think it might be And if it is, I'm very excited for it. I think it might be that we're going back into those heroic splits.
Oh no!
Yes, splits. I am
We've been promised like 4 times that we were done with splits.
I am so. You know what? They every single time we go back, I say the same thing. This has to be the last one that we do.
I
right?
mean,
it has to be. There's no way we do more splits.
Okay.
All right, so we're getting Dryny as 4-set. So
Right.
that we can not only go for the triple priest gifts, we can go for the quad priest gifts.
Have we ever had those
I don't
before?
think that's it, ironic. I think we
Back
just
chest.
love doing splits so much that we're back doing it again. We've already done basically 4 full days of splits. We did splits yesterday as well because we, Evade got his 4-piece. That was a minor thing. It was mostly just about doing more splits because we just love doing those
Didn't
splits.
we have
can't
like
get away from them.
a production video of us getting splitted or something?
I just split me right in half right now. Just cleave me.
You saw the secret
Maybe
labs
Jet could
tweet
do
this
that.
morning, by the way.
Wait, what did they
right?
say?
No.
There was a Secret
Oh,
Labs
no.
tweet for the T1 League team getting a perfect split. they tweeted split me in half.
Okay, there's actually a bowling alley nearby called Splitsville, and I cannot believe it. Like I'm not even at the venue, bro,
It's,
and
like,
I'm seeing
actually
splits
painful to look
everywhere I look. I can't escape the
Yeah,
splits. They're
you can't get
everywhere.
away from it.
There's literally no escape.
This is the 7th
this-
separate day? We're
Yes,
doing
this
splits?
is the
5th, 6th, if you count of it.
how many days?
It was 2
Okay.
days week 1, 2 days week 2, 1 day for, well, not a full day, but some for evade, and now we're doing
Yeah,
some for
okay,
Dryny.
so the
Yes.
6th separate
We're
day
doing
we're
more
doing
splits.
This is just fantastic. This is exactly why we're all here.
I love this comment from a chatter. Do you love splits? Don't forget to split your Jersey Mike sandwich. Sandwich is so big you can share them with a friend. Jersey Mike's. Great. Love that splits plug. Oh, our splits are Coinbase wallet splits, right? That's
are.
what they're. Yeah, that's
They
the
are.
official.
That's one of our sponsors.
Yes.
Wow.
Splits sponsored by Coinbase Wallet. Thank you so much, Coinbase, for more splits.
Was that like a little plus 1 life for us remembering? Is that like positive reinforcement therapy
Yes,
for production
thank
or
you,
something?
production,
That's
for the,
exactly what that
for the
was.
reinforcement
Thank you,
there.
production.
Man.
Yeah. So I think we have a special video to show everyone since, we're so hyped for these splits. Let's go ahead and roll it.
Oh no.
Split rock.
Let's go.
Yeah.
They did not sound
We
happy to roll
are
that
back.
video.
Yeah.
Producer
Yeah.
in our ear was like, let's roll the splits video.
I think they might be a little split though, because some people like myself just really enjoy splits. Sorry, I had to do it. We should get some banana splits up here. Could you imagine if we came back on camera and we all had a banana split in front of us? That would be amazing. I'm actually just saying this because I want a banana split.
I wouldn't want one, but I would respect you guys for having one.
Yeah.
Production, can we get on that?
No,
it's fine.
No, we
they
cannot.
just say no.
We've already had so many like surprises in the past couple of days. Yesterday, Valoris and his wife went out and bought like a bunch of bubble tea for everybody in the studio.
Amazing.
Yeah.
We
So
also had therapy dogs come in. We had puppers come in, and people could pet them.
Fantastic.
And then this morning, Suki and Nagura both brought donuts in for people.
we're actually being spoiled right now.
We are being spoiled.
But I think it makes sense because we're deep in this thing, and you got to keep the spirits high when you're this deep in, especially when you're heading back into splits.
Yeah.
So, got a question in chat. What's the Holy Paladin 4-piece? So, I think the 2-set is whenever one of the whack-a-moles gets a little low, they hit it a little harder. And then the 4-set also, whenever a few of the whack-a-moles on their grid get a little low, they can heal them up a little faster.
That's a wonderful way to describe it.
Something like that.
So we are debt skipping here, which is what you do in splits. You know what? I think the guild has gotten so good at splits at this point. I think for farm, I can't wait to see these split strats, like all the trash skips and stuff. It's gonna be great.
I mean, that's
Very
just
excited
what
for that.
everybody does, right? Like, no one actually does the trash. First, you had the invis skip where, everyone just pops an invis pot and, whatever speed ability you have. Then they decided to add in stealth detection, so you couldn't do that. So everyone's like, okay, I guess we're death running it.
I can't believe THC is so committed to the bit with his hat. We just went off of his POV there, but there he is back on the screen.
Oh yeah, he looks very comfy.
Yeah, TSG's always keeping it comfy too. You definitely got to keep it comfy when you're doing the splits. So yeah, once again, for anyone who's asking, why is it that they're doing splits again? Well, there's two reasons, right? One, we just love doing splits.
We love splits.
Split enjoyers here. Big split enjoyers. The other is that we need to gear up a new character. So that's going to be Dryny on his priest. Looks like we are swapping that over. So yeah, we get more PI in the raid. That's, one more priest equals one more PI, which is nice. And
why
also
is Dryny
just...
still on a pally?
That is a
Probably,
good question.
No, he's on a pally because he wants to keep his priest unsaved so that they can then get traders into trade him tier. That's how splits work. Have you been paying attention, Crazy Puck?
Uh-oh. What did we just see there? Production. Oh my goodness. We didn't see that. Nothing just happened there.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, nothing happened. No one saw that. Don't clip that. No clipping allowed.
Well, are we doing... I don't know. Are we doing both priests? Both paladins for priest? Or are we just doing one paladin for priest?
We only had one pally.
Oh, that's right. Nori's a druid.
Yeah. Oh, are they...
They might be getting
Nori
Nori
4-piece?
his 4-piece instead of Dryny, and then Dryny can just stay paladin.
Okay.
That would also make sense. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think it matters which way. I mean, obviously they have a plan, right? We're just kind of speculating here, but I don't think it matters either way. As long as we get one more priest, it seems like they just really want to get one more healing priest in the raid.
Yeah, I mean,
okay, cool.
They do lots of healing.
God, I can't wait until there's 4 angels. I'm so hyped for this.
Yes.
I'm
gonna
the
other
pop
reason.
off when we see 4 angels in one screen cap.
Yeah, that's the other reason we're doing this too. It's not necessarily about the healing. It's more so about the angel memes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Because we've seen 3 angels, but have you seen 4 angels? I think not.
No, I haven't.
But
I
soon,
want to, though.
Soon we should. Yeah, we definitely
So you
want
think the whole point of this split is explicitly so we can get better memes on Raglan?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
We're doing it for the memes.
That sounds right.
Yeah, doing everything for the memes. Oh, I'm going to explain really quickly just what splits are for anyone who somehow has evaded this this terrible part of the game that we all suffer through every tier. Just to give you a little background on why we do what we do. The concept for a split is you have a raid group, okay, and you dilute it with characters who can trade gear, or people who are coming in to maybe give that gear to the raiders who maybe aren't necessarily on the raid team. And then you have a certain percentage of the raid there who is unsaved, like characters that you actually want to gear up, so mains typically. And the idea is you want to funnel as much loot onto those mains as possible. So what you do is you do all the math, you figure out basically which characters can trade what, you put them all in the same group for that boss, and then whenever you kill the boss, it guarantees that the people that need the gear get it, right? Mm-hmm. Because each person in the raid is basically like a 10% chance to drop a piece of tier gear. So for every 10, you get 1 guaranteed. If you have 9 traders and then 1 person who needs the gear, and they're all in the same token and everyone else is already saved, it is guaranteed that you're going to get that piece of tier gear from that boss. So that is the whole idea behind it, right? Just, for anyone who is unaware of how this works. Now, the reason why we are down on this, right, like we always talk about splits kind of in a negative light, is because it is one of those things that I don't think anyone really enjoys either doing it or watching it.
It's a means to an end.
Yeah. This is, unfortunately, just one thing that we just have to do, right? Like, you've got to do your splits. There's too much of a competitive advantage to doing splits that you cannot ignore it. I know a lot of people say, well, if you don't like doing it, why don't you just all agree to not do it? That's not really realistic.
That's not how it works.
I don't think that's really realistic. I mean, there's like a perfect world where maybe you could, come to some sort of agreement. But the thing about it is there's such an advantage to it that I don't think you would ever have like every team agree to do that, right? And especially like with, we've been seeing like the rise of China here on the leaderboard. I don't know if you would even be able to get people across region, to agree to something like this. I don't think any guilds especially likes doing splits, but unfortunately it's just the reality that we have to get through them. That's just how it is.
Yeah, unfortunate. Couple of questions from chat about how exactly this works and like loot drops. So in this raid in particular, for every person has a 10% chance of dropping loot if they're unsaved. So if you have 10 people in the raid that are unsaved, you have a 100% chance of getting a single piece of loot. And if it's a tier boss, you also have a 100% chance of getting one piece of tier. So what you do,
specifically heroic and normal difficulty, yeah.
Correct. So what you can do on these bosses, for like Halandris, they're bringing in almost entirely mains. Almost everybody in the raid is saved, and then they bring in a bunch of traders who are able to trade that specific tier piece that are all on the same token as the person they're trying to gear up. And if you get 9 traders that are all unsaved and able to trade that one tier piece, plus the one person from the guild that they want to receive it, you can guarantee that one tier piece will drop, it will be tradable, and you can get that funneled into the one person that you want to have it.
We need like a race post-mortem of how many traders were used, how much gold was paid out.
All of it.
Not all of it. Not even close to all of it.
I know, not actually all of it. But
Here's
it's
something
an
crazy to think
obscene
about.
Number.
We're on day 13, and 2 days in a row I've casted splits in the morning.
Yep.
Just
Wait.
just
Oh yeah,
to
you
put
did
that into
evades
perspective.
yesterday, right?
We did evades yesterday.
Yep.
Oh no.
Day 13, by the way.
Well,
Yeah.
now is a great time if you've thought about doing it but haven't done it yet to consider again helping donate to our charity cause, Girls Who Code here. ! Charity in the chat. I'll be reading the donations. We do have a new one from Faye to the Dre. $20. It says, Girl Power. Love the race to world first.
Thank you
for that, Faye.
Oh, wait, is
Appreciate
that
the
what
donation.
RWF stands for?
Yeah, what else does it stand for?
Randall winning forever.
Randall does win forever, that's true.
Okay. We can go with that.
Yeah, I was confused this whole time.
Huh.
It's day 13. I mean, it's been a while here.
What's
Yeah,
that
do we have-
one SpongeBob meme where Mr. Krabs is going like day 234, give it up for day 234?
All I
It's like
can
ringing
think
a bell.
about, all I can think about is, are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? And I think we're making this crab feel it for sure. This crab is basically just walking the entire fight. One thing I love about this fight in splits, whenever we do it, is the boss just gets wrecked so much in those phases that basically the whole fight's just walking.
Mm-hmm.
It's like walking simulator, which is it's great for some range, like mage. Mage is pretty mobile there. It's great for rogues, obviously.
Just
melee,
amazing
just
for
anyone
the
who's like
melee in
melee and
general.
can just like beat up the boss. But I think we've optimized the movement so much on the range that they honestly don't even seem to be phased at this point by the movement part, right?
Mm-hmm.
We did just so many bosses so many pulls on this boss on Mythic that the range pretty much has it down. Really fun fight though.
Yeah.
I kind of missed the crab. How do you guys feel about it?
It is a fun fight. I don't miss it. I'm progressing on it right now.
Oh, yeah, I guess it's impossible for you to be missing it. My favorite thing to do on that last bomb right there, that last bomb explosion, is to slow fall yourself and just fling yourself all the way across the room. The only downside is, of course, you range the boss and you can't deal damage to it. But it's really fun to go to see as far as you can go there.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do whatever you can to keep it interesting.
Yep. Gotta keep that sanity. But yes, once again, shout out again to Girls Who Code. We do have the link in chat right there if you want to go ahead and give that a quick click. We're raising money for a good cause here, and we will read those donations off. Would love for you to give us something to read, especially something funny. Love those. And, if you want to have Zyro release his never-before-seen Socratar exploit kill. That is now our new incentive that we just created here on the in the moment.
Yep.
So definitely check
I think
it out.
we do all very much want to see that.
Yep. I remember very fondly. I don't remember exactly what it looked like, but I remember laughing a whole lot at the fact that it worked. That was like our whole strat for that fight too. So I feel like it would have been kind of funny to like have to use a backup strat in that fight. But yeah, we kind of owned that tier too because we also had the Iskar weak aura that like no one else had. Like even Method was like, "Yo, can we get that?" And for some reason we were like, "Nah." But yeah, that's a pretty good tier. Really takes me back. Archimon, fantastic boss as well. Really, really fun.
Yeah,
I
one
played
of the first implementations of tag Zoras to try to make timers because we had
Yes.
nobody who could edit Bigwig's code back then.
I remember Errold's brother made us that crazy Archimon weak aura
Errol's
too.
brother, wow.
Yeah, Errold's brother just
Wow, Nori natty looted
Natty
it.
looted.
Saved the guild so much gold just now.
Yeah, I would love to see it.
Insane.
Yep.
Love it.
That's a 10. That's a
One weird
10%
trick.
chance of that happening.
Traders
by the way.
hate it. We've actually had that happen twice in a row because didn't Evade also
Yeah,
Natty loot?
Evade did too.
Yeah, I love to see it. Is this a rebroadcast? You know,
Yes.
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 We were all in a simulation.
Actually, the broadcast is live. The chat is pre-recorded.
yeah, the chat's pre-recorded. There you go. As we can see on the screen, we get nice conduit for Nori as well. Resonant wins. Let's go. Or words.
Cool.
You know how I know that the chat is pre-recorded? Check this out. You're gonna love this. In about 10 seconds, Valoris is gonna type "I love anime" and I'm gonna say I knew it.
Okay.
You ready for that?
I'm waiting.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I remember when this happened, so yes, this is pre-recorded.
Yeah, we definitely saw this yesterday.
Oh, and there it is.
Yep, there it is. Wow.
I love anime.
I even heard them in my
So there you
ears
go,
just now.
chat's-
I did
Chat's
hear him in my
pre-recorded.
ear. Wow.
That's amazing. Did you know, chat, that you're pre-recorded? Everything you've done, time is a flat circle. So everything's pre-recorded, actually, if you think about it. You ever consider that?
It honestly feels like it at this point.
Yeah.
We've been here about 84 years, so.
84 years, and we're still doing splits.
Yep.
Believe it or not, day 84 of splits. Or I guess year 84 of splits.
You know, when we first got to the crab, I was saying just kind of as a meme that this tier ends in April. That wasn't supposed to be serious. We weren't actually supposed to have that as like a possibility.
Well, I don't think we're gonna get that far, but I think we're gonna be.
Oh, we're in it. Strap in.
We might have to reschedule our flights again.
Oh no.
Time is flat like the earth. Yes, chatter.
That's
Very,
exactly how
very
it
good
works.
chatter. Yes. Sorry, I just spit everyone laughing at this. Since the chat is pre-recorded, you know we will ask for Sandwich Love to play now, right? Mid-broadcast?
Yeah,
right?
we knew that.
Yeah, of course we knew that.
That's why we're talking about it.
Yeah.
We actually knew before chat said that.
I've already seen this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's already dead. He's a ghost. That one.
The crab?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the
a
one.
big ghost.
It is a big ghost.
Uh-oh. It's fired up.
Time is flat like sandwiches.
Oh, no!
Yes, that's right. I am just one of Valoris's bots. Yeah. Valoris is he's logged in everywhere, actually. It's crazy. You wouldn't believe the reach this man has.
Yeah, I mean, what did you say? Maybe about a third of our viewership is just Valoris bots?
I think so. Yeah, that was according to the last estimate, I think.
Pretty impressive, honestly. Can you imagine having that many windows open? How does your computer not crash?
I love that chat's repeating it too. That's so good. Actually, no, sorry, those are his bots. That's not chat. Yes. Let's get it. Oh, Zyronic, you also have bots too? Is that true? We're trying to keep that on the DL chat. Come on.
Yeah, we're only talking about Valoris's bots. They're the only ones that matter. They're the only ones that are actually real.
You know, I'm really glad. You know, one of the things we've gotten from this race is we've really let Valoris break out of his shell. He was always so shut in about his love for anime, but he's really broken out. I'm proud of him.
It's been nice to see.
Yeah, I loved it. We were just Valoris is like our topic of the day today, and you know, I agree. Hard agree. You know, he's spent so long acting like he didn't like anime.
Mm-hmm.
I knew the second I saw him with that Naruto headband.
Yeah.
I just knew.
Yeah, he has to be. Like, there's just no doubt in anybody's mind that knows him.
Looks like it might be time again for another kill here, some more tier gear. Anduin, we won't really be discussing how this fight goes because I think we've already seen this one. It's kind of like a repeat here. But what are we looking for from this boss? What's the gear?
Tier.
Yeah, but what slot?
Tier.
Tier.
Helm.
It's the helmet, yes.
Helmet.
Yeah.
And the priest ring.
Yeah, I guess.
No shot Nori loots both the tier and the priestling. Not going to happen.
I think it's going to happen.
What is the priest ring even? What is the benefit for healing priests?
It's like it gives them int or something,
Yeah,
I think.
it's like an int buff.
That's kind of lame.
A little flavor text.
Better than your buff.
No, my buff
No,
gives
definitely
everyone
not
it.
better than Arcane LX, sorry. Hard disagree on that one. Yep, Andy. Coming back to Anduin. How many times have we killed Anduin in this raid? That's what I want to know.
Too many times.
Far too many times.
You're going to learn this time, old man. It's like the SpongeBob meme.
How many times do you have to keep teaching you this lesson, old man?
Forever.
All right, we got a $50 donation from Lenoisy. Like, lay noisy. It's supposed to be like French noisy. Anyways, first of all, thanks for the huge donation. Message. Girls Who Code is such a great organization. It really is. Here's a joke. What would you call a Tauren rogue?
I can't answer this one because I actually pulled it up and spoiled myself. So I will not say anything. Crazy Puck, this is on you. I don't know.
Invisible.
Invisible. Invisible. Oh, because it's a bull.
Oh, I hate it.
You can't see, but I'm slapping my knee over and over again. Machine gun slapping it. Yeah. That was a good one.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Slap my thigh.
Thank you so much for that donation, Noisy.
We also have $20 from Rayman67. It'd be cool if production could get you some of the hot sauces for the Hot Wings challenge. We want hot wings, not nuclear wings.
Yeah, I don't think we're looking to hospitalize anyone. Maybe though. Maybe Kalamazoo.
Definitely Kalamazoo. That's the kind of stuff you got to feed that
No,
guy.
I don't want to. Kalamazoo's already like really on the fence about doing it because he's worried about his stomach, which I can understand.
Yeah,
it's also the same reason I don't want to do it. I don't want to hurt my stomach.
Understand a bull. Get it, bull. Leave. Okay, I'm leaving. Bye. I'm done for today.
That's enough.
But yeah, no, I don't think we're gonna go that crazy. Because some of those hot sauces are just demonic.
Yeah, some of them will like legitimately hurt you. If you have to sign a waiver, it's too far.
Yeah. Also, some of those are impossible.
I hate it here.
Good thing it's your last shift.
I literally won't stop. I will not stop. You'll have to kill me.
This is the entire reason it's my last shift.
Yeah. The only way I'll stop is if you kill me. Or if you donate. How much do we want to ask?
How much do I have to do to make it
from
stop?
this torment? Yeah, Crazy Fuck's getting his phone out right now. He's about to drop some money for our charity just to make me stop. Yeah. But okay, yeah. Thank you, chat, for backing me up. Heat is unstoppable. Thank you. Thank you.
No, cease.
Yeah, we're done.
No more of this.
We're done. We're done. $100 to stop preheat from being a dad joker. I don't even have a kid.
Put your money where your mouse is,
just
Tracy.
Imagine.
Let's go. Donate 100 right now.
Imagine how powerful I'll be once I have a child. I'm going to be completely unleashed. A plague on society.
Get called out.
Man. Yeah, give us more, though. I enjoy the... Give me more content here so we can troll Crazy Puck more. With some really bad.
That's fine.
Some dad jokes.
It's fine. Make us hurt. The more we cringe listening to the dad jokes, the better.
Yep, I agree.
That's about the only way we feel anything right now.
Yeah. All right, so we're getting all the traders in. If you're wondering, chat, so I'm sure you have some questions. Why are we standing in front of Anduin? I thought we killed this guy. Why is the raid so large? There's no way we're doing more splits, right? Like, there's no way. We could be back here.
Let me cut you off because Anduin's old news. We killed him like 3 days ago. We have a $35 donation from Ficus. Way more cool and way more important.
Let's go.
Don't look at the donation.
I'm hiding it. Okay. It is hidden.
Okay. Let's hear it.
What do you call a chicken staring at a head of lettuce?
So a chicken is... chicken staring at a head of lettuce?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Something foul?
Nope. A chicken sees a salad.
Chicken sees a salad. I do like Caesar. That was a great little chime there.
Here, you do the next one.
Okay.
We got another one.
Another one? Okay, let's get it.
That was good.
You know, now you'll see why I want you to do this one.
Oh, I see it. Okay, Fear the Fearin donated $20. Thank you for that. They left a message. Hey, you know what's my favorite mechanic about the last boss of Tezevesh?
No, what is it?
Bullet time.
Oh, I hated it here.
That was my thigh slap. I don't know if that could be picked up by the microphone.
Yeah, we're really slamming our knees today. Our knees and thighs. Yep.
Oh man. Okay.
What are these unit frames? Yeah, I mean, don't worry about the unit frames. It's splits. Just go with it.
Yep.
Yeah. No
Close
one
your
really
eyes.
has your unit frame set up for like 30 people in their raid.
Yeah. We do have some really great unit frames though, but not in splits. In mythic fights, we have really good ones. Yeah. Yep. Save us from the dad jokes. No, don't save us from the dad jokes.
Give us
We want more. Yes,
more
they
dad jokes.
they fuel us here.
You know,
Give
it's
us
funny
more.
that Brittany's being asked about the cats in chat because she's here.
Yeah,
So she doesn't know either.
So I would like to say, oh, thank you. Shout out to my wife in chat. Wow, this pre-heat guy is so hot. Thank you. You're pretty. You're pretty yourself. Yeah, we're gonna have a little moment here. Yeah,
Do you
looking
wanna,
good.
like, walk off the desk here for a minute or
No,
something?
no, no,
Are
no.
you
We're
good?
doing
Need a
it.
couple
We're doing
minutes?
it through chat. Listen, everyone else in chat, close your eyes for a bit. Close your ears. This is going to be some. We need some alone time. Yeah, everyone else, just get out, real quick.
Yeah, sure. Just everyone, close your windows. Close your windows.
No,
mute
it
everything.
is funny though because the cats. I wonder what the cats are doing.
Oh,
you ever wonder what your pets are doing while you're
that's
while
a
you're not in the house?
fantastic one in chat. Sorry.
Yeah.
What did the farmer say when he lost his tractor?
What did the farmer
Where's
say?
my tractor?
That is what he said. Yeah. Where's the joke though? I'm looking for the joke. I can't find it. I can't find the tractor. I can't find the joke. I know.
Oh
I know.
no.
Ah, man.
Yeah, we're definitely in a pretty good spot here mentally at this point.
Some chatters are in disbelief. They say that ain't his wife. I'm here to correct you. That is indeed my wife.
Yep, it is.
Do y'all know THD is our son?
Yeah. Did you know that?
I did.
That's the lore from London. Whenever we were in London, Brittany was sitting. My wife Brittany, she was sitting behind THD and myself because we were right next to each other. And people kept asking THD who it was, and the lore just eventually kind of grew to be that Brittany was THD's mom, and then of course that makes me his dad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
naturally.
We love our beautiful son. Such a well-behaved boy.
Certainly turning him
Preheat's
into one
cat.
heck of a gamer.
Where is Preheat's cat? I don't know, but maybe they're in chat. Maybe they can say something. No, yeah. So we were talking about, or I brought up, my cat since people were kind of asking Brittany about that in the chat. What do you think your pets are up to right now? Do you have any pets, Crazy Puck?
I do. I have 2 cats.
What do you think they're doing right now?
They're probably trying to find a way to open the container their food's in.
Okay, is it like an automatic feeder?
No, that's the bad part. Is
Uh-oh.
it's just like a plastic container that you put the dry food in.
Yeah.
They figured out how to open up the closet door where we store it, and apparently they figured out how to knock it off the shelf.
Okay.
And yesterday they actually managed to open the little, I don't know what it's called, like the little cap that you put on it. They managed to open it, and we're sticking their heads inside to eat more.
Yeah, I love
because
it.
just cat things.
So I know exactly what my cat is doing. She has like this morning routine. Her whole routine, her daily routine is this. She will bother somebody to wake them up at like 6 a.m. to get food. After she's eaten her breakfast, she'll sit in we call it her bean all day. It's like a little cat bed, but it's 3D. It looks like this.
Okay.
So she just
Okay.
sits in that
Little
until
pod.
early afternoon. And then once it gets to be about early afternoon, she goes and sits on the couch where the sun shines through the window in the afternoon. And then around 6 p.m. she gets dinner.
So where did so I know your cat's name is Saturn.
Mm-hmm.
What's the lore behind the cat's name?
The lore behind the cat's name being Saturn is that my first cat was named Pluto.
Mm.
And I wanted to stick with the planet theme.
Okay.
And the Pluto name came from being a fan of Disney stuff when I was younger.
Oh, like the dog.
Like the
Mickey
dog,
Mouse's
yeah.
dog, yeah. You know what's kind of weird is that Goofy's a dog and Pluto is also a dog. So like there's something weird going on in that universe. Why is
Yeah.
it that some dogs are actual dogs and other dogs are weird humanoid?
I mean, things happen.
Couldn't tell you.
It's one of those things where like as a kid you don't really realize that, but then there's like there's like a weird sense of dread I get from that thought process. I don't want to think about it too hard.
Who says
Yeah.
dogs can't have dogs?
I don't know. I made that rule. just now. Yeah.
Doesn't seem like a very fair rule. Everyone deserves a dog or cat.
It's it's a little weird, I think, morally, but maybe not one to think too hard about. My cats, I can tell you this: they have a routine, just like like we were saying, all of our pets have their own antics that they're up to. Usually in the morning, the cats are kind of just lounging about. Usually Peaches is either sitting there at Brittany's desk, annoying her, but she's here obviously, so he's probably somewhere else. And usually one of them is downstairs just kind of chilling on the couch, and then they change positions at some point in the day.
Oh, I forgot. I was sitting here wondering, like, who's feeding your cats? But you guys have, I remember last time we were there, you have the automatic feeders for them. Yeah, those are cool.
Shout out to automatic feeders. They are fantastic technology. You wouldn't believe the amount of improvement in your life just from having the food automatically come out on time.
Do your cats not like bother you in the morning anymore?
No. They've completely given up on bothering us for food. Now, I will add there is one exception. Okay, so if the food is out, if the feeder is completely cached, the cats know that that's my job. They don't bother Brittany; they only bother me. So they'll both basically start attacking me. They do that thing where they get on your chest and they have the claws out, and it's like they're gonna slowly claw your face.
Yeah.
Like, I swear if you don't get out of bed right now, I will claw your face.
Yeah.
And usually if they're acting like that, I know that it's time to go refill the feeder.
Yeah, it's the same thing for me. My cat, when food or water is needed, she'll make the rounds around the house just to everyone to see if they'll feed her. And I know that if she gets to me, I'm usually her last opportunity. So if she gets to me, I really do need to feed her.
Save me. Give me the food.
They're so devious, though.
My cats are still young. They're only like a year old.
Oh, okay.
So they're just always on the hunt for more food, and they'll just scream at anybody who listens. If you're there and they think you might be capable of giving them food, they'll just run up to you at any point in the day and start screaming.
I love that.
It's great.
My cats are very vocal. Well, at least one of them is. The other one tries. She's not very good at meowing, but she tries her best. We give her points for that.
That's okay. They try.
Yeah.
Yeah, my cats cry so much about getting fed that they're now both overweight.
Gotta cut them off, dude.
We're working on it.
Yeah, just hard cut them off.
We're working on it. They are very not happy about it.
Yeah, but going back to automatic feeder, though, yeah, so, it makes them not really associate you with the food anymore. Mm-hmm. So it's a lot less annoying, especially in the morning. All right, sounds like people are in good spirits, though. We have Shakib yelling something unintelligible behind us. If you can hear him there.
Do you think just to kind of replicate the feeling they had a couple days ago, they're going to have everyone jump off the edge at like 1.5% health and make Scott solo it again?
That would be, I mean, if you were to wipe that way, I think you would probably get kicked from the event. They'd probably just tell you to go home. But yeah, no. Probably good luck, though, for your gear. I hear if you die, you're, more likely to get loot.
You are.
Is that how it works?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Usually, you want to kill the person who's getting the gear.
Question from chat. Can any of the casters on desk do the splits?
Can we do the splits?
I cannot.
No. I'm not that
flexible at all.
Nope.
Chat, did you see me do that TikTok dance thing? My bones were cracking. Literally popping in that. That
Speaking
was before
of
even...
bones cracking. Oh, nope. Nope.
No
only
pops?
One. Just
Okay.
one pop each.
All right, let's see if we get the natty loot. Let's get Nori over to that chest.
Comes Nori.
No natty so far, it looks like.
Nope.
Gonna need a trader, unfortunately.
All right, but let's see it.
I gotta res him first.
Yeah.
Where's it popping up?
Get him off the ground.
What? Keep looting.
Couldn't hear it, though. Perfect timing. Yeah, that would be...
There it is.
There it is.
All right.
Thank you, friends.
Pak Choi.
Pak Choi just made a couple mil or something.
Let's go.
For looting a tier piece.
Yeah.
Woo.
Yeah. So is that going to be... Is that Nori's 4-piece?
I don't know how many tier pieces Nori has.
We haven't seen Lahuvium, but we've... Lahuvium.
We also don't know what item level his priest is. So is it they just want to get him 4-piece, or do they need to get his item level up?
Let's find
too?
out.
Yep, find out next week. Actually, not next week. Right now, we have it. We have the ability to pull it up. So let's see. There's the loot. Yeah,
All
and
right,
with these
there's
splits,
loot.
we're not going to
Wonderful.
really see much loot because we know exactly what we're getting. One item.
Yep.
The
one
only item that
and one
matters
tier
is that piece of tier right there. It's weird to me that they have like chess pieces and stuff in this raid. Oh, thank you for the anima. Yeah,
Congrats
that's a
on your
very
anima,
important
Dranny,
screenshot.
Good job, Dranny. Proud of you.
Yes.
What's Nori's priest? Noriella XO.
I don't
Yeah,
see them on
that's
the
it.
raid frames, but yeah, probably.
Norialexo.
Noriella XO is. Well, it says 254 here.
Nice.
That's kind of low.
Might not have been updated. It said 24 minutes ago it was updated. Ooh,
That's good.
Also needs all 4 tier pieces, apparently.
Nice. So you mean we're going to be here a while?
I mean, they've already got 2 of the bosses.
Wait,
now.
so you tell me the item level one more time.
254.
254. That's like Sanctum of Domination.
Yeah.
It's full Sanctum of Domination.
Straight up.
Yeah.
That character is coming out of the out of sleep stasis.
Yeah.
Basically being unfrozen for this.
Yeah.
Wowzers.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully it's just the 4-piece that you need.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to assume that Nori's probably also going to be doing some Mythic Plus probably at some point as well if this priest gets used again. Maybe it's a one-time thing deal, though. Maybe we only see the priest for Rygalon. Who knows?
Yeah.
I mean,
we'll see.
Approaching the end of the reset here. We have the rest of today, so about, I'll say 11 more hours of progress. Then we have one final day tomorrow of this reset for these guys to make any meaningful progress on Rygalon. Hopefully kill it, and then maybe get to see a little bit of Jailer before the reset. Because getting even a little bit of information about what the Jailer does is going to be extremely valuable towards gearing players next reset.
Yeah. When do you think we're going to bust out the Vandus runes?
I'd say probably by the end of today.
Yeah,
if
probably.
I had to guess. But again, like there's not that much information to be gained. The Ventus rune is probably going to be a last second. We need to kill this A for the loot and B to see Jailer. But I think the chances of Jailer dying this reset are rapidly approaching 0.
Yeah,
for
very,
at least
very
for
low.
Liquid. Echo has one more day left in the reset. If the boss is undertuned, it could be killed.
And I think that'd be disappointing.
It would be
at this
disappointing,
point.
I think, at this point.
You know, we're midday Sunday. So
Could you
if
imagine? Could you
Jailer being a
imagine if
30
Jailer
boss-
was like another Xavius?
after this raid? No. There's no way they have it that.
There's no
undertuned.
way.
There's just
So-
absolutely no chance.
Yeah, so the thing is, for a character like Nori's Priest, if they're going to be using it on Rygalon, there's a good chance they might have to use it for Jailer as well if Holy Priest really is this strong. So, I don't know, maybe he does need to get out of the raid once Rygalon's dead and go spam some Mythic Plus, not only to get 262 pieces to replace his Sanctum of Domination gear, but to fill up his box too.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, got to do whatever you got to do. Why do you think we're seeing Anduin again? Who else are they trying to get gear for? Dryny is still on a pally. He's still on the same pally he's been using. Nori just got the tier, so he's now saved.
They have a bunch of same token traders. It's Paladin Priests.
Yeah, it looks like a Paladin or Priest. It could be also maybe someone else who is... it could be the Ring. Yeah, it could be... I don't know if the Ring's really that
But
impactful, though.
He's
I don't
saved
know about
now.
that. We do have Rivens in the
also-
raid.
Oh, was Rivens not in the
Rivens
first
was
kill?
the Shadow Priest, though. But it could be related to him.
Maybe Cryptics?
Just throwing a random guess out there. We can't see all the raid frames on THT's screen. We are cutting off a row, but I think that's just the traders there.
I don't see Cryptics in the raid.
No, Sir Priest is down there. So yeah, there may be a raid, someone on the raid frames that we just can't see right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible.
Below his camera. Well, we'll find out soon.
Yeah.
So it's probably Rivens, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
guess Rivens as well. Yeah, more Priest action. Getting the Priest everything they need here. You know, another thing that just, like, it kills me about the tier, and I guess this is, like, a problem that's kind of solving itself just by everyone getting their tier gear as the weeks progress, but I absolutely hate that there are, like, legendaries that take up the same slots as one of your 4-piece options,
Yes.
and then it's like you're kind of stuck with a situation where either you have 5-piece so that you can swap those, or you're just unable to use your legendary. You have to use a different one if you want to use 4-piece. That's not cool. Don't like that.
Kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, in Sanctum we had kind of a similar situation, right? Like going in with the domination shards, yeah, and those sockets only being on certain pieces. But they actually ended up expanding the options for legendaries to account for that. This time around, no such luck.
Yeah, it's going to be weird because there's really only one option to put your legendary for mage.
Yep.
Right? If you want to only have one legendary, that is.
Oh, you're talking about like
the memory,
the new one.
The memory one. You pretty much like have to put that on like cloak. Or
yeah,
boots.
so boots, cloak, or ring can also work.
Ring is fine.
But the issue with ring is that you actually want different secondary stats.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, so can't have it all. Oh, belt is also an option, but you're not going to get as much there. Yeah, Slick Ice also goes on the belt. So I think the best option is just to have 5-piece. Just try and
just to have 5-piece and have like 2 or 3 different memory of Unity legendaries.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, I mean,
just spin gold.
What else should you be doing with yourself?
Just spin gold and farm Torghast.
It's not like Mage has had to recraft their legendary every tier anyways, right? You know, we had Firestorm, Fevered Incantation, randomly Disciplinary Command got buffed, so we swapped to that, and then SKB got unbugged, so they swapped to that. And then now we're having to move it to Bracers.
Here's my trick. Gloves. I'm going to rip Cloak, slam haste first on it, and just roll with it.
Yep, there you go.
I'll have a little extra haste for Arcane, but so be it.
Well, you know, if you aren't playing Arcane, which it seems like you don't really...
I'll play it for Anduin.
Yeah, so haste isn't the worst, but it's definitely not... I don't know.
I think as long as you're not over like 13%, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Right, because really all haste does is it increases the range at which you can do the...
So that's actually not as much of a factor anymore, though, with the with the 4-piece. Yeah, because the 4-piece gives you Touch of the Magi duration. Yeah, so haste actually goes from being like kind of useful to mostly not useful at all. But there are actually like breakpoints where, and it just depends on like the situation, like targets, amount of AOE, and also your RNG. But there are times when like having a little bit more haste means that you can get like 2 Arcane Barrages off in your Touch of the Magi, 2 fatty ones. So it's a little bit, you know, there's a little bit of feely craft to it, but yeah, I think generally speaking, though, haste not so great.
Love feely crafting.
Yeah, definitely better to just rip crit and mastery as Arcane. Just don't look back. But for Frost and Fire, haste is great.
Yep.
Although I do think we're kind of reaching the point with some of those stats that we're hitting like the diminishing returns on them. Like I've started to notice my haste dipping on fire, like on my mage.
Yeah.
But I think that's just because our secondaries at this point are just so inflated. That we're starting to get that pushback there.
Well, it's kind of funny how you can roll over your Icy Veins on Frost Mage with like 25% crit now.
Yeah.
If you have a max level Icy Propulsion, like you just don't need crit, that much crit anymore.
Yeah, the 4-piece, or sorry, the 2-piece proc.
Yep, Comet Storm is nuts.
With Icy Propulsion. Like if you watch your Icy Veins the cooldown.
Yep.
It just boom.
On 2 targets, it's like 20-second CDR.
Yeah, instantly down. Love to see that. I'm really happy that they decided to revert the Icy Propulsion internal cooldown.
Yeah.
I feel like that would have really hurt Frost Mage in Raid. And it's not even like Frost Mage is that great in Raid. I mean, to be honest. Right? It's not really great in PvP. It's not really that great in Raid. It's like okay. I mean, you could definitely play it for this entire tier, but not at a World First level, I don't think.
No, I agree.
But yeah, I mean, definitely didn't deserve to get completely Shadow Realmed in Raid when, you know, in Mythic Plus it was obviously overtuned. Very overtuned.
Dude, that Frozen Orb nerf feels
it feels really bad,
so
though.
bad for Mythic Plus.
Yeah, playing Frost in Mythic Plus, I was playing a little bit during Heroic Week, and I was like, wow, 4-piece for Fire cannot come soon enough.
Dude, Disciplinary Command Fire is back, though.
Yeah.
There's a lot of AoE damage.
Yeah, the only downside, though, is that, like, your SKB is just, like, so much more value now with 4-piece. It's really, I don't think it's worth it in Mythic Plus, but it's definitely approaching that point where maybe some dungeons it might be worth it.
Well, it's actually kind of funny if you play SKB with as a Fire Mage in Mythic Plus and you get the Relic, you can actually just full chain combust all the way back to your combust.
Yep.
Almost. It's kind of hilarious.
I actually love that cooldown reduction. I also loved it, you know, whenever the ads come out, I don't know if you had this situation in your guild, but with my guild, they would call out which one they wanted to kill, and then I would sometimes just overrule them and just kill my own and say, you can't stop me. Especially as Arcane, like if you ever play Kyrian Arcane in Keys, you can literally just like one-shot one of those relics and just say, yep, You decided you wanted that one. I decided I wanted cooldown reduction. Sorry. Overruled.
I keep getting yelled at in keys since I got my 4-piece because, like, whenever we're on we'll do a big pack with the relics, right? And I just go all in. I pop True Shot, pop Volley, and Wild Spirits. I have no control over where I'm doing damage at all. It's just spread AoE, and wherever I get crits, I get crits. I don't have any control over it. And I almost always end up killing Woe. Totally unintentionally. They'll be saying,
I
no,
feel
we
like they
need
have-
her, we need the CDR. It's like, don't look at me. Everything's going to die. You guys got to figure it out.
Okay, but
Even
you
in
can
the
target
first-
the Woe with your initial aim shot.
Yeah, you can definitely hit that one. But I
could,
feel like even in
or-
like the first like weeks though, they have like such low HP that like sometimes you just accidentally kill one that you don't mean to.
Yeah.
It happens.
They just fall over.
Or sometimes you mean to, right? Sometimes
They
you
just
do.
fall over.
Yep.
It's fun, though. I like the relics. Changes things up a bit.
I just love splits. Love splits. Excited to see what we get too. What's going to be in the loot box?
What's in the box?
There's no way. There's
What's in
no
the
way
box?
there's a piece of tier in there, right?
Come on.
There's no way there's a piece of tier in that box.
That'd be bad.
We're acting dumb up here, but we know what's in the box. We all know what's in the box. Dude, look at Anduin's percentage right here.
Yeah.
In this phase.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's actually
yeah, at
disgusting.
10% he's just this phase is gonna end. One thing that really gets me on this too is like I feel like on heroic even with the amount of damage increase now in like this second week. This second intermission here just goes by so fast. I used to like save my cooldowns for the end here, have them all lined up so I'd be able to arcane power at the very end here as a Kyrian Arcane Mage, and you don't even get it.
Yep.
Like the boss dies too fast now.
Yep. Don't worry, it's only going to get better when we get all our double Legos. It's only going to be that much faster.
Yep. Love to see it keep going, trending upwards. Anduin's about to boot us out here, though.
Yep.
Yep,
At
there
10%.
we go. 10%.
Yep. There you go. Get kicked out, and now you got to deal with the little beacon thing. And then the boss falls over.
What
so
are we
is
thinking?
this Rivens' tier?
I don't know. We'll find out.
I'm thinking a priest helmet for Rivens. That's my guess.
That just. Any more jokes? We don't have any more donations, guys. Support our charity. Make me read bad jokes.
Please
save my sanity.
Tell you what, if we get a priest helmet here, then I will I'll talk about who we're raising money for. Sounds like a good deal.
Okay, sure, why not?
Yeah,
okay,
we'll go with that.
All right. Let's see what we get.
All right, boss still has 4%, so we still got a while. You know, it could still go south.
Oh, are they wiping? This is a wipe.
Yeah, this is a wipe.
They just had people die.
They're
Yep,
dead on my
wipe
screen
it up.
already. Yeah. Fired up
Unfortunately,
the
jump off
wipe
the
two
side.
people. Oh no.
Hard wipe.
Oh,
Yep.
no.
You see the two boomkins just standing in the circle?
Yeah, they don't care. That right there is Boomkin mindset.
Being
big
Boomkin.
big Sigma grind Boomkin mindset. Right there.
It's kind of troll.
I think a couple people are actually trolling though. Look at the rate frames.
Oh yeah, they are.
That was some hard trolling at the end. They were actually trying to die.
All right, what do we get?
All right, let's see it.
Show us a class ring. Why not?
Go on. Loot, 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 loot. Let's see what we get.
What is in the box? Can we natty loot? Come on, Rivens, just natty loot that box. Let's see it.
All right, here we go. Everyone's running over. Let's see what we get.
Oh, and we have a shaman getting the tier piece.
Yep, we got a shaman getting the helm.
Class ring.
Ooh, and we did get a class ring.
Oh, let's
Class
go.
Your spells have a chance to grant you intellect. Yay.
How much intellect? It says 84 for 12 seconds. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. That's like almost a passive trinket.
You have a greater chance to gain it. I didn't catch the rest of that, but
When it's an execute.
yeah, it's execute.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool, cool. So I guess that
mission
would,
accomplished, right?
yeah, that should be good for Shadow Priest.
Oh, he already has it. Okay.
Oh, cool. All right.
Oh well.
Unfortunate.
Well, unfortunately, a shaman got the tier, so we don't get to learn about the charity. Unless you want to do it anyways.
I think we're going to talk about it anyway.
Overruled executive
We
decision.
are raising money for Girls Who Code. Yes, this is our charity initiative. If you want to give us your donations, it is going to be tl.gg/rwf-donate. Let's talk a little about Girls Who Code. So just for a little background on Girls Who Code, basically they are looking to close the gender gap in entry-level tech jobs. They're doing that by having programs. They've got summer clubs, college communities, over 8,500 of those worldwide, reaching girls all around the world, and they're on track to close the gender gap by 2030. That's who we're raising money for. Right now, we've raised $20,715. We are looking to get that number up to $25,000 so that we can reach our new incentive, which is the egg roulette. We just reached our $20,000 donation here, and that was done before Monday. So we will have an additional member joining in on the fun of our Hot Wing Challenge. Salil from production will be joining us to get that done with Kalamazi, and I think Cam's also agreed to do that. I'm not sure if anyone else has volunteered.
I know Cam's wanted to do it. He was actually kind of excited for it.
Yeah. What are you going to say, Cyro?
We have a very, very tragic thing that just happened. Could we get F's in the chat for aversion?
Aversion?
Check out that white percentage on Holandrous. 0.08%.
Oh
no!
I didn't know it went that low. Oh man! Wow, that is that's rough.
Oh no!
That is.
Oh, you hate to see it.
That is. Oh man.
That is pain.
That is a very low wipe, but
that
you know what isn't
80K.
low is the amount of money we're raising for Girls Who Code. Just to throw it back to that again.
We're at $20,700.
Yeah, one more thing. We have an additional incentive that we actually added, the $25,000. Not only are we doing the egg roulette, we're also doing the previously unreleased Socratar exploit video. Some deep liquid lore. Zyronic has the video.
Back in the day.
He can hit us with it once we reach that incentive. And of course, at $35,000, we've been talking about this, we get the Sandwich Love extended cut on Spotify. So if you want to listen to that, definitely help us out by reaching those goals there. And in the meantime, we will be reading any comments that you leave us. If you want to have us read off your terrible, awful jokes, we'll do that for you. If you want to drop some lore on us, some trivia, some riddles, we love those too.
Speaking of which, $20 coming in hot from Quill and Sofa. My joke. Frost Mage is this tier. Rip.
Oh, man. That hurts.
They'll be good on Tuesday, trust.
Yep. Well, yeah, Tuesday they're getting a pretty big boost. I think Frost Mage isn't necessarily bad. It's just that all three mage specs are pretty decent for some bosses. Like, they all have their own uses, right?
Yeah.
Mage is one of those things where, I always get this question in my chat. What mage spec should I go for progression? The answer is, you've got three. Go which one's best for the boss, right? Like, there's going to be one that's always best for each situation. As a pure DPS class, it's kind of your job to play all three. If you're just a one trick, that's fine. If that's your bit, more power to you. But if you want to play competitively, I think it's important that you at least dabble in all three, so you can make sure that you can swing whichever way you need to. I mean, just look at Hunters this tier, right? Imagine not being able to play Survival. Your guild might be looking at you like, "Hey, dude, we heard that you said Survival was bad. That's
that sounds like
kind of weird." Yeah,
sounds like a bait. It's weird. all these top guilds are running all these Survival Hunters. You keep saying they're bad. Are you sure?
Shout out to all the hunters out there who are having to frantically learn Survival. Now that we've used so many Survival Hunters in this Race to World First.
Thankfully, it's like really easy. There's like 3 buttons.
Yeah, it is.
It's like 3 buttons, and all you do is fish for procs, and then you do
look
big
at
damage.
that little shaman that we have in Group 5. Is that our esteemed artist? Egg Dishes?
Egg Dishes
in the raid?
It's a coincidence, but Egg Dishes is the name of the character, or the name of the person who made our beautiful T-shirts. Actually, you know what? That would be a great time for us to show those T-shirts. I'm actually wearing mine right now.
Yeah, so am I.
Yeah, so let's get that graphic up here, production, if you would help us out. So we have a limited edition. The reason why this is limited is because you can only get it within 7 days of the jailer dying. So right now you're able to order this shirt. You'll still be able to get it for 7 days after the jailer is dead. But after that, you're going to have to get it secondhand if you want it. This is our limited edition Race to World First shirt for this tier. You can go to tl.gg/RWF shop to get the t-shirt, and with your Coinbase wallet you get a 10% rebate. if you want to check out there. Yeah, we're actually wearing. I'm wearing the shirt right now. It's got a very tasteful logo up here in the top left. Fantastic little logo there with the horse and the guild name on the back. We've got this this art, and Egg Dishes is helping us out with splits right now. Also in the chat, they have this fantastic artwork here with the jailer, Anduin. We've got Sylvanas in the bottom left. It's covered up by the shirt, but there's Uther there as well, and then of course, am I missing anyone? Yeah, jailer, Sylvanas, Arthas. Anduin in the front, of course, can't miss him, and Uther.
Yeah, looks really
looks good.
Big
yeah,
fan of it.
and it isn't the only thing that we're doing here. We also have these limited edition metal wall art that actually has the same art as the T-shirt. These are actually all just being they're giveaways here. So if you want to enter in for that giveaway, you need to do the quest. There is a Coinbase wallet quest at tl.gg/MMO. If you enter in your Coinbase wallet, you can enter in there. So we're giving away 60 of the medium-sized ones. Those are the uncommon pieces, 30 of the rare pieces, and we have 11 of the extra-large ones, and one of them is legendary. You may be asking, why is it legendary? Well, that's because we have... Yeah, thank you for asking me. I'm so glad you asked, Crazy Puck. The reason why it's legendary is because it is signed by the entire raid team. Yeah.
Wow. Wow, that really is legendary. I got to get my hands on one of them.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. But yeah, basically the way these work is they come in like tiles, and it's essentially like just like a poster to kind of put up on the wall. Yep. There it is.
They look great.
So if you want to enter into to do that, once again, the link is tl.gg/MMO. Back to splits.
Yep. Back to Lahuvum.
Yeah. Lahuvum?
Yep.
Lahuvium? Lahuvium. Lehuvum. I'm not sure which way to say it.
Lahuvium.
It's Leviosa.
It's the moat boss.
Yeah, this is the boss where tanks yell if you're like standing anywhere that isn't exactly where you should be standing. They get really upset.
This is one where my tanks go out of their way to kill people with the circles.
You know, you don't actually need to kill these ads on normal. But I think we're doing heroic here for these splits.
Yeah, heroic, if you don't kill them, it's still going to be bad news.
Yeah, it probably won't survive that. But on normal mode, what you can do is you can just bum rush the boss in the middle of the room.
You know,
really?
Didn't Max tweet out 3 days ago, last splits of the tier done, of the expansion done today?
Yes.
Can we get like a Liquid Guild account tweet saying, so this was a lie?
Yeah, so that was a lie. Yeah, not only have we done like, we've been doing splits for pretty much every day since.
Yeah.
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 So that was a lie.
Almost every day this week.
Can't trust everything you read online.
Can't trust most of what you read online.
Yep.
Especially if it's talking about splits. They never actually end.
You know, I'm going to go out on the limb here and say, I think this one's the last one. I think this is the very last split of the expansion. This one right here.
That's some copia.
The one that
Until we
we're
find
on
out that you
right
need
now.
to like stack enhancement shamans for whatever reason on the jailer or something just obscure, and we need to gear 3 more up.
Nope, this is the last one.
All right, so just so you guys are aware, they're definitely doing splits next week. Like, it'd be dumb not to. You want to get all the player power possible. Now, there's not a whole lot of player power left to get. They already have all of their heroic tier sets. But certain things like jailer weapon splits are going to be very, very big for warrior damage.
Yeah.
Nope, this is the last one.
It's just not.
Listen, the CEO of NA Rating said it's the last split, okay? So this is the last split.
Okay, well,
let's just get that
he
straight.
said that yesterday, and here we are. So, I don't know how much pull he really has.
Yeah, I don't think anyone gets to decide when the last split happens, except for...
what, Telegon?
Yeah, or
Telegon
someone,
or Bubba?
one of the analysts, I think.
Also, you know, just because you're the CEO of Rating doesn't mean you don't make things up.
Yeah, also the shareholders of NA Rating are saying that we require more splits. That's our analysts. So they say we require more splits.
Gotta get those
also, we
player
have to
power
shout out
songs
Coinbase
up.
Wallet again for the splits. These are Coinbase Wallet split rates, sponsored by Coinbase Wallet. Yes, very important to make that distinction. Yeah, and that you know, we also just really enjoy doing the splits as well. That's another big part of it. You know, we do get a slight increase to our gear. That's one of the many reasons we run them. But splits are primarily just for the fun of it. Just really love doing them. So.
Yep, it's great.
It's a great way to kind of mix up the day too. You know, like
Yeah.
if you're progressing on the boss and you're getting the boss really, really, really low, you know what's really great to do is to just leave that boss and go do a heroic split real quick. Just pop one real quick,
exciting.
and then get back to the boss.
That's really how you get yourself dialed back in and
is
fully
so
focused for a
good.
boss.
I'm so excited.
I don't know how you get yourself focused in if you're not doing splits. Honestly,
Just
I
one more
don't know how
split.
do you do it?
I love that it really is just like you just keep coming back to it. Just one more split. Just one more split. Come on. Come on. I think we can do one more
But
split.
this desk is feeling pretty soft right now. Almost
Yeah.
like it could.
You want to take a little nap? A little nappy nap?
No.
Well, I don't think you'd miss anything because we're, killing heroic Lahubum here.
You don't think it's going to be like close whether or not this dies? You don't
What
think
if
it's gonna
someone
come
loots
down
a
to the
Thunder
wire?
Fury? Then you'll feel like you missed something.
What?
I don't know. I'm just hoping that maybe we get some sort of reward for all of this.
Everyone died. Whoa.
Saying Birch, Goop. Oh, why are they all Boomkins dead?
You know,
Because
let's.
they're boom kids.
Have you guys looked into any of the Mythic Jailer mechanics yet? Do we have any idea what any of those do?
No, that just still feels like it's really far off.
You know what I really want out of a WoW encounter? I think it would be so cool if we got a WoW encounter that was modeled after the kinds of things that that Final Fantasy does for their ultimates. Have you ever looked at those fights?
No.
I watched the Final Fantasy Erased World first, this most recent one.
Mhm.
I had no idea what I was looking at, but it looked really cool.
So there are 3 tiers of raid difficulty in Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
They have the equivalent of heroic and mythic raids.
Mm-hmm.
So they have their normal raid and then they have their savage raid.
Savage.
So savage is the world first race that you watch.
Yes.
But they will also do 2 ultimate raids every expansion. And ultimate is like the next tier up in difficulty, and it's one encounter, but it's comprised of several different encounters from a specific raid tier. So it's like a themed single boss.
So it's like a
It's like a
supercut
boss rush.
of bosses.
It's like a
boss
little,
rush,
it's
yeah,
like
okay.
a little boss rush, and they will have mechanics themed very similar to the bosses that they're representing, but they'll work a little differently to fit the encounter.
I would love if World of Warcraft just took more liberty with their bosses in general with the old ones, right? Like, there's so many good old bosses that you could just bring back in as some sort of fun event or something like that. Sometimes we get like time walking, but I mean, it's like it's not good, right? Like it's just like kind of content that you walk into and you kind of just do, right?
Yeah.
It's not anything like what we're seeing with Mythics.
So let me explain to you what one of the ultimate encounter mechanics was that they had to figure out on, where they got stuck on. A common theme with the ultimates is that players will very quickly progress through the fight and get to the final phase of the fight, but something will be wrong, and they have to figure out why it's wrong. So, for example, in the Epic of Alexander, which was the most recent ultimate that came out, I want to say 2 years ago, but I could be wrong on that. I think it might have been last year, like early last year. They got to the last phase, and the boss started a 30-second cast called Fate Calibration. And the boss casts for 30 seconds. And then once the 30 seconds is over, he starts doing another cast based off of Fate Calibration. And just a bunch of mechanics came out, back to back to back to back. And they're like, well, damn, something must be showing us what's going on here. Why can't we see anything? So they just went back throughout the fight and started doing mechanics differently to see if they could figure out what they had to do. And there was one mechanic in phase 2 of the fight, 5 minutes into the encounter, that they had to do in a completely incorrect way in order to get a certain mob to spawn. And once that mob spawned, they could see what was happening during the Fate Calibration cast. They saw little ghosts of their characters running around doing the mechanics, showing them what was going to happen. And they couldn't see that before.
That's really cool.
Interesting.
So some kind of puzzle-like mechanic like that for an end boss in WoW would be very cool.
It kind of reminds me too of like in Lost Ark. There's like boss mechanics, and then there's also gimmicks.
Mm-hmm.
And that term isn't like they aren't using it like with the negative connotation or anything like that. It's like just like a special part of the fight that's maybe like a pass-fail kind of thing, right? Sounds kind of like that to me, I guess. Yeah, it's cool. I like the puzzle solving, although there has to be like a clear there has to be like some sort of direction for it. I guess with the ultimates though, they have a little bit more leeway, right? With like having more fun with it. I think in WoW, if you were to do that, it would kind of feel like N'Zoth, where Magni told us to shoot a cannon, and we're like, "Where's the cannon?" we don't know where Cannon is. Still to this day, I have no idea what the heck he's talking about.
That's Jailer.
Oh, we also have Unreal, but that's kind of like a separate thing entirely. I don't think that's really relevant to the world race. But it is a separate difficulty. I forgot about Unreal.
Oh, cool. Yeah, no. So, I mean, let's talk about raid difficulty. We're looking at Mythic raid, obviously. That's what we're doing. That's the hardest mode in World of Warcraft for raiding. But, you know, the difference between Mythic raids and previous tiers, there's a lot of variance there. Like, so, for instance, Mythic Xavius. That's a Mythic boss. Mythic Halandris. Another Mythic boss, right? Quite a bit different there. It would be kind of cool if there was, like, another mode that was above Mythic. Right, because I feel like a lot of encounters, this tier especially, this tier's like kind of a special tier in that some of the raid bosses are just like way harder, I feel like, than a lot of the previous raid bosses.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like it may not necessarily be just due to the mechanics, although in some fights it is due to mechanics. Just the tuning is just like so tight. It almost to me feels like these last 3 bosses are almost a step above Mythic tuning.
Yeah.
Like a Giga Mythic tuning, if you
like
will.
Mythic Plus?
Mythic Plus.
Shut up. Both of you stop.
If you want to stop me.
Okay, but also, after Mythic, it would just be Legendary.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Or Savage. I mean, Savage is a pretty cool mode.
We
I
can't
like that
call
one.
things Savage in WoW.
No, I think that's too close to copying.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we also had like Azerite and PoE right after BFA.
Dude.
Yeah.
Or I guess it was Azurite, not quite Azerite.
Totally different. Not
Important
even remotely
distinction
close.
there. Yeah.
Did it at least have
I
different
do like
colors?
But hear me out. I do like the idea of having like special raid modes because I do feel like in WoW the raids are so good, right? Like Mythic and the Race to World First. It's always such a pleasure to watch, to cast, to do as a player as well. I would love to see it be more a year-round kind of thing. Like just add in little fun things for us to do, right? Add in challenges. I enjoyed the Raid Masters. That was pretty fun.
That was good.
Like having it be like a speed thing. But, you know, there's like 2 different flavors for World of Warcraft, right? It's like whoever does it first or whoever can do it the fastest. I would like to have some more flavors, right? Add in some more things like you're saying with the ultimates, right? That sounds cool to me. So, yeah, I'm into it. Let's get it done. Anyone know when the Hot Wings is going to go down? No, we don't know that yet. But you will know soon because we're getting that done before some folks from production have to leave. So
speaking of, sorry, I didn't even think of making this segue, but the next Final Fantasy Ultimate comes out in less than a month. I think it's supposed to be April 12th. I think.
How long does it normally take to clear the whole raid? Because whenever I watched the Final Fantasy Race for World First, it looked like it was just like a 1-day thing.
So Savage races in Final Fantasy are usually a 1 or 2 day tier. Here's the reason. It's not that they're not difficult. They are difficult, but Final Fantasy raids and health values are tuned specifically to where anybody that has a crafted set of gear, regardless of what class or comp you play, will be able to beat the DPS check if everyone is playing optimally. So they tune it that way specifically. So a lot of the World First race just comes out to figuring out the puzzles rather than being perfect mechanically. Although being perfect mechanically does matter as well. You know, it gives you opportunity to make mistakes. So Savage races are usually 1 or 2 days. Ultimates, however, are on par with end bosses in WoW. They can be... Okay. I mean, I think T was 5 days, but some of the original Ultimates took weeks.
I love the gearing system where it's like you come into the tier and it's almost like you get your whole heroic getup just from like crafted loot.
Yeah.
And you can just have like your dedicated guild crafter just trade you that stuff for whatever job that you're playing. Because like we're seeing right now, we want to make a swap, right? So we wanted Nori on Priest. Well, what do we have to do? We have to go get Nori a heroic split. I would just love to be able to just, you know, have that gear traded over. Right? And then you're able to swap it, less barrier of entry for new players getting into it, less going into the quote-unquote grind before you get to the fun part, which is doing the bosses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, where my Omnicrafters at? Let's go. 90 Omnicrafter here. No Gatherers, though.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know
Only
what that
Disciple
means,
of
but
the
I'm going
Hands.
to agree with you.
No Disciples of the Land.
Yeah, I haven't played much Final Fantasy, but I leveled up a Black Mage and a Red Mage to, I think, they're like 4 levels away from max level. But, yeah, pretty fun. I always get distracted, though, whenever I play Final Fantasy. Yeah. It's hard for me to keep my focus on it too long. I don't know why. My friends enjoy it, though, a lot. try to play with them as much as I can.
It's really fun.
I love the spell effects, and I love the rotations, and I love the fact that there's like no talents or anything like that. You just have your class, and that's just it.
And you just play your class. The group play is kind of nice. I like the 2-minute cooldown abilities where lining them up is really important, and just playing well as a team is really important. I like the battle res system in Final Fantasy more than I like it in WoW.
Yeah.
For those of you who are unaware how the battle res system in Final Fantasy works, there's no limited battle res attempts. You can battle res as long as you have mana to res. However, when somebody dies and is rezzed, they have a 25% reduced main stat debuff for a little over a minute.
Right, so you won't make those checks if they're tightly
If you
tuned
die
for that.
again, you get a 50% reduced main stat debuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a pretty big downside, but what that does let you do is it lets you limp to the end of encounters to see all the mechanics, so you can see enrages, and people will use that to its fullest extent during progression.
I was talking with Kams about this, and he was describing this, and he said that basically because they kind of know how much damage you're going to do, because you're always going to have like the full crafted gear going in. They can tune it exactly to where like everyone has to press their buttons well, like on the pole. And even if you have people die, in that case, you're not going to have it be a wipe unless there's like some sort of, DPS check that you miss. But in that case, people still get to learn the fight, right?
Yep.
Like you're not going to meet the enrage check on that one, but you will be able to at least download some more data for the next poll, which is very nice.
There are also mechanics in Final Fantasy where if you get hit by them, they won't kill you, but they'll give you a debuff that decreases your damage down.
Mm-hmm.
And that scales in difficulty. So like on floor 1 of a tier, that damage down might only be like 15%. But if you get hit by a damage down ability on floor 4, which is usually the final floor of a tier, it'll probably be 50%. Which means it's pretty devastating to hit.
We have a question, chat. Is this the race with the most split runs?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not even close.
There's no way that any race, well, so far, I would say. This is the race with the most split runs so far.
I don't like that that's true.
So don't ever say that again.
Oh, it's cursed.
Yes, but yes, so far it has been the race with the most split raids. Buckle up. As long as we have the loot systems work the way that they do, and I don't think. Listen, I'm biased. I wish we would get Guildmaster Leader back, but I don't think it would change much. Even if we had Guildmaster Leader, I don't think you're going to have splits just disappear. They're still going to be a part of the race.
Mm-hmm.
Splits are more so than anything else. Splits are they're just like an arms race between the guilds, right? Like, the more you can get that loot, the more you're going to. And the fact that now we have the Race to World First, where it's like there's so many people involved, there's so many viewers, it's a live stream event, and we can use like our connections and our viewership to kind of increase the amount of players, giving you gold too, right? It isn't just a one-sided thing. Like, you're getting paid also to trade us to tier. Since we have access to that unlimited, amount of characters for those splits, it kind of changes the game a little bit. I remember back in my day. Is that right?
Back in my day.
Yeah, back in my day, it was like you just had a whole bunch of alts.
Yeah.
Like, all of the characters were like friends or like alts that you had, but now it's like you can kind of crowdsource it a bit.
Yeah.
Kind of changes it.
No, which is pretty much what you have to do at this point,
Yeah, and the tier gear is like so important that the fact that it isn't deterministic, you have to force it yourself to be deterministic. You brute force the system, right? Because if you just left it in the hands of RNGesus, right, you would have basically everyone. I mean, like, think about this, right? Think about this, chat. Imagine a world where no tier gear is tradable whatsoever. In that case, what would happen is like every raider would just have like 10 mirror mains, right?
Yeah.
And you would just go through 10 different raids, and then whichever character got the most loot, that's what you go with. But even then, like, some people would probably have it on like all their characters, some people would have it on none of their characters, right? No one likes to be in that situation where you just can't really. So wait, I almost got baited there because we were watching this boss on Heroic. Yeah, and I was like, wait, why can we hit the unstable matter there? Well, of course it's because it's
just
Heroic.
Heroic.
Yeah,
Easy peasy.
Almost
We're
got
still
baited.
blasting splits.
But yeah, I don't think there's a perfect way to fix it. Honestly, I'm not sure how you fix splits.
There's not.
There really isn't. A lot of people bring up tournament realms, but that kills a lot of the community aspect of it. That means that the top players are no longer playing on real realms and interacting with regular people, and it means after the race is over on the tournament realm, well, okay, no one's actually killed the boss on live servers.
I think that is a small price to pay for not having to deal with any of this stuff. I am hugely in favor of the tournament realms just because I think of the two evils, there's definitely a lesser one. I know that you know it's a everyone's got their own take.
The problem with tournament realms is that means Blizzard would be involved, and
Right.
part of the reason the Race to World First is what it is because
of the
they're
community
very
aspect.
hands
Yes.
off of it. It's a community-run event.
Yes.
They want it to be that way, and them giving access to the tournament realm would be a reining in of that.
Yeah,
and
Of course, yeah. There's always pros and cons to all of it. I think that we can all agree that splits are not a great part of the race.
No,
but there's just no real way to mitigate them. How do you rein them in? Well, you
rein them in by going on break for lunch.
That's right.
That's not a bad thing.
By changing the subject.
You know? Not
Yes,
a bad thing.
that is what we do. So it looks like we're going to have all of our raiders head off and get their food buff.
What's for lunch today?
It is a really fantastic... What's for food today?
What's
Well,
for
we
lunch
can
today?
actually show that. Yeah. Hey, so we're coming back here, but food. What are we eating? Well, I know for breakfast we had our breakfast sandwiches. We had like the spinach.
Ham
we
and
had the
cheese,
nice
spinach and
ham and cheese. Yeah. For lunch, it looks like we're going to be dealing with some grilled cheese, some tomato soup. This is actually a goated combo. If you take a grilled cheese sandwich, you just dip the corner in the tomato soup.
I
Such
need
a
that.
delicious bite.
That's a comfort food.
It really is.
I'm
It just
gonna be
makes the
happy
world
with
a better
that.
place.
Yeah, we also have the grilled ham and cheese and also the Cape Cod chips. So yeah, this is
Nice
going to be a
kettle-cooked
fantastic
chips.
lunch. Definitely looking forward to getting some of that lunch. It's going to be really, really good. And of course, for dinner, we're going to have our pasta bar. I love that all the dinners are just bars at this point. We got pasta bars, we got taco bars, we got Brazilian meat bars.
Hey, I know this is a little weird, but can we throw to silver right now? That is a great break time.
Yes. 7
That is
silver.
all of us. That is all of us right now.
This is how it feels. This is how it feels to pass over Rygalon wipes early on 1 minute into the fight and then splits again. Yes.
Dude.
Oh, the music
What
just
a
puts it over the
beautiful
top.
photo. And I love this one too. Yeah.
Here's Max just
These
hanging
are
out.
so
you know?
good.
Orc
Yes.
Max.
Can't believe production's being so silly. Oh my gosh.
How dare they be silly?
But yeah, getting back to it though. Yeah, so what are we hoping for whenever we get from the break? Well, of course, we have some new characters to bring into the raid. So I think we're going to see something new with that. And another reason why we're probably going to lunch right now is because splits melt your mind. They are the
They
mind
do.
melter.
It like actually
You
hurts
cannot go from splits directly into Mythic.
Yeah.
It is not ever a good idea.
Splits are the
Ever.
mind killer. If you go from splits directly back into Mythic, you're just going to wipe on the boss until you fix your mental. So, yeah, definitely have to get some food buff to break up the monotony there between splits and getting back into the raid. But I think once we have all of our raiders buffed up with their food buff, I think we're going to have a good time getting back in. But yeah, once again, we are raising money here at the Race to World First for Girls Who Code. So Girls Who Code is looking to close that gender gap in technology, entry-level jobs. They are well on track to do that by 2030 by having over 8,500 programs worldwide, including clubs, summer programs, and college communities. Basically just getting people to learn about coding. Coding's a really cool hobby to have. It's for everyone. You don't have to be a computer scientist to know how to code, and it's actually very useful in your life. So it's definitely something that we're happy to raise money for. Get girls into coding. Right now, we are at $20,715 raised. We are looking to get to that $25,000 mark. Obviously, going above it too, we have some bonus stretch goals, but I'm just going to talk about this one for now. We just reached our Hot Wings Challenge, this time with hotter sauces. So definitely look forward to watching that. Salil from production and also Kalamazi, Cams, some other folks possibly are going to be doing that challenge there. And then egg roulette. That's going to be where we take eggs. Don't know if they're raw, don't know if they're hard-boiled. You'll find out. Yep.
Find out real quick.
And there's actually an additional incentive that we just added to remind me again, it's ironic.
The original limit exploit kill video from way back in the day where we Dark Simulacrumed a bunch of debuffs.
Cool.
On
And,
Sakrathar. Yep.
and I think with that, we're going to throw over to a History of World of Warcraft video. So let's go ahead and see that while the Raiders are here on lunch. We can also get some lunch too.
So, raiding. The history of raiding. You kind of know the story. A long time ago, WoW came out. People decided raiding was pretty fun, and some of them got just kind of into it. But for the majority of the time since WoW's beginning, people were raiding behind closed doors, unbroadcasted and unenjoyed by the unwatched masses. Those are stories for another time. Today, we're talking not just about raiding, but the history of broadcasting in the Race to World First. Let's skip straight to where it gets good. It's time for the Battle for Azeroth, WoW's 7th expansion, released August of 2018. This is where we first see our broadcasting start in Uldir. First to the moon, first to Goon. After 2 tiers uncontested at the top, Method is finally toppled as Limit finally gets a world first on Goon. Nope. Oops. No, we extended. You hate to see it. Limit did give Method a good run though, and Uldir was the first raid to be broadcast live during progress by Method in what is now considered a relatively modest production. Fast forward 4 months, January 2019. Limit finally gets world first on Jaina. Oh, oops, no, we should have burned. Another nail-biter where Limit gets gapped, ending with the Euros on top again. This race was once again broadcast by Method in the first larger-scale production with multiple members of the guild in a studio. Jump another 5 months to May of 2019. Pieces randomly gets world first on UNAT, which goes from being a filler raid to somehow being one of the most challenging bosses of all time. Weird. This race is also mostly unbroadcast and somewhat low-key as it was only a 2-boss raid. Enter Ashara's Eternal Palace just 2 months after UNAT. Limit finally gets world first on Ashara. Oops, hotfixes. Also, should have burned again. A grueling, long raid with one of the highest modern era poll counts at 545 for Limit. The race in summer of 2019, decided by strat differences and a slew of hotfixes of the race, entered its 10th, 11th, and 12th day. This was also the first race to world first with multiple events going on simultaneously, with Method's event in Germany and Pieces/Limit having a joint 24-hour event in London. Finally, January of 2020 in Nilotha, Complexity Limit finally gets world first on Nazoth. Oh, we actually did get world first that time. Right. It sounded like this. Wrong clip. More like this. Nilotha represented the first non-EU world first in over 8 years and the start of a new era in the race to world first. With some of the largest productions to date and some of the highest in-game resources spent, this is when the race really starts to escalate. November of 2020, COVID, Christmas, Shadowlands, a brand new expansion, Castle Nathria, Sludgefist was a great boss. I'm sure the rest of this instance will be amazing. Well, thank God that's over. A rocky start to Shadowlands and a cool 331 million spent, Larry's and Daddy Danny died to Limit, 2 in a row for NA, and a COVID-induced return to remote production. Also, Echo enters the fray as the global #2 guild. Jump forward 7 months to summer of 2021, Sanctum of Dominion, Sylvanas, or should I say Painsmith. No 3P for Limit. This was a nail-biting race ending with a new name at the top, Echo. Now, for Sepulcher.
You may know our tale. Men have written songs about our travels for generations. From the charred earth of the Fire Lord to the frozen king of the north, we have won many battles. An elf without a bow, you ask? Bulky items slow me down. That's why I choose the light and thin Alienware X14. Those tales wouldn't have ever been written without it by my side. The new Alienware X14. It won't even take up a slot in your inventory.
Sandwich love, legally ambiguous sandwich love, liquid gold, sandwich love, World of Warcraft racing, sandwich love. Sandwiches, 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 I'm eating sandwiches. Sandwiches, 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 I'm eating sandwiches. Grilled cheese, BDGG, nothing else. Sandwiches, 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 I spread.
haven't looked at all the Mythic mechanics. Is it one of those where it's like, oh, it's a completely different fight on Mythic?
No, I mean, some things change. So he has like World Cracker, World Breaker, and like Oblivion Shatterer or something for like phase 1, 2, 3. But it revolves around like I believe just hitting Azeroth, which is in the middle of the room, the planet, and just like spreading Azeroth all around the room, which you have to soak. And if you don't soak it, it enrages him and does basically you wipe. And soaking it gives you stacks of a damage increase, but also it makes it so that if you soak it, you have to like soak it in groups because it gives you a stacking damage amp, but also a stacking damage taken buff or debuff. So it's like a rotation of soaking Azurite. You can't leave any on the ground though. So with certain overlaps, it could be a bit of a pain, but
not like Argus, where I feel like Argus was almost a completely different fight on Mythic.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Argus, and I mean the journal doesn't hint at any kind of hidden Mythic phase, but I mean. We'll see when we get there, right?
Yeah, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it'd be cool if one day they could keep stuff from being data mined and like they just start pulling on the jailer, they get him to a certain percent, and it's like, wait, what's happening? None of us saw this coming, and it's just like all this random wild stuff. But
yeah, the last race like that was probably it N'Zoth or was it like Gul'dan?
N'Zoth, there was a lot. I think it was like Hopium theory crafting that something crazy happened, but
and then nothing really happened.
Like a cannon or another secret phase.
Well, the downstairs phase, was that a heroic mechanic or no?
You're talking about the little room?
Yeah.
No, that was a mythic mechanic.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the mythic phase.
Yeah.
Which was a.
But I mean, that wasn't like a very. It was an anticlimactic, mythic phase in the middle of the fight, right? Which didn't really do a whole lot. So it might have just actually been. It probably was like Gul'dan, honestly. Or, yeah, Gul'dan with Illidan, probably in the final phase. Like, that was pretty cool. I think it was Exorcist that released their world first video of that boss, and that was super cool seeing the Gul'dan phase for the first time when 3 Guild ended up killing it. Yeah. Hey, I'm down. Let's do it. Let's be here another week and a half.
But I believe that stuff was like all known beforehand.
It was in the journal, I think.
The Gul'dan stuff? Yeah, it wasn't in the journal, but I actually took part in when I was in Limit back then, data mining part of the the Gul'dan stuff. Yeah, well, not exactly data mining, but looking for spell IDs that were associated with that boss. And we found stuff that was like Sargeras and Illidan abilities like Shear and Azeroth spells, like the summoning of that ad that he does, things like that.
That's pretty cool.
So that's how we kind of knew.
All right, this is actually.
So that was
a pretty good
third
pull.
downstairs phase.
Yep, this is pretty good. So going down at roughly 35%, give or take. Now they are indeed splitting the rate off here, half range, half melee, killing both cores. Once range dies, they gate over. Melee will drag the boss. Their core dies a bit later, but when they kill it, they will then meet up with the range group on the third core, trying to get max boss cleave here. Looking at the range group is beating the boss out at the same time. So both are exploding here. Melee moving over, being sure to drag through the Ashen, and there's that final core. They have to kill this. Unfortunately,
no,
they
I think
lost
this is going to fall apart really quick. Both the tanks died.
Both tanks here, unfortunately.
That healing in that last downstairs was really poor.
Oh, it was.
But I think maybe they're not. I know they're not even going to kill the. Yeah, they lost too many people on that. That was unfortunate.
I don't know if they lost a tank to like a soak there on one of the cores or not, but I mean, a 30% push there. I didn't see the actual timestamp. That seems like it. I don't know. It might be within like the realm of possibility. Maybe.
What percent were they at?
I think it was like 30 or 29 when they died there. They went down at 35, but I mean that was. Let me see the timestamp on that. I think it was like 5:20 when they wiped roughly. Let me take a look here briefly. That was 5:33. So they have about a minute and 40 seconds from there to kill the boss at 28%, give or take.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. What do those phases ramp in some way, or do they just kind of fall apart? Maybe run out of mana or something.
I don't think so.
I believe they rinse and repeat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just like trying to allocate different CDs to different parts of it and stuff, because you won't have. They had an Ashen there. Yeah, they had an Ashen in that one, but they will not have Ashen. Like, they can't go first downstairs phase and third downstairs phase. That Ashen, I believe, has to be allocated to just one of the three, and they choose where they want it. So they might just be ripping it on pull. Actually, yeah, they might just be ripping it on pull and then having it down there roughly at like the 450-ish mark, or maybe, possibly. But
and Kingfly showing up this tier, I think.
Yeah,
he's been just absolutely roasting every boss he's been in.
W block.
And he's been sitting a lot for the progression and the other tiers just because he he's on a Shadow Priest or like he's kind of in that role. He was running splits, kind of sort of an analyst, but now he's like full on Raider, and he's showing up.
Somebody in chat got me. There's a Tettles in here with 1 T. I'm like, oh, it's the imposter Tettle. It's the sus
fake
Tettles.
Tettles.
Fake Tettles. Yeah. Yeah. We have not had the Hot Wing Challenge yet. I forgot. It's happening in about an hour, I think.
It's in about an hour?
Yeah. I maybe, production, do we have an idea if that's happening in an hour or not? I'm not...
I know. I need to coat my tongue with something.
Are you doing it?
I don't know.
I brought some antacids and
Okay,
some stomach killers. So, yeah, I believe we're doing it during the dinner break, which should be probably in about 45 minutes, depending where
Alright.
they decide to end.
I might have to borrow that candle and like dip my tongue into it, like in The Simpsons.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Like coat my mouth with wax.
Oh, and wax?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. I can see that. I mean, what are the sauces? So, I believe they're getting them from a local restaurant. One's like hot. The other one's like 100,000 Scoville units, and they have another one that apparently is like death sauce, but I don't know. I feel like most of these restaurants, like, we have this nuclear death sauce. It's like Frank's Red Hot with like some Tabasco mixed into it. But we'll find out soon enough. Probably within the hour or so. Atomic, I mean... dude, sauces have evolved so much. I don't even know what they... Like Satan's left toenail, atomic flamer. Who knows, man? They're all ridiculous. Just tell me how hot it is. I'll eat it. Like, that's what I was saying, Hulk. But then there's one past there. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I told them 100K is like... That ain't much, man. All right, what do you say? But 1 mil Scoville or no? I mean, like... I feel like I'm not as up on hot sauces as I used to be. I'm 31 years old now. My stomach lining is basically gone from the last challenge I did. I feel like Scoville is a bit misleading at certain points, though, because like, okay, cherry, whatever. Like, certain peppers burn differently. I feel like, and they last longer. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I feel like I've had sauce that like this is 100 million Scoville units. It's like eating ketchup, and it's like, oh, this is 100K, and it kills you for like 4 days. Like I don't know, man. Scoville units, it's a myth, dude.
I mean, if it's high up there, it's gonna be spicy. But I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Scovilles. Where is Scoville?
Like Kentucky or something?
It's in Kentucky?
Yeah.
Why do they get to decide how spicy something is?
It's named after the person who made the heat scale, I'm pretty sure. Right? I think?
Dude, they just have run out of like temperature gauges, and he's like, I need my name on some sort of unit.
Put my name on it.
Yeah.
Me, guy in Kentucky.
Exactly. Cross action. The key is what type of pepper is used. Exactly. Right. It totally varies depending on that.
They named a town after Sco? Is that what you're telling me?
Scoville. That's good. That's good. We'll see. Don't do what I did to Valoris and add 5 drops of Reaper pepper to our chili. I mean, I like Carolina Reapers. They're good.
What?
They said they added 5 drops of Reaper pepper to their chili.
No, you like Carolina Reapers.
The flavor's good. Yeah, the flavor's good. Yeah. Like, there's some hot sauces that have good flavor, and some there's like they taste bad and they're just hot for no reason. Like, I'm not about that, man. Like, I ate a bunch of Da Bomb. It tasted like I was eating a cigarette. Like I was chewing on a cigarette. And it was so hot. It's like, this is just stupid. Like, what's the point? Like, who enjoys this? Like, it's not fun. Like,
but aren't Carolina Reapers like insane? I know they're not.
They
the
used to be like
hottest,
5
but-
years ago. Now there's like a million different crossbred peppers from like India. They're like ridiculously
No, but they're
hot.
still insane.
Sure, not as insane as they used to be. But yeah, I guess. I don't even know what the sauce we're getting actually is.
I feel like Sco really opened a can of worms by introducing this scale. I feel like everyone's just trying to hit a new high. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's just this
Come on,
arms
Sco.
race for his adoration.
What are you doing?
They're just making them in labs, crossbreeding. It's not natural. It's not right.
Yeah, exactly. It's not natural.
Yeah.
Speaking of not natural, the DPS check on this boss that they're looking at and thinking about.
Unnatural.
I mean, it was nerfed 6% too.
This was?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What were the nerfs?
6% nerf to the HP that happened early yesterday.
Okay.
10% damage or 10% reduction on the heal absorb that goes out on the raid, and then the damage that the orbs downstairs do is like nerfed by 25%.
Yeah, I believe they changed like the stacking damage buff to account for that change as well. So it's like a flat 25% just nerf across the raid for damage downstairs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think this boss is killable. Like, if I feel like they typically get into a groove in the evening, like after dinner, and if they keep pulling and getting the boss like 15%, around there, like I think this boss is killable tonight.
Yeah,
possibly.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just need to prove that they can keep getting back to the end of the fight over and over
if they
again.
have the damage, is what I'm getting at. Like, what I'm referring to, like consistency, right? They're getting there. It just, do they have the raw damage?
Yeah,
it's sort of hard to. I'm just
hard to tell,
but yeah.
I think they need. There's still a lot of time left in the night, but I think they kind of need to leapfrog like a step in consistency here, because it goes from like, okay, we got to enrage the first time. Now we're getting there every 20 pulls. Now it's 10. Now it's every 5. Now it's basically every one other than like the fluke wipes.
Yeah, it would be nice to have a sub 8% pull before dinner.
So I think they I mean, obviously they know this. They just need to get to that point where they're getting there like every 5 pulls, like really soon. I think if they want a chance to kill it tonight.
Yeah, I agree.
But if they spend a lot of time getting there every 10 pulls and that eats up like half the day, then
oof, like this one
I'm
right
less
here?
confident.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just one of those fights you're going to have like these random wipes by missing a soak or missing a clear with a quasar, but I mean, consistency is very important here. Obviously, it's sort of a given, but like we're getting to that point of the night where like you really want to see these like deeper pulls coming in, even if it's like a wipe, like third, maybe second, third shroud, not like before first singularity. So the good thing is they've gotten their unstable matter timing down. The phases look pretty good. There's no weird like non what do you want to call it? Like non-phase 2 wipes. They're getting down every time. That's solid. That's an improvement, right? Chat demanding more imps. Yeah, indeed. 4th demo lock wouldn't be bad. Try and work that in.
More imps, more angels.
I love when they like raid wipe. There's like just 4 pods and 4 angels like chilling in the back. It's good. It's pretty good. So are we still saying under 170 pulls here? Because we said it earlier.
Yeah, I know, right?
Nope.
We're looking at a post 200, I think.
How many pulls do we have so far in this raid? Like
the total number?
Yeah, it's
got to be like
this
800.
is Halandra's like 500, right? It was like 350.
No, not 500. That's
wasn't Halandra's like 350?
Yeah, it was 350.
Yeah. So
okay, you're talking
like
about together.
right?
Yeah, that's 500.
Yeah. I mean, Lords was like 80. Are we able to pull up the caster prediction sheet out of curiosity?
Or not the caster, but the total pull.
Well,
right?
yeah, they have like a little thing on the side built in that shows all the polls on it.
Yeah.
I mean, either way, we got to be closing in on like 800.
I think we're probably around 800.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is way off.
Yeah. Let's not look at that.
Let's
move that away.
Jet at 30. Goodness.
Yeah. Shouldn't you know something about this game? Why are you even here?
Yeah.
Can't even predict anything.
I mean, sure. I think if we had all seen what Halandris was and like even Anduin tuning, we probably would have said like 130, 140 this boss. I think it's probably going to exceed most everyone's pull count. I think IS like 200 in this boss or 220. That might actually be pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
The more you think about it.
For next time, what we should do is do the before it starts prediction, and then do one after like 2 polls, and just say, okay, like now that you've kind of seen this, what do you really think it's going to be? Because sometimes you pull a boss and it's like, oh boy. You immediately know this one's going to be rough.
Yeah, I feel like this boss's first pull for Liquid was really funny because this boss like is very unique. It's so fast paced. It just machine guns mechanics, and like Max's like impression of the first pull on this boss was really funny. It was a really good clip.
I didn't see it.
He was he was just laughing. He was saying nothing. He was just laughing at all the stuff that was going out. Everyone in the raid was just like, oh my god, what is going on?
IS 250, Lulaboo is 222. Huh. I think both those could be like actually pretty close. Right? Like it could be sub 220. It also could be 250. And it's sort of hard to tell at this point. So there have been 905 total polls across the entire instance to get the first kill on bosses. Yeah, so we're at dude. This is gonna be like a 1200 wipe raid probably.
1200, you think?
Well, there's been 905 right now. So if the jailer's 200, that's like 11 plus this, probably.
Yeah, that is a lot.
I wonder if that beats out Tumas Argyris. Probably not, because KJ was like 700. If you're like looking at pre-nerf,
and KJ was like super
Yeah, I don't think it beats.
buggy,
I don't think it beats.
impossible.
I don't think it beats Tomb, but it's close.
Imagine having to cast Kill Jaden.
Oh man, I would have probably lost my mind.
I mean, we're getting close, but
it would have been fun. Like each time you got to a new part, since it was so like it was like a segmented boss, all the different things happening in each part of the fight. But yeah,
and also Blizzard would have probably
Fix
like
it sooner? Yeah.
fixed the fight, and I don't know if it wasn't like bugged as much as it was like the mechanics just came way too quickly, right?
It was also like super overtuned. I remember like the beam. You remember the beam you had to split with everybody? Apparently it was doing like an insane amount of damage.
Yeah, they're just like sacking them, and
yeah,
they had like soaks right after knocks that were just like ridiculous.
Yeah,
So
Cams, let me ask you: if this boss in its current form for both guilds, let's just say, is impossible to kill. Echoes and their splits, let's say, there's no more gear to be had, and this boss is unkillable. Let's say we're talking mid tomorrow afternoon for both guilds. They both hit 5%, whatever, can't kill it. Does Blizzard step in and nerf the boss? Or, I mean, what?
I feel like...
because
that's a really good question.
They could nerf it on reset.
Yeah, exactly.
But that gives a big advantage to US then. Because you have double legendaries and a nerf to this. And then EU has to wait even longer, right? Do you just leave it?
But I think... I don't know if it's that big of an advantage because they are still not on Jailer, right? So if Jailer, so it really comes down to if Jailer is hard. If Jailer is a hard boss, then again, like once it gets past that reset point and both guilds clear their farm, it's kind of like at a decent footing. If Jailer is easy, yes, that's a huge advantage to
yeah, I don't think
the
they
North
nerf
American guilds.
But the nerf either has to come like early tomorrow or sometime tonight. But if they nerf it tonight, then it's just a free Liquid World first, I think.
Yeah.
And they probably don't want to just hand that over.
Yeah. Right.
And since it's so late in the week, I think that just puts them in a position now where they just won't nerf it, and the legendaries will be the nerf.
Yeah, I think I don't think Blizzard's going to nerf it.
I wonder if that case changes if we're on Saturday, for example, and not Sunday, and they end up saying, "Oh, okay, well they have 2 days of prog and US has an US 3." Like it's it doesn't really matter, I guess, at this point. But I'm just curious because like double legendaries will make this boss a good bit easier, right? With a re-clear of gear coming in, also.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think this boss, the damage concerns of this boss are totally gone after the reset.
Yeah. So do you think that means it's like a large comp swap it's made, like maybe back towards more Boomkin, or like?
No, I think they keep the same comp.
Okay.
And then they've already shown they can get to the end of the fight with what they have, right? Just it requires good play, and that's all really. Just do the fight, chatting, and then you get there.
It's just wild we're going to E3. Like when we started this race, we were predicting like maybe like day 8, like that. There's no chance we get double legendaries now. Like we're talking mid next week for that.
Yeah.
Like day 15, we're fine.
Yeah, I was like, Jailer doesn't seem that hard. Andon will probably be hard. Like no one was really thinking about Halandris.
Yeah.
Not in that way.
I asked Preheat earlier if Halandris was like 80 pulls. Is this raid better? I don't know if better is the right word. Like. I don't think this raid is bad. It's a good raid. Some bosses have maybe been a bit of a miss comparatively to what we thought they'd be, maybe. But they've still been good bosses. But like, is this raid significantly better with Halandris being an 80 pull boss and not 350? Because we're probably looking at Jailer right now. Maybe even most close to being dead.
I don't know. I think maybe I don't want to say yes because I think part of me that wants to say yes, it would be a better raid is like the part that just wants this all to be done with. But like I think objectively speaking, like Halandris being a very hard boss, I think it's oddly placed where it is in the instance, but I think it is a really good boss, and overall it makes it a really good tier.
You're just saying that because you're a warrior, though. You know, you don't have to juggle orbs, or you don't have to juggle bombs.
some warriors have to juggle bombs depending on what strat you use.
All right, okay,
yeah,
that's fair. That's fair. I agree. I'm happy that the version of Halandris we had on PTR was very different from this one. and I think this version is better. I wish they had maybe tested it once, like I thought they would have, to maybe get it tuned a bit better for release. But yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty fun boss to prog, albeit probably a different boss than what we've seen in the World First when my guild gets there in a few weeks, but still a pretty fun fight, I think. Although also one that's going to probably tilt a lot of people during prog. So
yeah, I think a problem Blizzard's probably running into here now with just how like absolutely insane these guilds are starting to get, and then the analysts and everything on top of that, is how do you make like a 40 pull boss? Because it's either easy and they just rip it up, or it's really hard or overtuned and it takes forever. Like it seems hard to find the middle ground.
I think the thing that I've noticed this tier versus other tiers is how much damage these bosses deal to the raid. And I feel like that's a big part as to why, some of these bosses like take forever to do, right? Like Lords of Dread, Rygalon, to a lesser extent, like Halandris. The amount of damage that the raid takes from their mechanics is kind of I feel like a significant contributing factor to causing a lot of wipes. In previous raids, I think the tuning has been like HP tuning for DPS requirements has been similarly tight, but I don't think. I don't think like the healing requirement has been so high like it has been before. That's the one thing I noticed is different from this tier.
that's cool though, right?
Yeah, because now you actually have healers that heal instead of healers that raid cooldown and then DPS in between. That's also why like stuff like Disc still does really good healing. Like Disc ramps are huge, but you kind of need constant healing in this raid. So it's not as good as like a Holy Priest in certain situations. Sometimes, a lot of these skills we've seen one Holy, one Disc, so Disc will ramp for certain things, and then the Holy Priest is doing like constant healing through the whole, the whole fight. But that's the one thing I notice that's different, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, one of the bigger complaints heading into this tier from a lot of healers was that there's just not much to heal. You've seen like end bosses being like 3 healed and some bosses being 2 healed, and it's just like it seems like what they enjoy doing in the game, which is healing, isn't really been the case, and they're just sort of forced to DPS half the time. But yeah, there's been a significant shift. I mean, even looking at Andy with like Befoul, I feel like Befoul Barrier was made like that's like the token, like, hey, we're changing the way you're approaching this raid. This is a raw healing ability you have to deal with, and that every fight's been wild healing.
Yeah,
wise.
Holy Priest, Mistweaver, Resto Druid have all like poked their heads out.
Yeah,
in terms of like raw, straight up amount of raw healing.
Yeah, I mean, like they tried to 6 heal Lords of Dread for a while. They were talking about it here, right? I mean, I feel like most guilds prep like 5-ish healers and have some that can swing heal, but it's hard having like 6 fully geared healers heading into a tier, right? Barring giving them some universal gear during splits, like, oh, here's a trinket maybe that dropped or whatever. Here's like your 4-piece, which works every spec. It's tough, I can't even remember the last mythic boss that was 6 healed. Has there even been one in history? There's
definitely Sun King. Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
like that was a healing fight, right? So that makes sense.
I guess putting that aside,
Grand Emperor Shek'Zir back in Mop was I think like 8 healed.
Okay.
In a 25 man. It's not common for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially in this race, or in this current state of the game, like Shadowlands kind of stuff. That's cool. Hey, I'm down for it. They wanted it and they got it. So I always head back to Max's tweet, I believe before SOD, where it's like break us in half. And well, I think they took that to heart, man.
I think the breaking is happening.
Yeah, I
It's more like grinding them into dust.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we can hear what these players, how their mental's doing with a Jersey mic listening.
I'm actually blaming Battle.net.
Amen. Bait. And fuck.
Good. And the last set's coming in here.
Resin.
Yeah, Reza. Kill these. And these melee ones will die. These are ranged.
Good orbs.
We did get good orbs. Amen.
Yeah, spawn them.
I have some tinfoil.
My
I have some
tinfoil.
insane tinfoil. I'm
What's
pretty
that?
sure it's always based on meat.
Oh.
Because I looked for it and then it went on meat, so it has to be meat.
Hey man. That makes sense. I can believe that.
Has a 100% success rate.
Rock Major on it.
Not saying as much during the poll because I'm working on a whole new set of CDs.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Yeah, figured it would be like good to have a new set here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Quasars.
We fuck.
Yeah, you fuck this set when they come out. Destroy them. Kill them. Good. Orbs are down. Dark Eclipse is soon. This is the ring, if necessary, into range soaks here. Ring, nice. These are range soaks. And everyone personal and Hellstone when you take damage here.
James, your next soak.
Personal and Hellstone when you take damage.
Okay.
New bait.
So Dryny's backing up.
Yep.
Good. And then these last four are coming in. Melee, you can get off it now. Good. Make sure these front two are slowed. And kill the melee. And the melee are going down here. And kill the range ones.
I just glider DC'd.
You're so bad at
shot.
that. Dude,
Yeah,
you gotta stop doing
I
that.
saw
Like,
the
seriously.
glidering mid combat.
Cheater?
Face loading.
Hopefully
We got good cores, right?
He's in his spot, don't worry.
Yeah, we have.
It's based on me, I told you.
Oh. I'm back.
How did I die?
Did you take lip spot? I don't know.
Were you in there?
I'm alive.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Ranger gonna be going first. Is this Healthstone
GS
or Health
minority.
Pot? This is Health Pot in this
We have a
intermission. Health
salve
Pot,
here,
Health
yeah.
Pot, Health Pot, Health Pot.
No rally here.
I don't know, of course.
Ben, please.
Oh yeah, no rally, just Healthstone, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll be Healthstone in the
London out
last
there.
phase.
Oh what?
Be Healthstone with in P2.
That's sir.
No,
That's,
no,
Health
it's
Pot.
better. It's better there to
We
Healthstone
we're
there
health
and then
potting in
Health
that
Pot.
phase.
No, it's better reversed because we have a rally. Healthstone's buffed by rally, but Health Pot is not.
Oh, sure, that's fine.
Fuck.
Fuck these, fuck these, fuck them, fuck them, fuck them, fuck them, fuck them. Good.
Bait.
These ones are coming in now. Good. And
This is
kill
an
them.
RSM.
Ring.
Melee fuck.
Those are range soaks in the ring.
I'm in a pod.
Any Jesus to forget out.
Kill that one.
When you're back up him.
We never soaked the right melee one.
Did I have one there?
Yep.
Yeah, you
my,
did.
my shit's hard bricks. I like in that ball.
Yeah, yeah.
You bricked like a wall, Ben.
Dude, I
actually-
didn't fucking see you in my spot, man. What the
I was
fuck?
off wide in the corner.
Someone,
There's-
whoever
What
sat
a
next to
little
me,
pussy fucking
like,
goblin!
didn't make it. I saw someone like
Fuck
leap.
you, Ben.
Was that? Look, did you leap like to the other soak, like last second?
No, I was in my own soak. And I like thought I saw like the one right next to the matter.
Yeah, that's DC.
Oh, I could have sworn I saw like the thing like pluming, like there wasn't any in there. So I was like, okay, he's not there. That's good. But you're a fucking little tiny goblin just chilling.
Yeah, that's right where I gob jumped. And then just DC'd.
That's fucked, man.
I fucking love it.
I've been killed by both warriors that way now.
You killed yourself, man. I was there first.
Fair.
I'm relogging so I get unbricked. Oh god, that was good.
Sounds like goblin.
I mean, if I was
Jump
time out
DC?
Taran, we would have been fine. Yeah.
Oh,
Just
true.
Just gob jump into clearly speed hacking, so DC'd. Can't believe that's still a thing.
I'm gonna disengage in DC. Oh.
You ready, Cryptix?
Yes, sir.
Lip, I moved your rally up a little bit just for
the second downstairs one.
Yes, to zoom in
yeah,
around.
because that's just barely
Yeah,
missing
man.
this tyrants. May as well get them too.
Fair beans.
Fuck these.
Got them all.
Bean fucked.
Up lip.
Let's fucking go. I'm proccing.
I'm not broken at all.
Bait.
These are coming in.
Killed.
Diamond here. Good.
Bait.
Oh.
Someone got launched. Bing bong.
I died down there then, Civil Quasar.
Fucking bing bong.
You guys are dead.
Bing bong. Bing bong.
It's over, yeah.
Might be a wipe.
Trying to get launched off the edge.
Is it a wipe, Nick?
How am I?
It's not a wipe
How am I
until
the
the
only one
priests
that
are dead.
gets knocked
How's it
off,
always
man?
trying out the
You guys like just heroically back on?
Tauren, man.
No, I got launched the opposite way.
Oh, you guys have
towards the
charged
center.
too.
I don't have a charge to spare though.
Fair launch, goblin jump.
Just
Get
gob
it.
jump.
Displacer belt. I got everything
Yeah,
now.
let me just do that.
Knife fight pal, I can just soul shape.
No, I think I'm good.
Can't you use your belt thing? Just TP if you can knock out and you just land.
By the way, mate, I got something to tell you.
Go on.
I feel like he was an underused character. Like, overall.
100%.
Like, he should have been in a lot of scenes. I'm actually, like, this might be a shocking take, but I feel like he should have been the main character.
I agree, man.
Yeah.
By the way,
Yeah.
look at the new
Arbortets?
Oh, I know, I saw it, bro.
He
That's
is
what made me
jamming
think
out.
of all that. That's
Good shout,
basically
I have
you.
one.
Do you guys like tiny straws or thick straws? Nice and sturdy.
Sturdy, of course.
Like, I don't know if you guys have ever like gotten like the coffee things, but those things are way too small, man. I don't get what the practicality
Oh,
is.
you're not supposed to suck those.
Oh, sorry.
What?
Sorry.
You guys have
Those
paper
don't
scrolls?
suck that. You guys have paper scrolls in the
Kill
US?
these.
Yeah,
They're disgusting.
they melt.
Yeah, those are trash.
Yeah, they melt in your mouth to here.
What are you supposed to do with it, Dax?
It's for stirring.
It's a stirring.
No shot.
You sucked through it.
They're not just tiny coffee straws.
Talking about the brown ones or the black-like straws?
Man, these tiny straws are
Attack.
weird.
Kill these.
Donkey, you gotta blast this.
Third cores are soon.
That's right, Donkey. Get over there.
Just came down. Let these
Fucking
get close to
feeling the power
melee.
lip.
Slow star and triangle when
feeling
they're
good
melee.
here.
Gotta do moderately big. Netter damage here.
That big. I mean, we got James on it. He's gonna fuck it up. Cryptics, don't even swap to it.
For sure.
You're a
No,
warlock.
please do.
Stop to it, please.
The warlock.
Demon
you'll be-
bolted or
he'll
Are
do
we not
4K
rallying
to
this
it.
one anymore? That
We got
that one?
good orbs.
No, I was supposed to. I
We lived.
need to move my weak aura for the quasars down there. For some reason, every time I go down there, I just fucking am turbo spooked now.
Duck drowning.
Back me
You can
drone.
personal at any point in this phase.
You.
We gotta fuck.
Maybe just call for someone's GS when you're soaking on
Fuck
this.
these. Fuck these. Fuck these. Good. Next set coming in. This is like the late ring with these being range soaks. Everyone can personal and you can health tonic, not health stone. You want a health tonic right now. At first time you take damage.
Melee kill.
Kill these melee.
Bait.
James, you're next.
Yeah. And baiting. We're chilling. Just watch these. Watch these. Get these quasars into melee. And then this is going to be the rally. I think it's Ben.
You don't know this.
And
I slowed purple,
good.
but it's slow.
Watch these. Do not go down on top of the other person. You just went right down into a bomb, right?
Underboss, teach.
Teach
You
right
got
there.
it. He's got it. He's got it.
I'm waiting.
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
Good weight.
Good
And then you want a health stone in this intermission, right?
Yeah. Lip ignore the rally timer. I fucking hate warlocks.
Amen.
Just do it at 326. You got a salve here.
Yep. And you guys are all going to health stone at one point in this phase.
Yep. Just do
Whatever
it on
you
this
want.
next thing here. As long as rally's up. It's value.
Duck range runner.
Health stones here. We have no more throughput, so just use it.
Yeah, there's no more incoming damage except for tanks. Watch tanks.
It's just like a sludge fist thing. Like you just actually have to use it when
Matters low. Piece of low, yeah.
Okay. Where are the symbols happening here?
Oh. Yeah.
Okay. So personal this first wave or second?
You can personal the first one. Yeah.
Blast these. Pop your personals. Kill the range ones as well. Good. We're chilling. We have a him right now.
Yep. And we'll have a him for the next one.
Yep. These ones are coming in. These ones are range with the late ring. Range with the late ring.
Don't hit the matter.
And then melee you power fuck these. Another him.
Got some dots on melee. Fucking.
It's okay. We got big shit.
It's me.
Okay, these are the last four here. This is the last four here, and it'll be Kevin's rally when it's time. There's one dying early. Just go back
If you
and get it
can
melee.
personal, do it here.
I'll get triangle, I guess.
Just watch. There's two. You're good. Just make sure you grab it all.
Healers.
We can't res donk. We got extra stacks there, I think.
Yeah, it cleaved a bunch
We
of
can
melee.
still
at
learn
least
this though. We
twice.
can still learn this. We have Hans's early shit, right?
It's earlier, yeah. We're just missing dark, but it should be fine.
Yeah, it's fine. We have Ashton and Salve in this phase.
Yep.
Ashton's up in 5.
You can personal the early part here.
Personal early. Ashton's now.
I think they would be sooner.
Make sure you
Sal's
walk
gonna be
into the
kinda
Ashen
late.
after you get.
The salve already happened.
Stay in the Ashen, inner side.
Yeah, make sure you're in the Ashen.
I just think you should do it 5 seconds earlier the first time.
You need to send any health stones or health pots you have here. We're gonna live. We just we can't res maybe.
Tank between purple and orange. Looking orange.
Yep, in between purple and orange. Yep. You guys power fuck this first set. Power fuck this first set. Personal if you have it. If we have a symbol.
Oh, maybe it's dead.
It's coming up, yeah.
Just kill it.
Now we're dead. Still a good
Johnny's
pull.
Ashen is normally up earlier there. As well, Nick.
Yeah.
And we'd have a dark, so I think it would be a bit nicer looking. I don't think we have to move this out. Because, like, if you move this
No,
out
the
any
salve is
earlier,
fine.
it's...
No.
Okay,
I
okay.
was
Yeah, cool.
saying the Ashen just needs to be insta so that he can salve a bit later, right?
Yeah.
Also,
yeah, true.
And it gives him like a bigger room for error.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
We
I was
always
going
need
to
to
say, you
watch the
can't move
priests that are
this out
hemming
earlier.
because they can't heal themselves. Like I just died there to getting 0 external healing during
I
him.
mean, you just have nothing at the start there is the problem.
I mean,
It'll
also
be
he
better
has a
next time.
single heal.
It'll definitely be better with the Ashen there.
There's a lot going on in the entire fight.
Oh yeah, that's why you need reps. Not an easy fight. Requires a lot of focus and good play.
Also, who's the backup Shining Force, just in case that happens again?
It's very...
I don't
Sorry's
want
the backup. Okay.
I don't want to be Dobby, but this fight's pretty fun, right?
Yep. Yeah, this is a fucking
This
good
is
Patrick
this
boss.
is a good fight.
It's good.
That wasn't Dobby at all, actually.
It's like
I don't
Space
think.
Sludge Fist.
We got like 1-2 more pulls or maybe a kill before dinner.
Amen.
Extendo. One more.
Fuck it, just pull 20 from now on.
Jake Romnick.
Busy.
He listened. Yay.
Did I get the pull there, Lip?
Nope.
Running lip up randomly.
Bait.
What the fuck?
Giving you a chance, yeah.
Okay, bait here. Good. These are range ones coming in. This is the ring. It's not needed. Good. Blast these melee. Blast, blast, blast. Good.
I think I'll need a grip on the Snorri on the soak.
And then you guys just personal this last set. Melee ones are getting crammed now. Matter needs a little damage as well.
Yeah,
and
man.
the range ones should die when they get into melee.
I'm good, by the way. Don't need grip.
You don't even get a look at it.
I hit 18 globals of combust
Yeah,
into it, bro.
I still did one fireball on it.
We got good cores, I think.
Yeah, we did. Thank you.
Thank ya. Answer. Is that a gift from
It's
the
all
queen?
because of me.
Gift from the queen, actually. Dark donk. Okay.
Suck me, Jordan.
Good. What a salve. Holy. Okay, sphere in 2. Shattering. Blast the matter. Good. First quasars, we're banging them. Make sure we get the knocks here. You guys are personaling on the first set of these dying. You can do it now. Blast the range ones as well. Okay. We got another symbol. Okay. You guys kill these ones and ring. Good, those are ranged ones. And everyone personal and health potion when you guys get low here. And melee, fuck these. Good.
New bait.
Header's pretty low.
Nice. We have a salve.
Yeah, James, you.
Yeah.
There with the knocks.
Okay, this is the last set here. And we have the rally and kill the ones in melee. And soak them. Kill the ones in melee and soak them. And kill the ones in ranged. Be careful about going down too early ranged. Should be good. Good, Matter's dead.
Good orbs.
Blast boss. We got good orbs yet. You guys are going to health stone in this next phase, preferably when the rally is up. So let the stuff... And healers, watch people who are hemming. Watch Nick here. We're good. And Hellstone whenever you guys want.
Go back to it.
Get out. I don't think we need to Hellstone in this phase.
Yeah, it's matter. Blast the matter.
Blast the matter yet. Good job. Boss in proper position. Ready to blast these? This is a turbo blast. Turbo blast these quasars. And watch the soaks on them. We have a him. Okay.
Matter's almost primed.
Yeah, matter is almost primed. This is your ring twisted in 3, 2, 1 now. Range, kill those quasars ranged. Those are ranged soaks. Personal here.
No, sorry.
Melee power fuck. Nice.
I went right. Get left.
Nice salve. We can resonate. It's fine. Just let these come in at.
Oh,
Huh? Wait, those were way ahead of time.
I shoot back into it. I couldn't really see where it was because there were beams on it.
Yeah, it was on top.
Damn, that was fucking clean, man. These pulls are getting good. Let's do one more before dinner. Was that just Nori soaking?
No, I was hemming, and there was a soak leaving me.
Is that a 6-sec, yeah? 20k ticks?
Yeah, it was 6-sec because I got cleaved onto, and I couldn't move because I was hemming.
Isn't it, like... I feel like if we have reses, right? Like, isn't it good for Priest to like, get a 6-sec and then just heal in Angel form? Saves a lot of damage, I feel like.
Yep. I was away from
Actually,
audio
yeah.
for a second.
Might as
What-
well, because reses are useless at the end.
Like in that phase where we just were? Or maybe the last phase, I don't know which one's sketchier.
The very last phase, yeah, you can just suck up Priest to soaking the back 2 orbs.
Double soak, Angel form, and then res them. Do it again, or switch. We should have 2 reses
No,
in the
they
last
keep
phase,
their
right?
stacks, so you can't have them do it again. They'll
You
die
just
at
let 'em
7.
die. For like
You
the
just-
last set of orbs, you just have the Priest soak the back 2.
Yep.
Yeah, they're useless anyway.
One more pull, then dinner.
One more pull, then dinner.
Extendo.
Extendo.
Extendo, yep.
Yeah,
Extendo
definitely
again.
good. It's good to extend here.
What the fuck,
Extend
dude?
again, extend again. Yeah, that's good.
A double extend.
Oh, Atlas Pillar Frost. Okay, reset.
Fire, are you just calling for everyone's CDs and looking over at your
he's so
screen?
annoying, man. He's like not annoying, sorry, he's a Dumble. Amen. Oh,
Thank
man.
you.
Hey, I'm so nice.
You are so nice.
Dude, Nick is also so nice. Oh, man.
Sometimes they pop it.
Time. Matter's dead.
Bait.
Yes, sir.
Fine, bye.
Okay, here comes the last set. Make sure star and triangle are slowed. Those are melee. The range ones are coming in after.
Good orbs.
Thank you, fired up.
Like the Call It Tiger would make.
You're welcome, by the way, Ben.
Not take credit where it's due. Amen.
Amen.
That's how you'll grow, mate.
Stack me, John.
Okay, and it's shattering here. Phase is over. Hit the matter.
Try and get it close if you can, too.
Ugh.
It's okay. First Dark Eclipses, you guys are going to blast these Quasars when they spawn. Good, you can personal here. Personal. Blast the range ones too. Nice.
That's the melee soak.
Matter's
Yep.
pretty low. We're good.
Here comes the ranged. Get the ring now. It's fine. We got it. Soak these. This is personal and health tonic one time. Use health potion just to remove or when you get low. Melee kill. Kill.
James, your next soak.
Yeah. Try to bait.
Yep. And the last couple Quasars are coming in now, melee. Blast them. Good. And blast the range ones. Should be melee. Don't let it go in.
That's no
Okay, good. Range has it. You're good.
Matters from Nikkei.
Yep, just hit the matter a little bit. Hit the matter. Hit the matter. It died. Go to your spot. Okay. Okay, getting in. Watch Nick.
Just be Nori.
Okay. And we have Rally. Don't think we need to Hellstone, man. I think we need Hellstone in the next phase.
You need personal here.
Yeah, personal here. We're getting a symbol after. Hit the matter, hit the matter, hit the matter.
Watch the tanks.
Okay. Power fuck these first Quasars, okay? Power fuck them. Kill the range ones too. This is personals. Personals, personals. We got a him here, we're fine. And we have an Ashen as well in melee. Okay. Yep. And kill the ranged ones and ring. Good, we got it. You guys can Hellstone anytime you want in this phase. We have another him. Get the matter a little lower. Melee kill, melee kill.
Fade again.
Good. Fade again, melee. Good, and we're gonna let the two close ones come in here.
It's me.
Okay. Slow them. Make sure square is slowed too.
Good personals here.
Good, melee soak here. Personal again. Okay, and kill the range ones. And the range 2 soak.
Don't leave boss on you.
Got good orbs.
So we just need everything to live in this downstairs phase, right? We'll have Ashen up. We have Ashen, him, and a Salve.
Yeah.
Good.
Symboling. Personals are up.
Hemming, watch me.
Yep. Just make sure you like symbol basically on CD for the rest of the fight.
You gate range,
Personal,
get in the
personal,
Ashen.
personal, personal. Make sure you're in the Ashen when you gate.
Symboling personal again.
Go across. We're in the Ashen. Personal again, personal again. Get these out, get these out. Get these circles out. So
If you
phasing
still
now.
have it, Riptonic or whatever.
We're okay, we're okay, we're okay.
Between orange and purple.
In between orange and diamond. So our priest gonna soak to 6 here?
I'll soak to 6 first set.
Okay. Well, you can't get 2, right?
Power fuck these as well.
Just soak 2 times in a row, that's all.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Do it.
Yeah. Blast these Quasars, blast. Kill them.
I'll soak the back one.
Okay.
Can
Personal?
GS maybe if you want.
Personal. And we died. Fuck.
Someone came out right there, right?
Yeah. Well, someone died. I think.
Someone died with the...
Yeah, someone died.
Yeah,
We need something there. We
Did
need
someone get
something
hit by a
there.
beam? Because I swear.
Yeah,
it
it
was
was me.
Myself was
I got
2
hit by a beam
seconds
with
off
it.
when we died.
I don't think we
We were
need
fine.
anything
We
extra
were-
there.
we
That
were
was just
fine.
someone
It was
getting
just a
hit.
personal mistake. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
was
all
it?
good.
It was a beam.
The
Yeah, there's a
dinner.
beam death after I
Yo,
went down.
by the way, the dinner's fucking good.
Was it a beam death?
Yep. I was trying to dodge the Quasars from... I forgot who went after me, but it was like right on top of where I was going.
Is the boss damage
Dodge
on
no
track
beam.
there?
Yeah.
Lit.
We're looking good.
Yes.
All right, and you are back with me, Cams, Jet, and Kalamazi. Thank you, Jersey Mike, for the listen-in. I think their polls and consistency are living up to the Jersey Mike name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a really good poll they had there.
Yeah, they're getting there. The damage is looking good with the comp that they have. A lot of damage. Demo locks are doing a lot of damage there.
Yeah, and you heard at the very end of that listen, and Max asked, "Do we have the damage?" And I mean, it was Domi that responded, but I mean, it's still like
they were on track.
regardless, yeah. We have it. So I mean, we'll see.
Perfect pull. Maybe we might get a kill.
Yeah, they went down like 1.5% lower than they did the last poll, I think, which was 14%. It's like they're getting there. They're tweaking and tuning their damage a little bit, which is nice. I mean, they're going into dinner break now, and I mean, I feel like more often than not, they play better after dinner. Like they can really, tweak things and just get in the zone. And dinner's good tonight too.
Yeah, we heard tags saying the dinner is good.
It is.
With pasta and chicken. We did a little preview taste of it to line our stomachs because we do have a segment coming up.
Oh, I'm not happy about this one.
Hey, it's for charity.
It's for a good
we
cause.
did hit a high charity goal for that.
Yeah.
We did indeed. The 20,000 mark.
Girls Who Code. That's the charity we're working with. We're at 20,800, 25,000, and we get the egg roulette.
Almost
and this
there.
tier's going so long that we'll get there.
We will
for
get
sure.
there. And if it goes even longer, we do have another hidden challenge, which is at 35K, you'll get the release of Sandwich Love on Spotify. Maybe we can get a little preview from production. And 25K also, these are new. They have a behind-the-scenes video planned. And I guess we'll see it from Nagura. She said at 20K, she had there are a lot of different numbers scratched out here.
She had something at 20K, so we'll see something.
She has a cringe video, apparently. I don't know what that means,
perfect.
but
Okay.
we'll let her release that on
take
her
a
own
look then.
time.
Well, yeah. So where can they donate if they'd like to? Cams? TL.gg/RWF-donate. Is that true?
Yes, that is true.
I got it. Look at
Exclamation point charity in the chat. It'll pop up.
It'll come up, yeah.
Yeah.
And if you'd like to put a message for us on the desk, a dad joke, riddle, pun, whatever, within reason, as long as we can read it out loud, we will. So
Encouraging words to the wing eaters, maybe.
I think I smell wings. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I felt a chill down my spine
I know.
just a moment ago.
This is going to be a wild ride, man. I'm not very excited for this, but it's for a good cause, so we'll do it to it.
Yeah, it's me, you, and Salil? Or are there 4?
I think there's 5.
Yeah.
Oh.
We've got 2 Raiders, I
Two
think.
Raiders,
2 bench
that's right.
boys.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if we're ready for the wings yet or not. I don't know. Production, and they can sort of hear us here, and I guess they'll let us know whenever we're ready.
Yeah, people are trying to line up outside the stage. It's like, oh, man. They're getting ready.
I believe I can do it, Blay. But the question is, do I want to do it? Because I have stomach issues from the last wing challenge. But yeah. Oh yeah, I smell them. They're here.
I can put them
They're
into
here.
my
Somewhere.
mouth and
Yeah, they're here somewhere.
I think I can smell them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Speaking of that-
before we get there, we do have this beautiful shirt right here with the jailer art. You can pre-order that now. 10% rebate
just
if
holding
you
it up.
check out with your Coinbase wallet.
Yeah, it's super sick. One of if not my favorite shirts from the race. It's super sick. I like it a lot.
It's
And
got a nice liquid logo on the front. If you
only
want
available for 6 days after the race, I believe. Correct?
7 days.
Seven.
Seven.
7. There
After
we go.
the
yeah.
jailer kill.
A very limited time frame.
Yeah, so get your order in now.
Yeah. TL.gg/RWF shop.
Yeah, and also if you do exclamation point points in the chat, you can get points for something called Liquid Plus, which is Liquid's app. You can get it on the App Store, Google Play Store. Earn points by watching and supporting your favorite people on Team Liquid.
Yeah, a
Raiders,
lot of really
other
cool
games.
redemptions.
Yeah.
In-game rewards, out-game rewards, apparel, a lot of cool stuff. So if you're already in chat hanging out and just enjoying the race like everybody else, you might as well grab it because you can be earning points by just sitting in chat.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, and while you're there, link your Coinbase wallet as well. I believe we're having a display giveaway for that.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Linking your Coinbase wallet will indeed get you some more points. TL.gg/MMO if you like to link that. And have you seen these displays, Cams? By the way, have you seen them?
Yeah, I saw it out there, the one they're signing, the legendary.
Yeah, they're really cool. So we have 60 medium uncommon pieces, 30 large, or 30 rare pieces, I should say, 10 extra large epic pieces, and 1 large legendary, which is like multiple plates, which is also signed by the team. And it's super cool. So,
Yeah. Yes, make sure you look into that. Liquid Plus, Coinbase wallet, link it all up, get the points. And sorry, I'm a bit. I've got wings on my mind. So.
I'm like nervous.
These guys are so scared. They're so scared.
And Jess is letting us drown. He's yep.
So let's get out of here so we can prepare, hype ourselves up. So thank you to Coinbase Wallet, Jersey Mike's, Secret Lab, Honda, Twitch, and Alienware. I'm Cams, Jet Kalamazi. All right, thank you. See you in a couple minutes for these wings.
Oh, gosh.
My sourdough patty melt has 100% beef, 2 melty cheeses, and grilled onions, all between 2 slices of my famous toasted sourdough bread. It's pretty much the greatest thing since itself. My sourdough patty melt combo, starting at $5.49. Order on the Jack app today.
Okay, we are back. I'm Cams. I'm here with Salil, Atlas, Birch, and Kalamazi. We got some wings here.
Lean into the camera.
And if you missed it, this is for the charity we partnered with, Girls Who Code. Check that out at tl.gg/rwf-donate. Yeah, 20K here. Big milestone. I'm a little nervous. How are you guys doing?
I'm a little nervous too. I just kind of got voluntold to be here, so now I'm here. But I'm hoping I can do my best. I'm pretty well acquainted with Spice. Hopefully it works out. We'll see.
This will be easy.
Easy?
Easy.
Okay.
I'm feeling good. Easy. I'm feeling good.
Comfy in the blanket?
I'm just hungry. Sweet.
Yeah, should we just dive into this?
I guess so, yeah.
All right, so we start down here, right?
Yeah, so that's the least spicy one, so we gotta start with the one.
I guess I have to choose.
Take your pick.
I'll take the one with the glob on it.
All
You guys
right.
get the dry ones. I want. Can you guys zoom in on this? I want to clarify. I took the L and took the one covered in sauce. Just
It's the first wing. Don't.
note that, chat. Are we going in?
Cam's just got his.
I feel like this is going to set the cadence for this whole thing. If this one's bad.
All right. Ready?
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Cheers.
Coughing already?
I bit into the thing.
That's not that bad. You're not having.
Dude, no way. No way there's way more.
I've been to the patch of it.
This one's not that bad. Do I have the hiccups now? That's not good.
This isn't bad at all.
Very unsure where the hiccups came from. That's making it worse. Oh boy.
Need more napkin. I got hiccups.
Same.
I'm chilling.
Oh no.
That's disgusting.
Wait, are we doing in-betweens? Is that
What's
allowed?
in between?
Took a swig of water.
I mean, do you want one?
Call him up. Is out of here. Dude, they told us no water, right?
Well, I mean, Atlas did it, so I think we can all do it
Want
now.
water? I was not told. It might be a little hot. Yeah. You feeling good?
Dude.
It kicks in, but I'm still fine. Yeah. Those are a lot hotter than last time. So that's a Deathwing, huh?
Yeah. And Lisa, can I have some water?
Something changed, huh? Cams? You want water?
Dude, where do those hiccups come from? What the hell?
I got you some
Dude,
water.
my hands are tingling. No way.
All right, number 2. Right? Oh, geez. That is a heavy box. Take your pick.
Yeah. This looks good.
Back, round 2. I just had to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm good. I'm good.
Oh man.
Which one? This is number 2?
Yeah. You like apple?
All right, here.
I'm loving life.
The milk is forsaking me.
I took it down my wind tube, so I couldn't swallow or breathe. Like, I'm still
James,
choking.
are you okay? Hold on.
Oh my gosh.
I might pass out. Can I just do like...
I'm here for you.
Can I just do like one bite?
Yeah,
If I have to eat the whole thing,
there's no
way.
shame in it. Yeah, you don't have to eat the whole wing.
No, I ate the whole thing. No, shut. Eat the whole thing.
No, I'm meaning to go going forward. There's no I'm eating the whole thing.
All right, ready?
No.
I'm going.
Ready?
I already started.
Yeah.
Just bang it out, man.
Hold on, I'm like losing consciousness.
Yeah, you're good. I'm here for you.
This one is nowhere near as bad.
Yeah, what the hell?
Y'all fuck mix it up. Y'all mix them up.
Maybe it's just backwards. Wait, is it actually not that bad?
No.
No. That was relaxing after the first one.
Yeah. Y'all mixed them up. Who delivered these wings?
Oh yeah, this was actually a big
The wild card.
That was the bad one that I sucked down my wind tube.
Paizen and Annalisa 100% screwed us.
Yeah, I'm not doing these with water after.
No, water ain't good. This one's good.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Who was that?
That was me. Round 2.
This one was good.
Yeah, this one's actually
A breather.
It was a nice relaxing reprieve.
So, that one's even milder then?
Who knows?
That one's still bad,
I think this one's bait. It starts off hot, and it goes to this one. It's like, oh, it's really not that bad. It probably just gets better each time, and that one's really bad.
Wait, we tried number 3 yet or no?
No.
No,
Okay.
getting there.
Good lord. Dude, I couldn't breathe once that first one down.
Yeah.
I couldn't get a breath. I went to the bathroom like half vomited.
My sinuses were very clogged before this.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
I feel alive.
Yeah.
You already want to go more?
Alright, come here. I got it.
What is wrong with this one? This one is like it's drenched.
I'm just doing the bite. I can't.
Well, I'm gonna go washroom wash off real quick. I'll be right back.
He's tapping out.
You ran away.
I am burping uncontrollably. You alright? He's down there struggling right now.
I'm good. Oh my word.
What the hell is this? Can we zoom in on these?
It's called celery.
It's like a patch of like just like what? Damn it!
Dude, that other
Here.
one's, I feel like just as hot.
Hold on. No, I'm good for now. I'm not gonna cheat.
Where is it?
Here.
We're going back. They're all drenched.
Dude, my portion was like that, and I put that in my wind tube. Just eat it. It's fine.
The last ones were like the last event. They were nothing like this.
Why is it getting worse?
Yeah, that one's a ramper.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Oh, man.
The wind tube, yeah, it's a thing, all right?
Do I look okay?
You look better than I do. I like went into the washroom.
Oh,
my
you
eyes
have
were-
did you have the third one?
Yeah, I just took a bite.
Make sure you don't touch your eyes.
Yeah.
My nose is burning. I've been blowing my nose. It's on fire. Oh!
This is creamer up there.
Here, give me a cream. Dude, I have to cast after this.
You had to cast after this.
Not anymore.
I'm going in. This is.
Oh, that is actually nice. It's gone.
Oh.
Fuck.
Yeah, okay.
Where's
So,
the
like,
three?
I don't know. I just ate the drenched one. This is the worst out of all three. Right here. The first one we ate. Y'all messed this up. This is. And I had the hottest one from this box. It was like dripping. You guys screwed me over.
It's sucking my teeth.
Same.
I mean, I've come this far.
Oh, I shot in my nose. Oh, no.
Those are so soaked.
We'll just throw them.
I think I'm reaching Nirvana.
Anybody want a shot?
What?
Milk. Atlas, you want me to hold now?
I'm good. I'm just doing a bite again. I'm so sorry.
I'm waiting till the end.
Are you actually gonna try those ones? Dude.
The last one, yeah, why not?
I thought I was a champ.
You're our champ, Cam.
I'm ready to finish this. Yeah, that's the.
That one?
The inside of my legs are hurting.
I don't know if that one's that bad. I don't know which one's bad anymore.
I think they were backwards. I think we can confirm
Yeah,
that.
no shit.
Yeah.
Dude, that was rough. Here, try this one again. Give it a shot.
No.
Why not?
No.
Is the challenge to like eat all of them?
To try and get through them.
The challenge has evolved.
For what it's worth, I didn't. Oh,
to just survive.
I didn't drink anything when I went to puke, so like, which is gross in itself. But hand me that. Oh my gosh.
I could go for a nice monster right now.
Unleash the beast.
That's the hottest one we have.
Monster energy.
Yeah, I know. I heard.
I'm just telling you.
I heard.
This one?
No,
Those ones.
That's a death wing.
Are you trying that one? Where did it go?
Hold on. I don't want to drink it yet.
Did you eat it already?
No, it's right here on my plate.
Oh my.
He's hurt.
I'm gonna go wash my hands.
I feel good.
Oh no. I feel like I should do a "Hi, I'm Kalmazi, welcome to Jackass."
Yeah, for real.
All right.
Go.
Oh.
Is that the death one?
Yeah.
Rest of death one. Oh Jesus! He's still going. The mad lad.
I don't want it. I don't want it. Oh.
He's done.
Is it that bad?
Oh yeah.
They're all bad. Like,
This is for Girls Who Code, right?
Yeah, this is for Girls Who Code.
Shout out to Girls Who Code.
You can still donate more.
Oh my
Girls Who
god.
Code.
Dude, my lips in the mirror, they're like purple.
Ready to finish it?
No, dude.
Do they look purple on the camera?
A little.
Give me
You want it?
They said give me.
Oh, the back of my throat hurts now.
Here you go, Birch.
Oh, it's burning.
As a reminder, we haven't hit our donation goal yet. If we get up to 35,000, Kai and myself will write the rest of the lyrics to Sandwich Love, and we're going to release that on Spotify. At 25,000, we're going to be doing the Egg Roulette Challenge.
I'm gonna die.
I've already died. Where's the ranch at? Yo, where's that ranch at? Toss it over here.
Dude, that was a real bite. Birch is not kidding. I kind of want to try it, but I don't.
Bro, the blue cheese.
Can I go halfsies?
I'll go halfsies.
I mean, I'll just do a nibble. I'm just doing. Oh my goodness. It's the lips.
Huh? Yeah. Let's girl.
No, that's too much.
No.
Like the inside of my lips is the worst part.
Thank you. Dude, the worst part was the first one. I choked on it. I died. And I gotta deal with this shit now.
You rip it off? Yeah, I guess.
I need more. I think I drank Birch's milk.
So gross. I'm so sorry. Dude, what happened? Kind of. Right, here we go. To death.
Birch is gone.
Oh boy.
Oh my goodness, Alex. Okay, if everyone's trying it. Which one's?
That one's fresh.
That one's not bad.
That's Cap.
Where's that chocolate milk?
That one's not
That's
bad.
Cap.
The milk is so sweet.
It's gone almost.
No, I'm like actually fine.
Well, I'm glad you are.
I can.
Oh! All right, there we go.
No, I'm kidding.
It kicks in.
I'm actually kidding. Yeah, all right. Yeah, that was a joke.
What do you eat?
I just have this.
Oh God. That one a joke too, Atlas?
You're bluffing.
Come on,
It's actually no. It's actually tall.
It's
Why is
tolerable
it-
in waves.
Why is it in there?
Yeah. It gets stuck right here.
and it comes up.
The capsaicin never left. And then it like comes back every time you talk.
It's not spicy, but you can't speak.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Bruh.
Didn't help.
If you don't speak, it's fine. Oh God.
Yeah. Do we have like an EpiPen or something on standby?
I just want to put it out for the record, for the people who don't know who I am, I'm the technical producer on the show, so I don't normally do anything other than make memes. But tomorrow I have to go to LA because I'm going to direct the RLCS group stages, and that is all talking. Oh my God.
You ain't making it there. That plane, you're missing your plane.
I'm stuck here now.
Oh my goodness.
You want some of this here? Might help. Drink that shit. I was about to shoot it too.
We love you, girls.
Especially the ones who code.
Please code.
Where's the
If I look
drink?
at statistics in a few years and they're still the same.
We need to get more girls into STEM.
Yeah.
Maybe! Why didn't you do this? He has to raid.
I live in Florida, it's alright. They're expired. Drink up.
No, there's not expired ones, Kalamazoo. No, dude. It's gonna be so much worse. Those are 3-day-old expired cartons. Dude, in the States, milk actually does go bad. You know that, right?
I live in Florida, I'm okay.
Oh, God.
You win some, you lose some.
Get this non-pasteurization propaganda out of here.
Every fiber of my being is tingling.
My nose is running, but I
don't have any more snot left to come out.
Oh, I do.
Alright, well, we tried. We at least have all taken a bite out of every single wing. We did that like 6 times, Annalisa. What do you want from us? Alright, shout outs to Girls Who Code, the URL that's on your screen. The one that he was just saying.
Birch is completely gone.
Okay, I think we can all say that Birch lost.
Because
we're still here.
Oh, he's over there shivering in the blankets.
He bit it, but he didn't swallow it. Girls Who Code. Donate some money.
Get more girls in STEM, everybody. Ben, get us out of here. I don't want to be on camera anymore.
Please.
I gotta go to the washroom. You're fired if you don't switch right now. Ben!
That was a bad idea.
to Liquid so much is because like they're more of a family than they are an esports org.
Hey, did you hear about Liquid Plus?
Hey, it's Steve. Congrats, you're the Liquid Plus Experience winner.
Should I go in here?
No, we have to find the key.
Wait, is that my DoorDash?
Pizza and beef jerky for Lucy.
Wait, if he's DoorDash, then who's?
Never leave the game when you order with Door.
Everything that's happened is a small part of the grand plan.
Is this just some game to you?
Yes.
we are back at the Liquid Race to World First. My name is Makes. I'm here with,
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to distract you, but oh my God.
Thank you, production, for that.
Oh, that was...
I
They
don't know,
had to
it's
put
like
it in slow-mo.
Every time I get on this shift, weird stuff happens on this screen. Like, I don't, it's not my fault. Like,
it is your fault.
I'm here with the beautiful Nagura and Aya, and I'm really, really happy. Aya, you just came directly from the AWC.
Yeah.
I'm a whole new level of impressed for
I'm
doing
impressed
that.
with myself. If I crash and burn during this, we're gonna, I don't know.
We'll catch
I
you.
apologize.
We'll
okay,
catch you. It's okay.
We could do like a PvP cast. You know, one of the tries we just pretend as if they're fighting each other.
Yeah, we can do that.
Sounds good.
Yeah, you're gonna confuse me. I'm like not gonna know what time it is. I'm like, wait, I thought I just got done with that broadcast. Like, what's happening?
Yeah, exactly.
But on that note, do you guys want to like catch me up? I have the only thing I got to catch was just a little bit of that the Hot Wings challenge.
Oh, yeah.
Other than that, I don't really know what's going on with Raglan at the moment.
Yeah, well, Nagura, I'm not sure if you've been following what's going on. Okay, do you want to fill us in?
Yeah, so there have been a lot of wipes.
Okay. Oh, all right.
Yeah, that
cool.
seems
Good
about right.
stuff. Yeah.
Thank you for the catch up, Nagura.
Casting is easy. A lot of wipes.
No, they've gotten some progression done. They've tried to optimize the setup because the end range is incredibly tight. But they're still trying to reach the end range because that is also tight. There's so much incoming damage, and they basically would like to run 6 healers.
Yeah.
But they can't because of the end range. So they're running 5 healers, and they're just trying their best to keep everyone alive until the last end range cast, which is like a 30 seconds cast, right? It's a hard end range, and then everyone just dies, pierces immunities and everything. So they need to meet that check, and I think they're saying they have the damage.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, I
we'll
think
see.
after Lords of Dread, everyone is very careful to say we don't have the damage or it's
Yeah.
like not possible. Maybe we need to come up with some crazy strats. We've been seeing some splits come in. Like we did gear
Yeah.
Nori's Holy Priest. We did gear Riven's a little more. We have all these priests in there suddenly for some reason. I'm not sure. I think I know why, but maybe any of you want to fill us in? Naguri, you're nodding.
Yeah, so the Holy Priests are there because of the, what is it called? Symbol of Hope?
Yeah.
Because they changed that in the last patch, I believe. Whenever you cast Symbol of Hope, it will reduce your signature defensive ability of everyone in the raid. So with 4 Holy Priests, they basically can constantly use their defenses more often, which allows them to run less healers. And then additionally, they also have PI, of course, which buffs their damage as well. So it's really, really valuable to have all of those Holy Priests in.
Yeah, exactly. And I think there's a little mini game going on at the moment where, like, if you get all of the Holy Priests in one screenshot in like their angel form, you get a point. Tag started that. It's not.
I don't think it was
I
actually
didn't start
Tags.
it.
It was one of the Holy Priests that's
Themselves?
not here. Yeah.
Oh, was
I
it
think
Sarah or Nyx?
I'm not. I think Tags is just perpetuating it. He made it like he
okay.
solidified the bit, but it was a bit before.
All right.
But yeah, don't let them take credit for that. But it's like they have started a poll here.
Bonus points for Dreamweaver seats in the pick. All right. Just got all
True.
of the.
I want the Fae Guardians as well,
Yeah.
right? Reducing someone's offensive cooldowns too.
Save it all.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Beautiful screenshot
yeah.
right away.
All the
Take a
screenshots.
screenshot, chat.
Love it.
That's your point.
We need that. We need like an emote of that.
I'm a little bit angry that none of them have the Valkyr glyph. Oh, there we go.
Well, then your
THD took
angel
one.
form is different, right?
Yeah, like there was a glyph where you turn into a Valkyr instead of an angel if you're a holy priest.
That is nice.
I've never
But
been
you
at the
could
laptop
literally
seat. Sorry.
just see THD do that screenshot. So actually, you bringing that up, Aya.
Yes.
I mean, we just had our beautiful, glorious, mesmerizing Hot Wings challenge.
So good.
Did anybody dig in after that?
Like eat the hot wings?
Dig into our like donation pool.
Oh, I was like, absolutely not. No, I don't remember where we left off. Do any of you guys?
Well, no. We just read like a couple of them several times. So yesterday night we hit 20,320. That's definitely what I last heard.
20,811
we are at now.
Yeah.
So like the last $600 are unaccounted for to me, but I assume a lot of them came in during the day.
Maybe I could read the last couple of ones.
Yeah, just read the last couple ones.
$5 from Anonymous for the wings. Another $5 from Anonymous. What do you call a kid with no arms and no legs?
No arms and no legs.
Matt.
Matt?
You call them, their name is Matt, but like a doormat. Because they have no arms and no legs.
Wait, what?
I don't get it.
Okay, what do you call a kid with no arms and no legs? You call them Matt, like the name Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're like a doormat because they have no arms and no legs.
I still don't get it.
I don't know how else I can explain this.
I think that's
because they have no
joke.
arms and no legs. They're just laying like as if they were a doormat.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can move on.
Okay.
$40
Moving
from
on.
OJCT. They said best looking weapon from this raid. You guys have one?
Oh, I actually saw there's this two-hand sword, and it's like invisible, like it's made out of light, and then it blends into like invisibleness in the back, and it looks kind of nice. I
Well,
like
that
it.
sounds kind of nice. I actually have no idea. Like,
Yeah, it's similar
I
looking to
haven't
the
looked at
rogue,
anything.
the rogue like helmet, where your face is like made out of light or like invisible. It's really cute.
To be fair, like speaking about rogues, they always get really cool transmogs.
And
like the new
warlocks.
tier set. I mean, okay, I have to say something about the warlock set because they changed it a couple of times with good reason.
Yeah.
And the last iteration, to me, just looks like a bunny.
Oh, really?
It's a bunny lock. It's a bunny lock.
Yeah.
It has these two little horns, and
Yeah.
from the front, it looks like bunny ears. So
that is cute, though.
I kind of like that, and I really like the rogue set.
Yeah, the
I'm
rogue
like
set's really
contemplating leveling a rogue just to get that for my demon hunter, because it's really pretty. But like, I don't want to. Maybe later at some point. Is there any tier set you really like, Aya? I know you played DK.
The ones that you guys are describing look really cool, but I haven't gotten any tier sets because I haven't even stepped foot in this raid myself. So
yeah,
we'll go with that. What is happening behind us?
I also
Who's
like the
yelling
druid
behind
set.
us?
It looks kind of nice,
my
honestly.
The druid set?
Yeah, because I usually don't like the druid sets. Like from all of the sets we had, there's barely any that I was like, oh, this is like super cool. But this one looks really nice. Has like this belt, this like fur belt. Looks kind of cute.
I can't focus with this wailing behind me. I'm sorry.
You're good. No worries. Shakib is having the time of his life right
really
now.
is. I'm glad the vibes are high.
He's not even doing something, right? So you guys can't see, but like Shakib is literally just looking at his screen, moving from left to right and back and forth.
Oh,
He's
you know why
not
they're
doing
excited?
anything.
Okay, so they have this bit where they use the transmorpher beacon.
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh, yeah.
they're excited in like because of they turn into a different boss, right? And they're like, oh my god, I'm like this boss. And it's like, oh my god, I'm this boss, you know? And they say
Yeah.
the wrong names because they don't know the lore. So
Oh,
they're just
yeah.
like, oh, I'm Arthas, but then they're not actually Arthas.
Oh, that I could see myself doing that. I would fit right in. Just calling out some bosses' names that I saw before, like, hey, I'm Manaroth.
Yeah.
You're a human. Well, that's what I said. But yeah, I'm really surprised we're still at Regalon. Like,
Yeah.
when we went off desk yesterday night, I was like, okay, I'm pretty sure this boss dies tomorrow. I kind of changed my stance on that. I'm not sure how you feel. I think all of our predictions, except I think maybe Ayas. I think you're actually getting close with your
Yeah.
prediction.
Yeah, it was a really scientific and calculated guess. Yeah,